Chapter 381 Immortality. The continuous roar, like rolling thunder, continued to sound underground. The black bamboo roots, like huge dragons, passed through the solid mountain and easily crushed the boulders that blocked the way. Moving forward in the abundant underground river, Lin Ning bamboo roots finally reached the location of the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm after rushing at a very fast speed. A spiritual bamboo clone there, after waiting for a long time, finally connected to the main body again. Originally, it was the one at the edge of all the spiritual bamboo clones, except for the Suzaku Valley. But at this moment, it became the one closest to the main body. Lin Ning found that he seemed to have returned to the starting point again. Although he was not reborn from the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm at the beginning, this place also had a lot of meaning for him. He also spent the longest time here, from the severe winter to the early spring. He, who was only a third-level mutant at that time, led many subordinates and hibernated there for a long time. During this period, he was in a strategic stalemate with the alien beasts, the human extraordinary people, and even the Fate Society. After leaving there and going to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, it can really be said that he began to grow by leaps and bounds, and even made all enemies intimidated by him in turn. In this place very close to Rongqing City, Lin Ning also made it impossible for humans to act rashly against him. It was also here that he completely got rid of the guys from the Fate Society who had been under heavy surveillance by him, so that when the Fate Society was attacked by him later, they had no time to react at all, and were almost completely wiped out. Sighing at these, Lin Ning also looked at his attribute panel again. After he was promoted to the 5th level, he obtained a lot of evolution points. And even now, he has accumulated nearly 600,000 points. This is even more than those that the system robbed unreasonably when he evolved to the 5th level. Of course, this is also because he has never used it. Not even a little bit. The reason is mostly because he is too concerned about the existence of the system. After all, the system, at present, has no good intentions at all. Giving it evolution points is equivalent to increasing its strength and making it stronger. Making the enemy stronger is something Lin Ning originally did not want to see. But now, Lin Ning has figured it out. Even so, what? After evolving to the 5th level, he easily killed opponents of the level of the Black Bug Emperor. Now Lin Ning's confidence has also increased a lot. But he also clearly understands that if his own strength is not further improved, then in the future battle with that system, he will probably be subject to considerable restrictions and influences. Rather than that, it is better to use these evolution points and make them a stronger force for himself. So, there is no need to keep more evolution points. Only by fully utilizing them can you become stronger. Otherwise, if the level realm is raised but the various abilities are not, it would be too far behind. Now, there are a few abilities that are worth upgrading and evolving for Lin Ning. Consciously, Lin Ning opened the attribute panel. Since he wants to upgrade, he must observe his current strength carefully. In particular, he must confirm the race now, Black Bamboo Demon King. Evolution points, 612232. Realm, level 4. Rank 5. Ability, Explosive Storm. Combine sharp bamboo leaves with wind elements to create a superstorm that can instantly destroy a vast area. Can be issued at the same time to inflict partial or full damage to the enemy. With a powerful attack power that can crush rocks, metals and everything. Rock-breaking bamboo whip LV8, 1000 sticks. Effective attack range 400 meters. Attack power 700, evolvable. No matter how hard the rock is, it can't withstand a blow. Yaoqiong greatly promotes the evolution of mutant creatures, and can also treat extremely serious injuries and various abnormal conditions, creating a new life LV5, even if it is hit by a devastating blow. It will instantly restore its original state, and can increase or decrease the volume of any part at will. Aura Force Field Shielding LV6. It can selectively shield the aura concentration of any creature within a range of 2,000 kilometers with the main body as the center, without a maximum limit. Reconstruction of the aura of all things LV6. It can sense the breath of all living and non-living things within 2,000 kilometers. Transform the action embodiment of all living things within the range, and mark all non-living things at the same time. Strange Mist Transformation. Activate the main body. Freely create a thick fog that covers the site and covers itself, with a range of up to 1,000 kilometers. At the same time, it also has the ability to inject aura into the thick fog to create a spirit beast clone. Strong Corruption Acid C. produces a large amount of acidic venom that can corrode everything. And no creature can resist it. Spiritual language. Within the range of the consciousness field, you can communicate freely with subordinates with whom you have established a relationship. Universal root system. Can move over long distances without loss. Crossing mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. Dragon strangling LV1. Use powerful roots to strangle the opponent. But it is generally effective when encountering a strong enemy. Multiple element ability copying. Can copy any number of different element abilities at the same time, and affect the control and strength of element abilities according to the level of strength of its own realm. Seawater resistance. Can grow freely in the ocean. Now look at this attribute panel. It is still gorgeous. But there are indeed many shortcomings. Rock-breaking bamboo whip. Creation of new life. Aura field shielding. Reconstruction of the aura of all things. And dragon strangling. These abilities still have considerable room for improvement. As for the other abilities, because I have already improved them to the limit before, there is no way to continue to upgrade and evolve. So there is no need to take them into consideration. There are more than 600,000 evolution points, which is enough for him to make a qualitative leap in these abilities that can be improved. Especially the abilities of Broken Rock Bamboo Whip and Giant Dragon Strangling. These two abilities, Lin Ming recalled, seem to have never been upgraded or evolved. Although the ability of the Broken Rock Bamboo Whip has reached level 8, there is no doubt that this thing has always evolved from the initial Bamboo Whip as his level realm has been further improved. And it is not evolved. Lin Ming has never upgraded it. But he does not think that its potential is too low. This can be seen from the Explosive Storm Strike evolved from the previous Blood Blade Slash. So, what will happen if it is upgraded to the top level? Lin Ming consciousness moved, and a small amount of evolution points disappeared. Soon, the system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding! The ability of the rock-crushing bamboo whip has evolved to the level limit and upgraded to a new ability. The Exploding Bamboo Sword. Oh! Exploding Bamboo Sword? What's the name? Lin Ming found that this Exploding Bamboo Sword did not seem to be the limit of this ability. It was clearly followed by a LV1 sign. So, what if it is evolved again? This time, a large number of evolution points disappeared. In return, there was another system prompt sound. Ding! The ability of the Exploding Bamboo Sword has evolved to the level limit and upgraded to a new ability. The Sea of Million Exploding Bamboo Swords. Oh! This name seems to be really powerful. Imagine. Is that a sea of explosions formed by millions of bamboo swords that will explode? Pretty good. Lin Ming expressed satisfaction. However, Lin Ming sensed everything within the range of 2,000 kilometers. And it seemed that there were not many places where he could use this move. There is no rush to use this. And there is no problem at all to use it later. Maybe it will come in handy someday. Next, before evolving the 3 important abilities, Lin Ming felt that he had to upgrade and evolve the useless abilities that he had previously thought were useless. Dragon Strangling. Lin Ming remembered that he had never used this ability, even though he had used the bamboo roots to attack the opponent in battles so many times. Lin Ming had never used this Dragon Strangling ability to show its power. After all, the description above said used the powerful root system to strangle the opponent. But when encountering a strong enemy, the effect is average, which really made Lin Ming not interested in using it. There are too many abilities that are much more powerful than this ability. When the bamboo roots attack, Lin Ming prefers to use various elemental attacks to damage the enemy, especially the shadow attack of the dark element, creating a black hole-like space that can swallow everything. This is his main way of attack, although he did not rely on this single elemental ability anymore. In the ability of multiple ability replication, Lin Ming did copy all the elements that his subordinates had from those who had the power to control the elements. But when Lin Ming recalled, he really used the power of the dark element for most of the elemental power he had used. But even the power of the dark element could not do anything to the mutant creatures that were completely immune to the elements. If such enemies appeared one after another in the future, he who relied too much on such elemental power would not be able to adapt at all, and even tasted the taste of failure. Instead of doing so, he had to make corresponding changes. Lin Ming examined himself. Indeed, apart from the explosive storm attack and the bean sprouts burst the head attack directly on the enemy with bamboo roots, it seems that there is really no attack without relying on elements. Moreover, if we look at it now, it seems that the attack range of the explosive storm attack is indeed not small, and the air swirl caused by the strong wind blades is indeed objective. But it must be admitted that the relative attack power of this ability is actually quite weak. It can even be directly concluded that the attack range of the explosive storm attack is large, and the attack power is average. While the bamboo roots that can be used for the bean sprouts burst the head attack are useless if the opponent is like the Black Bug King who basically cannot get close. The ability of the Million Explosive Bamboo Sword C that I just learned should also be of the type, with a super large range and average attack power. Therefore, the Dragon Strangle, which seems to be a very unsuccessful ability now, seems to be worth looking forward to. Combined with its own ability of creating new life, this Dragon Strangulation should have extreme physical destructive power. Right? Lin Ming consciousness moved, and some evolution points disappeared instantly. Ding! The Dragon Strangulation ability has reached the level limit and upgraded to Crazy Dragon Burst. Not enough. Crazy Dragon Burst still sounds a little bit worse. Lin Ming decided to continue to upgrade this ability. The evolution points disappeared like water, and the remaining evolution points were less than 100,000 points. Ding! The Crazy Dragon Burst ability has reached the level limit and upgraded to Absolute Prison Crazy Song Dragon Crying Formation. Lin Ming felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. What a weird name. It's so second year, isn't it? It feels like a name that only a young man in the late second year period can come up with. Can this really be a serious attack move? Lin Ming now really doesn't want to use this move to attack the enemy. I feel that if I use it, I will be broken. Lin Ming now really regretted upgrading this ability to the top level. It felt like an ability that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, at least he still had 100,000 evolution points, and he could upgrade any two of the remaining three abilities by one level. Creation of new life, reconstruction of the aura of all things, and shielding of the spiritual energy field. These three abilities were also the three most important abilities that Lin Ming needed when he wanted to survive. Before, no matter which ability, Lin Ming used it in the most suitable place and maximized its characteristics. At the same time, it also helped him grow from a very weak entry-level bamboo to a 5th-level monster-level mutant creature. Although he has reached such a strength now, it does not mean that these survive abilities are useless. On the contrary, these abilities have been more widely used because of his strength. The ability of creating new life almost represents endless vitality and indestructible vitality. It can instantly make itself like immortal without consuming anything. It has to be said that with this ability, it also has the plugin of immortality. Nowadays, although this ability is still at LV5, it can basically be said that there is no need to upgrade it, unless there are more evolution points. As for the other two abilities, because the previous level realm has not been improved, even if he wants to upgrade these two abilities, he can't do it. Lin Ming expected at that time that this should be the restriction of the system. Its purpose is mostly to prevent him from becoming stronger. This dog system is really good. If these two abilities are upgraded to the maximum level earlier, then he will be prepared for the location of the fake Fong Pingchuan, and even his conspiracy and tricks earlier. With a thought, Lin Ming immediately upgraded these two abilities to the next level. Lin Ming also discovered that the range of reconstructing the aura of all things and shielding the spiritual force field had reached a new height of 3,000 kilometers at the same time. 3,000 kilometers. Lin Ming used this ability instantly. At the same time, the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things with a radius of 3,000 kilometers immediately allowed him to discover something he had never noticed before. Some interesting things seemed to have appeared in Neon Country. Lin Ming suddenly realized that he had a good place to test his new abilities. Chapter 382: The Age of Destruction. Under the scorching sun, a large amount of smoke floated in the sky above America. The silver dragon, unlike the impression given by its huge body, evaded the cross-air slash that was almost at close range with great agility. TSK! This bastard! Wang Tzu activated his ability instantly. In a short period of time, the silver dragon appeared and disappeared at a very fast speed in all directions around it. And at the same time, hundreds of cross-air slashes also attacked the silver dragon from all directions. Boom! A huge roar sounded instantly in the sky. And at the same time, a huge smoke burst and spread. However, Wang Tzu, who had extremely rich combat experience, moved several kilometers away instantly. If he stayed in the same place, if the silver dragon counterattacked, the strong acid it sprayed would definitely turn himself into a pool of pus. And he immediately found that The worry soon became a reality, and it was more serious than expected. The silver dragon seemed to have no injuries on its body, and its movement speed was even faster than before. The silver phantom, which was still several kilometers away in the last second, instantly sprayed more venom at him. Wang Su took a deep breath and appeared under the dragon in the sky again in an instant. No matter what kind of dragon, lizard or snake it is, the scales on the abdomen are wider and weaker. Did the previous attack break the first layer of the dragon's barrier? Wang Su thought about this and repeated the previous fighting method, using the cross-air slash again in all directions. Boom! The same smoke and dust appeared, and Wang Su moved to a distance again. This time, he moved directly to a higher altitude, so that the poisonous fog of the silver dragon could not do anything to him. Wang Su thought beautifully, but he was also a very cautious person. After launching the attack, he instantly moved to this extremely safe area. In fact, it was also to observe what other tricks the enemy could use. Moreover, he also wanted to find out what level of mutant creature this silver dragon belonged to. Even if he couldn't do anything to this dragon in the end, he would report the detailed information of this dragon to Fang Pingchuan, who is far away in the Brew country. The only thing that can threaten Blue Star is the mutant demon bamboo. And the others. Eliminate. There is only this one way to choose. At present, the mutant demon bamboo has reached the level of SS and other demon emperors. But Wang Su has not yet seen that this mutant demon bamboo is heading for destroying the world. It seems that this mutant demon bamboo prefers to do another thing well than this one, looking for any possible strong enemy. This can be seen from the huge deep pit that appeared on the Philippine land, and the battle between the black insect mother body in the extreme south of the Tang country. Since this mutant demon bamboo does not want to destroy the world, there is no need to pay too much attention to it for the time being. After all, it is still not a threat for the time being. But the danger of the silver dragon that basically destroyed America is completely extraordinary. Wang Su knew very well that if the silver dragon could destroy America, it would also spread this disaster to Europe and Yalu, and completely wipe out the remaining humans. So far, there are really not many humans left. Wang Su learned from the information given by Allensmeister and his own personal inspection that the total population of the entire Blue Star is only a little more than 1/3 of the original. For example, in the southern part of America, there are basically only a few people in the coastal plains, and the two major countries of America and Canada. Now after the successive destruction of the Destiny Society, the mutant demon bamboo, and the current silver dragon that can emit poisonous fog and use high-level and extremely skilled wind elements, the remaining population is only less than 100 million. In addition to a few giant cities on the edge of the northern desert near the coastal area that have not been destroyed by mutant creatures, the rest of the Philippine land has become a forbidden area for humans. As for Tuvalu, there is no human existence at all. It was also the first place where humans disappeared during the spiritual energy revival. After all, it was originally a paradise for animals and plants, with many dangerous animals in the ocean and on land. After the spiritual energy was revived, some stupid and arrogant humans there mistakenly thought they could deal with the mutant creatures that appeared, and refused the assistance of Tang and Xiong countries. As a result, they were completely wiped out in almost no time when they were attacked by countless mutant spiders, mutant mice, mutant rabbits, and even mutant fish and mollusks. It took some time for other countries to finally discover this matter. Wang Su remembered that it was just what happened when Tang was besieging the Wantuhai spiritual realm. At that time, the whole world was paying attention to the results of the battle there. After the victory of the battle, almost the whole world applied this Wantuhai model and devoted their energy to the work of destroying the spiritual realm. No one cared about what happened in Tuvalu. The European continent was basically destroyed by half. Although under the leadership of the real Fang Pingchuan, the huge spiritual realm between Hengguanfa and Bulu was destroyed. Nearly half of the total population had disappeared. This is also an indisputable fact. So far, Yalu has the largest population. There is no need to say much about Tang. Other countries such as Neon, part of Xiongwa and Siam in the extreme south, have a lot of human beings. The only countries that were completely destroyed were Labai and Fagua, which were inexplicably caused by tsunamis caused by A and B mutant creatures in the ocean after the battle in Qingcheng. Less than half of the human population of Neon country, which suffered the huge tsunami and storm disaster at the beginning, was still there. The situation of Deep Poison country was even worse. After the tsunami and storm, The remaining people were still struggling to survive. However, they were completely submerged in the deep sea after the terrifying vision caused by the mutant demon bamboo. In this way, Tang country is really quite good. The mutant demon bamboo did not seem to want to eliminate humans. Although it did spend most of its time in Tang country, it seemed to kill more mutant creatures with spiritual energy, and those extraordinary people among humans. And later, it seemed that it was not interested in even extraordinary people. It seemed that it only wanted to challenge mutant creatures with higher spiritual energy concentration. Just like the black insect mother. Back to the present. Wang Su just hoped that this silver dragon was not a subordinate of the mutant demon bamboo. If it is true, then there is no doubt that if it can be killed, then he and all humans will be subjected to the crazy counterattack of the mutant demon bamboo. The last time, wasn't it like this in the battle in Xinjiang? Although there were some special reasons there. The fake Fang Pingchuan took advantage of the special situation in Xinjiang, took advantage of the faith, and even took advantage of the extraordinary people including him to test the things he wanted to test, including the spiritual shielding device and white fog bomb, artificial extraordinary people, and strange beasts to achieve his goal. But in the end, the cause of everything was that when he was trying to check the mutant creatures that invaded Xinjiang, he fought with the mutant panda, the mutant giant wolf, and the mutant giant monkey, and killed the giant monkey with fiery red hair with his own strong strength, which angered the mutant demon bamboo, and finally led to the tragedy called Dark Day, in which almost all the giant cities in the entire Tang kingdom suffered a strong counterattack. Therefore, although Wang Su has used several attacks on the silver dragon, he did not kill it completely each time, although he did not know whether his attack was fatal to the opponent or just tickling. Now it seems that it was really tickling. He moved to dozens of kilometers away in an instant. He could clearly see that the huge smoke caused by the attack just now did not cause any trouble to the silver dragon. It now used its powerful wind element control ability to create several layers of barriers around itself again. Among them, Wang Su even observed that the dragon even created a strange dark green barrier inside the wind element barrier. Toxin barrier? I really learned a lot. Wang Su couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he saw the barrier formed by the toxin. This opponent had terrifying attack power and extremely strong defense. This reminded him of the mutant demon bamboo. That guy has been missing so far, and no one has ever seen the real appearance of that guy. Those previous photos were even just the clones of the mutant demon bamboo. Wang Su himself had seen similar things in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, the 10,000 Bamboo Sea Spirit Realm, and even in the western coastal areas of Europe and the shallow sea areas in the north of Europe. No matter what, bamboos don't grow in the sea, right? And they are the kind of giant bamboos that are blood red and weird. He has reason to believe that those are the clones of the mutant demon bamboo, although Wang Su still doesn't know what these clones are and what they can do. There is no doubt that part of the secrets of the mutant demon bamboo are also in these clones. He took a deep breath. Wang Su felt that he was really good at thinking. He now seemed to have mastered the second person in the world who knew more secrets besides Allensmeister. But because of this, his thinking was also extremely confused. Wang Su thought he was not a smart man, and he was no match for Allensmeister. Therefore, he could only report everything he knew to that person. The real Fang Pingchuan. The real Fang Pingchuan was a B-level extraordinary person. The ability he possessed was not just a simple ability of healing everything. Seeing through the changes in the situation and predicting the results was another ability of his. The power of this ability was even comparable to that of a high-level computer. But it was more powerful than a computer in summarizing and seeing through the terrifying effect of cause and effect. But the level of Fang Pingchuan ability obviously had not reached the effect of being able to deduce the development of things to the extreme. So he could only stay in the Bruce country temporarily. Even now, Fang Pingchuan did not expect Chengyu betrayal, and he gave him considerable trust. From this point, it can be seen that Fang Pingchuan did not achieve the extreme of this ability. Otherwise, they would never be so passive. Being completely dominated by Allensmeister, Fang Pingchuan asked him to let Chengyu go, which was simply a bad move. Now everything was heading in the worst direction, and the despair in Wang Su's heart, which should not have appeared, gradually became stronger. What have I been doing so far? It seems that I have done everything, but it seems that I have done nothing. The feeling of powerlessness and despair intertwined in my heart, gradually condensed into a stone pressing on my throat, making Wang Su gradually breathless. What should I do next? Wang Su sighed and moved again. He caught Chengyu, who was still in the same place, as if basking in the sun, and now he had to take him away instantly. This place can no longer stay. The information about the flying silver dragon has been roughly collected. Wang Su knew that with his current ability, there was no possibility of killing the guy. It was not that he didn't want to fight. Through several probing attacks, he could easily deduce that the strength of this silver dragon should be A level, or even above A level without using Fang Pingchuan ability. Although Wang Su did not want this terrifying power to become real, it was true that another mutant creature that he could not even deal with existed in America. He could not continue to fight with it. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, it would easily kill him. This was not a joke, but a real possibility. Gone? Chengyu was quite interested in the silver dragon that was still soaring in the sky, and was even more interested in the battle between Wang Su and the dragon just now. He had never seen what Wang Su's fighting mode was like, nor had he seen with his own eyes what this A-level mutant creature was like. Now, after seeing this scene with his own eyes, Chengyu's heart was more surprised and shocked. And he also understood a truth. Even if the opponent was not the mutant bamboo, they could not deal with it at all. Nonsense! Wang Su immediately grabbed Chengyu. Go report to Fang Pingchuan. Or, go back? Chengyu suddenly laughed. After Wang Su brought him to Europe a few minutes later, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you want to say? He looked at Chengyu. He couldn't kill the young man in front of him. If possible, he really wanted to kill this human who caused extremely serious consequences at that time. At this point, this bastard boy is still talking about Fang Pingchuan. What on earth does he want to do? Nothing. I just want to tell you that the facts are completely different from what you think. That's all. The expression on Chengyu's face was half smile. Just like Alan Smeister in the Doomsday territory far north of the Tang Kingdom. You bastard. Wang Su didn't want to guess what he was going to do. I said you can't kill, but I didn't say you can't fight. He suddenly let out a long roar and condensed his fists with spiritual energy. Today, he wanted to let this bastard boy know how angry he was at the moment. If it weren't for him, how could Alan Smeister know about Fang Pingchuan's existence? And how could the entire human race slide one step closer to the abyss because of it? The fierce momentum, accompanied by strong wind pressure, rushed towards Chengyu's abdomen. Chapter 383 The Long Night is Coming. Wang Su did not use teleportation. He believed that even if he did not use this ability, with his own A-level strength, he would definitely be superior to Chengyu B-level. Even an ordinary fist could easily break his wind element barrier and beat him up. Snap! After a crisp sound, the light green barrier was easily broken by Wang Su, and then his fist hit Chengyu's abdomen hard. However, Chengyu's scream did not sound as expected. Wang Su unexpectedly found that his collar was tightly grasped by the bastard in front of him. Don't think you know everything. A-level. Chengyu threw Wang Su away, and the expression on his face changed at the same time. Wang Su was surprised to find that Chengyu had condensed dozens of layers of wind element barriers in his abdomen, which made his attack ineffective. When did Chengyu become so powerful? What did you say? Wang Su took a deep breath. Just now. He just wanted to beat Chengyu up. Even if he didn't use the ability of instant transfer, he still wanted to humiliate him. But now he found that he couldn't even do this. This is impossible. After all, there is a gap between him and Chengyu. Chengyu is B-level, and he is A-level. Even if a B-level extraordinary person can control a certain element to perfection, he is still a B-level existence. And a blow from an A-level extraordinary person can also break these elements one by one. But this did not happen. Instead, his attack became ineffective. What happened? I mean, you always think that what you know is right. Chengyu still had the half-smiley expression, which made Wang Su originally calm-hearted and patient, and a little angry. The feeling of anger that had not been felt for a long time was rekindled in his heart. And it was getting bigger and bigger. Who do you look down on? Wang Su let out a long roar, and disappeared in front of Chengyu in an instant. Then, in the air, thousands of afterimages produced by his high-speed movement even completely filled the entire sky. These afterimages maintained the same movement, and his real body also shuttled through any of these afterimages. Along with his extremely violent instant movement, thousands of afterimages also attacked Chengyu from the sky and all directions. Boom! Although Wang Su did not use his black lacquer double blades this time, he used these thousands of real afterimages to attack in a very short time, which was enough to make a B-level extraordinary person unable to resist. However, When the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Su, who was panting and even had to take off his hood, unexpectedly found that Cheng Yu was still like a mountain that stood still and did not suffer any damage at all. What? What? Why? Wang Su could not believe his eyes at all. Every attack should have hit just now. Why didn't it have any effect? No reason. Wang Su, you are too arrogant. Cheng Yu took a deep breath and took out a small gadget from his pocket. This is a spiritual energy concentration detector? The latest model? Wang Su unexpectedly found this gadget after a long time. To be honest, this thing is not very useful anymore. In this world of spiritual energy revival, this spiritual energy concentration detector started as a huge instrument, then became a portable model, and even a watch model, and finally even a very portable model. But this thing is of no use to the extraordinary people. At least it is useless to the former 9-layered sky tower in the extreme north of Tang State, and Wang Su and others. Everyone knows their own strength, and the level of the extraordinary people will not be improved with simple actions and breathing. Unless a large number of mutant creatures are killed, they can only rely on spirit stones to improve their strength. Therefore, the spiritual energy concentration detector becomes dispensable, and there is no need to take it. Wang Su is very confident in his skills. Even if the opponent is the mutant demon bamboo of the SS Demon Emperor, he dares to approach, not to mention others. So he did not carry the mausoleum concentration detector, even the most portable one. Otherwise, the previous battle with the silver dragon might not have happened at all. And now, the small black instrument in Cheng Yu's hand is undoubtedly the spiritual energy concentration detector, and the number 29,458 displayed on it clearly shows the number above, indicating that the owner of this number has the strength of an A-level extraordinary person. Yes, it is the latest model, and you should understand what the number above means. Right? Cheng Yu threw the little thing to Wang Su, and after Wang Su pressed the button, the total value of his spiritual energy concentration was also displayed on it. What? I only have 27,001. And you? No. When did you get promoted to a grade? And why is it higher than mine? Wang Su completely lost his previous calmness, as if the usually taciturn and indifferent him was fake. The anxiety and confusion he showed now have destroyed his original external performance. This is actually just a gradual process. Originally, when Wang Su had absolute power and absolute confidence, he could remain calm. He could act as abnormally calm as before, and nothing seemed to surprise him or make him sigh. After all, he always thought that he was the person who knew the most information on this planet except Allensmeister. But as long as there was something that he had no idea about, or something that he had never thought of, or even something beyond imagination, his original calmness would become chaotic, according to his own thinking. This is the manifestation of immaturity. However, this kind of immaturity caused by the loss of composure has almost never happened since he became an A-level extraordinary person. Now, after Cheng Yu's strength jumped from the B-level level, he knew to even stronger than himself. Wang Su had to be shocked, and the subsequent panic was also a manifestation of his change in his inner state. I said, there are many things you don't know. Cheng Yu seemed to have changed into a different person. Looking at Wang Su calmly, take me to Fangpingchuan, and when you get there, you will understand what is going on there. I won't take you there. Wang Su flatly refused. Because of you, the whole world has fallen into chaos. Don't you understand? Just because you told Master, that bastard, about Fangpingchuan. Cheng Yu smiled slightly. Tangua. There is a word. He walked to Wang Su's side. The night is long and hard to see, but there are always people who use themselves as torches. Whether you are a superhuman or an ordinary person, I am always a human being, and I have never forgotten the meaning of the phrase, with one person's strength, for the safety of all people. Wang Su, it is difficult to defeat Alan's master, but as long as this thread in the tangled mess is cut off, perhaps there will be a chance for everything. For this reason, informing the existence of that person is also a necessary step to get rid of Master. A strange light rose from Cheng Yu's body, and this light made Wang Su particularly dazzling. Chapter 384, The First Echelon of Land, Sea and Air, in the extreme south of Tang Country. At this moment, a giant bamboo originally here suddenly flew from here to the ocean area like a meteor. With his powerful mobility, Lin Ning can now easily move his location to any direction. This time, the place he is going to is not far away. Neon Country. This place was once the first time that humans suffered a great disaster, and was attacked by the nearly destructive tsunamis and hurricanes of Class B and Class A mutant creatures in the ocean. That time, half of the entire population was directly lost. When this happened, Lin Ning still remembered that he was still in Wanju Hailing Realm, and he even heard about the attack on Neon Country from Zheng Guodong, who led the team to attack Wanju Hailing Realm. But after that, he never had any news about Neon Country. The humans there seemed to be completely cut off from the whole world because of this. Especially after the mutant creatures in the ocean completely wiped out the Labai Kingdom. They separated this place from the entire Yalu, turning it into an absolute isolated island. At one point, he thought that the humans in this place were almost extinct, just like the Philippines or the southern part of the United States. Now, after the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things has risen to LV7, his maximum perception radius has directly reached 3,000 kilometers. After materializing everything there in his mind, he found that it was not the case at all. There are still a considerable number of humans here, and it seems that they are extremely strange to raise a group of extremely powerful mutant creatures. That's right. They really raise mutant creatures. At least from Lin Ning's current point of view, it is indeed the case. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain that there are several nearly motionless mutant creatures in each of the dozens of residential areas with hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, the level of these mutant creatures has reached the level of the third or fourth level. It really makes Lin Ning a little confused. What are they doing? Raising mutants? This is really incomprehensible. Mutants and humans should be tit for tat, and must fight to the death. They can only attack each other, or even completely destroy each other. Right? However, what the humans in Neon Country did was completely the opposite. If the mutants took the initiative to adapt, it would be easy to say. But the fact that humans could tolerate such things was so bizarre that he couldn't think it was normal. Especially after Neon Country was submerged and nearly 60 million people died. The remaining people could actually live in harmony with the mutants? What's going on? Moreover, Neon Country has even cut off contact with Tang Country and even the whole world, proving that something must have happened there. After diving into the ocean, Lin Ning also paid attention to all the changes in Tang Country. What if the fake Fong Pingchuan released a large amount of spiritual energy shielding devices into the ocean? Then it would be really difficult to get rid of it. After all, the average depth of the seabed nearby is less than 1,000 meters. And in some places, it is only a few hundred meters. But after moving once, there was no movement over there. Could it be that after the Black Bug Emperor and the Blood Evil Lord, his trump cards, were both killed, this old guy has learned to keep a low profile and become quiet? I hope so. What Lin Ning is pursuing now is a battle with some powerful mutant creatures. Not an annoying human being who is endlessly fighting because of the aura shielding device. There is really no good way to limit the aura shielding device. And Lin Ning doesn't even want to limit it. Just kill the fake Fong Pingchuan who can launch this thing. And no one will be able to force him to move along the path he designed in the deep poisoned ocean like before. However, this fake Fong Pingchuan was so cunning that since he could impersonate Fong Pingchuan, he could naturally impersonate other people. There were too many humans in Tang Country, or the world. It was too difficult for Lin Ning to find a human who could hide his spiritual energy and sense his existence. Moreover, this guy might not only be able to disguise as a human. What if he could disguise as a mutant creature? A strange beast? Or even an ordinary animal? You can't kill all the creatures in the world because of this. Right? Therefore, Lin Ning could only wait for this guy to show up next time, and kill him the next time he actively attacks him. Or, he could also look forward to those extraordinary people of human beings, and the real Fong Pingchuan. With his own strength, he almost completely made the entire human race lag behind the mutant creatures in this era of spiritual energy recovery. This is the achievement of this guy. It can be said that if human beings were extinct, what this guy did could be called innumerable. Lin Ning felt that if he were a human, he would definitely be extremely angry at this culprit, and would definitely find and eliminate him. After all, almost everything this guy did made human beings constantly fall into crazy internal circulation and endless struggles, making human beings in this era of spiritual energy recovery, originally possessing highly developed weapons. But under this guy's various conspiracies and various actions, they fell into an absolute disadvantage to mutant creatures. Whether it was the establishment of the Destiny Society, the Extraordinary Association, the 9-layered Sky Tower, and many things afterwards. Lin Ning even felt that this guy was simply a mutant creature that mutated into a human appearance, and then did all these things that were not beneficial to human beings. But think about it carefully. If there was no such thing, Lin Ning would have been completely targeted in the Wantuhai era, and an endless war would have been waged on a global scale. Right? After all, when he evolved to the second and third levels, he had not yet learned the ability to completely conceal his own aura and the aura force field shielding ability. So he leaked his powerful aura. At that time, he was actually in a very dangerous situation. According to the rules of human behavior, when a B-level mutant creature is discovered, the most extreme approach will be taken immediately, or the most powerful extraordinary people will be sent to destroy it. Just like the time in the Goganda Spirit Realm and the time in the Hemming Federation. Even that time, when Jiayu came to attack the Wantuhai Spirit Realm, he actually brought all the elites to attack together. The other approach is very simple. Nuclear bomb. It can be said that whether it was the first time he leaked a B-level aura or the later A-level aura, it would directly lead to nuclear peace. But he did not encounter any encirclement or nuclear bombing by the extraordinary people, but developed all the way to the current level of the 5th level. It is impossible to say that this fake Fang Pingchuan did not contribute to this, or it can be concluded that this guy allowed him to grow like this. After all, this guy knew the existence of this mutant bamboo from the beginning, and he acted seriously and made all kinds of troubles. In the end, he brought down the Extraordinary Association and half destroyed the 9-layered Sky Tower. Even the Destiny Association was played by him and became a toy in his hands. Thank you? Lin Ning did not have any idea of thanking this guy. In fact, if he was really completely targeted by humans at the beginning, Lin Ning was confident that even at that time, he would definitely be able to turn everything back from the heavy siege and extreme passivity. After all, he is a mutant creature with wisdom, and he likes to think more than any human. His own advantages, his own disadvantages. What will happen next? And what is the current situation? Since Lin Ning became this mutant demon bamboo, he has been thinking almost every minute and every second. The most important thing he has to do is to survive, not to lie down and let humans ride on his head. Although the fake Fang Pingchuan did create many external conditions that were conducive to his wretched development at that time, the main thing is that he has never relaxed any vigilance and has not relaxed his requirements on himself. Otherwise, Zheng Guodong alone would be enough to finish him off. Now, he has become a super powerful mutant creature of the 5th level, and can even kill the Black Insect Emperor. But Lin Ning does not think that he can relax any vigilance at this time, especially for the fake Fang Pingchuan. Lin Ning still doesn't know who he is. Even those 9 Heavens Tower, including the real Fang Pingchuan, Wang Su, and Allensmeister, don't know the true identity of this person. However, Lin Ning feels that since this guy has powerful abilities, like himself, and probably also has a system, he will definitely launch a new attack on him, because he wants to become the strongest. This is absolutely true. But before the next fierce battle with this guy, he has a lot of things to do first. One of them is to deal with the mutant creatures in Neon. The reason is naturally the evolution points that Lin Ning wants, and the rich spiritual energy of those mutant creatures. If you want to become stronger, you have to absorb more spiritual energy. This is beyond doubt. Sensing the vast Pacific Ocean, Lin Ning still did not find too many mutant creatures above the 1st level. Could it be that the real strong ones are all in the center of the Pacific Ocean? Or are they near the Meilu side? Meilu? Speaking of this place, it seems that there is a subordinate waiting for his order there. After Lin Ning deployed some Lingzhu clones, he immediately connected with the far side of Meilu through them. Master, I finally waited for your order. At this moment, the Silver Dragon Qin Chun was leading the dolphin troops to eliminate all the strange beasts near the south bank of Meilu one by one. After suddenly hearing the call of the Master Lin Ning in his consciousness, he was ecstatic. After all, what it did at this time, logically speaking, there was no much skill at all, just to simply kill those strange beasts. The excitement brought to it were not even as interesting as the previous battle with the inexplicably fast human being. However, the human disappeared inexplicably after fighting it for only a few rounds, which was quite puzzling. Qin Chun, follow the direction I pointed and come back to me. There was basically no resistance in America and Canada. The weapons that humans were proud of now seemed to be unable to cause any harm to Qin Chun, and were even simply destroyed by Qin Chun. Originally, Lin Ning thought that humans could resist for a little longer. After all, America had always used nuclear bombs before, right? But now it seems that they can't use such extreme weapons at all. Qin Shun destroyed them all directly. Well done. America was originally extremely chaotic. Before the era of spiritual energy revival, this was the base camp with the most powerful weapons owned by humans. But after the era of spiritual energy revival, this was one of the first areas to be completely razed by these technological forces. It's ironic. There are many things that weapons can do. And there are also many things that they can't do. Most of the low-level mutant creatures in the era of spiritual energy revival are still unable to resist the attack of weapons, and cannot survive under the continuous attack of humans. This can be clearly seen from the crusade against the huge spiritual realm between the Fa Kingdom and the Bulu Kingdom led by the real Fong Pingchuan not long ago. However, their weapons also have considerable limitations, including nuclear bombs. If they can be intercepted in the shortest time, there will be no threat at all. But this is only for him. After all, among all the mutant creatures known worldwide, no one can release the spiritual bamboo clones to the world like him. And each of these spiritual bamboo clones can have the ability of rebuilding the aura of all things with a radius of up to 3,000 kilometers. And the ability of spiritual energy field shielding. It can almost be said that within the scope of human beings in this world, if humans want to launch any missiles, Lin Ning can now know the time and direction of the launch from the source area, and can intercept it at a maximum distance of 2,000 kilometers. For example, the fake Fong Pingchuan launched missiles containing a large number of spiritual energy shielding devices from the Tang Kingdom before. Next time, Lin Ning can shoot them down at a very far distance, and will not be forced to change the route like last time. Lin Ning sensed that Qin Shun was swimming towards him from the southern part of the American continent at a very fast speed. Qin Shun can move at a very fast speed in the ocean, and can also fly in the air with its wings, possessing toxins that can corrode everything, and the ability to perfectly control the wind element. Qin Shun is now more than just a giant dragon. This guy can be used as an important force in various battlefields regardless of sea, land, or air. As his subordinate, this guy basically belongs to the first echelon. Now, will this guy come before I flatten Japan? Or after? Let's wait and see. Chapter 385 The Walking Dead. Sensing that Qin Shun was still a certain distance away from him, Lin Ming, who was in the ocean, lifted up a bamboo root. At the end of the bamboo root, there was a huge sphere formed by the root system. At this moment, the sphere was hollow inside, and it was Panda and Feng Xiao and the others inside. And in the sky, Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhi were also flying in the sky at the same speed as he was moving. Lin Ning's destination this time was the direction of Neon Country, and the distance from the extreme south of Tang Country to that place was actually quite far. If he wanted to take Panda and the others forward, the original long-distance movement would not be so easy to use. Although Lin Ming did fly from that place to the ocean in an instant at the beginning. Soon, the idea of his subordinates actively asking for a fight came into his consciousness. It was obvious that they did not have enough fun in the previous battle with the Black Bug King. It was understandable. After all, when the Black Insect Mother Body turned into the Black Insect King, he did not let his subordinates continue to fight, but caught them all together and let them rest well underground. The reason for this is that the Black Insect King is indeed not something they can kill. This is not to look down on Panda and Feng Xiao, but the fact is that although the Black Insect King was easily killed by him, it was also because he could kill this guy. If it were any of his subordinates, I'm afraid they would not be able to do this. After all, the Black Insect King is also level 5, and can open his eyes and grow new arms as he is attacked. And as new arms grow, the special elemental aura bombs on them. It is impossible for the subordinates to resist them. Not to mention, the elemental aura bombs are all the existence of various elements. Unless the barrier of the same element is used, it is impossible to resist it. Among all the subordinates, the only one who can use all the elemental powers is the Panda. And even this Panda cannot use the power of light and dark elements. Even if this Panda can use the light and dark elements, it still cannot skillfully transform this power into the power of the barrier. Lin Ning has long noticed that this subordinate, who is currently the most powerful, should be quite talented in attacking. It can even be said that this guy's attack power has really reached the most powerful position among all the mutant creatures he has seen. Even if this Panda can reach the level of the 5th level, then perhaps his own attack power is not as good as this guy. After all, The extremely huge spiritual energy of the body is converted through muscles. And then the air is completely disrupted by the giant fist, forming a fist wind with extremely strong attack power. And this fist wind, coupled with the extremely rich elemental power, combined with the vacuum hurricane formed by the air being cut by thousands of punches in a second, then it forms a move that is considered hellish for any opponent. Panda's advantage is here, but its weakness is also here. Panda likes to use attack instead of defense, and never considers defense. He is used to preempting the enemy, and always attacks before the enemy. This results in this guy being very easy to be targeted and restricted as long as his attack is suppressed or invalidated. This has even been verified in several battles. Although Lin Ming doesn't think there is any guy who can withstand Panda's 3 axes. No one can say for sure whether the next enemy will be a guy with physical or elemental ineffectiveness. Just like the Black Bug King. When you attack it, it can absorb the energy of the attack and use it for its own use, and finally become stronger. This is simply the natural enemy of Panda. Although he didn't know that the Black Bug King was such an opponent at first. Fortunately, he had taken Panda away at that time. If he had let Panda fight the Black Bug King directly, it would probably take less than a few seconds for the Black Bug King to grow a lot of eyes and countless arms. Lin Ming felt that after listening to his explanation, Panda also understood that it could not help at that time. But the battle was suddenly interrupted at that time, and the subordinates led by it were more eager to fight than before. Now, when he just entered the sea, the subordinates strongly hoped that their master Lin Ming would take them to a good battle. In particular, they became more restless when they heard that the master was going to Neon Country to eliminate the mutant creatures there. Master, we want to go on an expedition with you. Destroy that place called Neon Country. Feng Xiao's words were relatively more direct. And what he said was also what the other subordinates wanted to express. Fighting was what they were pursuing most now. Similarly, this was what they had to do if they wanted to become stronger. In fact, they wanted to become stronger. But there were shortcuts. Lin Ming owned Yaoqiong. If these guys relied on this thing, they could actually continuously improve their own level. Moreover, compared to fighting, it was also simpler, and it could be considered a cheating method. However, no subordinate wanted to rely on his Yaoqiong to become stronger, to make themselves more powerful. The reason was that they all had a competitive heart that was not inferior to anyone. Similarly, as powerful mutants, they also yearned for a stronger realm, and constant fighting. Fighting back and forth with powerful enemies is the shortcut that makes them feel that they can reach the strongest. Fighting also allows them to gain experience every time they encounter a powerful enemy, not from the level of realm, but more from the desire to become stronger and to survive. In this era of extreme survival of the fittest, if you want to keep getting stronger and want to survive, then fighting is the only way to maximize this possibility. Instead of relying on his Yaoqiong like a waste, sensing the burning fighting spirit of his subordinates, Lin Ming knew that this time he went to Neon Country to check the strangeness of the mutant creatures there, and put that the action of killing these mutants cannot be done without them. Although he can now say that unless it is a particularly powerful mutant, generally speaking, with his current strength, it may only take a few seconds to basically wipe out the mutants in a small broken place like Neon Country. But nothing is absolute. Who knows if the strange situation in Neon Country is due to an unknown mutant? After all, no matter how Lin Ming perceives the current situation there, he feels it is extremely strange. What if there is another mutant with strong perception power, and can shield its own spiritual energy? If he kills such a mutant, he may be able to obtain more evolution points and abundant spiritual energy. Then wouldn't it be great? At present, it seems that Lin Ming did not sense the existence of such a mutant creature. If there is one, then this thing will definitely completely block its own spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to find out. However, whether such a thing exists or not, he has to go there to know whether it is possible. At this moment, because he cannot use ultra-long distance movement, Lin Ming is using bamboo roots to move continuously on the seabed. The subordinates wrapped in the giant ball of bamboo roots are also resting at this time. They have fought with the enemy several times since then. This thought, even if the spiritual energy is not exhausted because of the supplement of Yaoqiong. But the mental fatigue is not a joke. Lin Ming does not want to tire out his lovely subordinates, and he has to see how they make trouble in the territory of Neon Country. His idea is also very simple. If there is really only a demon king of the A level, that is, a third level opponent, let the subordinates fight by themselves. and he will go to the vast Pacific Ocean to find unknown enemies. But if there is a guy who can hide his own spiritual energy, then he will make good use of him to improve his level. After the 5th level, there are still the 6th level, the 7th level, and so on. The 5th level is definitely not the top number. Lin Ning thinks that he should be able to reach the 9th level to be really close. Right? Although he is basically invincible on this blue planet at the 5th level. There is no if. What if the system has a 9th level? Wouldn't it beat him? This won't work. Thinking of this, Lin Ning continued to move forward. At the same time, he did not forget his subordinates in the Bear Country. The subordinates led by Feng Ji were still waiting for his orders there. Without any action, Lin Ning felt that the Tang Country might not be a very safe place for them. After all, with that fake Feng Pingchuan, it was unknown what tricks he would use next. Although the Black Bug King was killed by him, no one could guarantee whether the fake Feng Pingchuan would bring out new black bugs. And black bugs can completely shield elemental attacks. But those subordinates can't do anything about this feature. They are all good at elemental types, but they are completely powerless against non-elemental ones. In view of this, Lin Ning felt that it would be better to let them continue to stay in the Bear Country. Moreover, it is not completely safe there. After all, the Bear Country is not a small place. Although there are not so many cities, the vast area of the land it owns determines that there are probably many creatures there. More creatures means that there may be more mutant creatures. At that time, didn't they encounter a large number of strange beasts in the wetland area? Although it may be that they were just guards released there by Alexandra of the Fate Society. But with the characteristics of strange beasts, these guys will always chase after spiritual mutant creatures or human things. Who knows? Maybe strange beasts have already flooded somewhere in the Bear Country that he cannot sense now. Lin Ning felt that these subordinates, who stayed in the Bear Country, could also help him explore the vast Bear Country through fighting. Master, we understand. Feng Ji was quite excited. After knowing that several brothers have grown from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and then to the 4th level, Feng Ji was a little anxious. It didn't want to always maintain its current combat power and never be able to move forward. It also wanted to be like Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, and become a lone wolf king. And the rest of its companions thought the same thing. After receiving the new order, this group of fighting maniacs directly scattered, kept a certain distance, and began to patrol the entire Bear Country. After Lin Ning did all this, he sensed it again. Qin Chun, this guy, has actually walked 1/3 of the way? So fast! Lin Ning didn't expect that now this great general of the sea, army and air force can now make full use of his own advantages to soar and swim in and above this extremely vast Pacific Ocean. And the speed is quite amazing. It can even be said that it almost surpassed all other subordinates and really reached a strongest level. Panda is attack, and Qin Chun is speed. They have all become the strongest among his subordinates. After sensing it again, he realized that Qin Chun had actually reached the level of level 9 of the 3rd stage. This was before the belief evolved. If it really reached the 4th stage and then evolved again, will this guy become another super killer after Panda? The future is promising. Lin Ning increased his speed. The bamboo roots moved forward and backward in the seawater at the same time. Ignoring the strong resistance of the seawater, Lin Ning quickly sensed the location of an archipelago. And this archipelago, surprisingly, had some humans. Humans? Are they on this small island far away from the land? This place has indeed not reached the several large islands of Neon Country, but it has already reached the vicinity. Lin Ning found that even so, the humans here, like the humans on the large island, are in harmony with several mutant creatures. Sensing these worm-like mutant creatures and materializing their physical bodies in his mind, Lin Ning soon found something wrong. What on earth is this mutant creature? A worm? No matter how Lin Ning looked at it, this thing that looked like a giant parasite tapeworm felt wrong. Each of them lived in a pond or lake on each island, and outside these ponds or lakes were full of human residences. And these humans seemed to be speechless. None of them made any sound, and none of them had various behaviors or movements like normal humans. They either went to the forest to cut down trees, or took baskets and searched for shells or non-mutated marine creatures on the beach, or picked wild fruits and flowers. But none of them, like normal humans, had language ability or normal behavior ability. In Lin Ning's view, their physical bodies were like zombies. What happened? Could it be that? Lin Ning suddenly had a terrifying hypothesis. These mutant creatures that look like parasitic tapeworms magnified hundreds of thousands of times. Could it be that they are mutant creatures transformed from parasites? And these humans are the corpses controlled by this thing? Chapter 386 Sea of Insects. Lin Ning didn't react at first. His idea was quite bold. After all the mutant creatures he had encountered or sensed before were basically animals. Birds, aquatic creatures, insects, etc., which had absorbed spiritual energy and then continuously upgraded their levels. But, in this situation, he had to rebuild his previously solidified ideas from the ground up. The huge things in these small lakes or ponds, which looked like tapeworms magnified tens of thousands of times, did emit spiritual energy of about the second level. They were indeed the mutant creatures he had sensed before. If the judgment was correct, these things were really some things that were originally parasites. After absorbing spiritual energy, they became disgusting mutant creatures. Parasitic mutant creatures were okay. Lin Ning suddenly felt a great sense of disgust, which suddenly filled his mind. Parasites. They are even more unacceptable to him than those mutants of insects. Moreover, if these parasites can live harmoniously with those humans, then it means one thing, which is almost certain. Especially when Lin Ning sensed the humans who were like zombies. He felt this way even more. These people were parasitized. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be so. After sensing those human manifestations that could not speak at all and did not have normal human bodies, and finding that they had been mechanically repeating some things, Lin Ning felt that this guess should be almost correct. This parasite mutant creature, using its own ability, should infect these humans with parasites, and at the same time control the parasites on these humans to completely change these humans' thinking and behavior patterns, making them become their true hosts. What a terrifying and disgusting way of survival. Lin Ning really didn't expect that there was such a mutant creature on this blue planet. He carefully sensed those humans again, and found that there was indeed a very small amount of spiritual energy in their heads and abdomens. And these spiritual energies should be what the larvae of parasites controlled by those parasites transmit. Right? Lin Ning sensed in the direction of Neon Country again. He found that the mutant creatures he sensed before also had almost the same shape, and almost all of them lived in some small ponds or lakes. And the third-level monster, although it didn't look like the other second-level standard parasites at all, and even looked like an alien, it was undoubtedly exactly the same as these parasites. Then, it seems understandable that the humans in Neon Country should have been completely parasitized and controlled by these parasitic mutant creatures. So they completely cut off all contact with humans in other places? Lin Ning is not completely sure now. But basically, he thinks it should be like this. The human country completely destroyed by parasitic mutant creatures. Speaking of which, it's really the first one. Lin Ning thought that when he came here, he might accidentally clean up all the people in Neon Country when attacking those mutant creatures. But what he didn't expect was that his idea seemed to have no way to be realized. These humans have been dealt with by these parasitic mutants. It's really a bit disappointing. However, it has nothing to do with those humans. At this moment, Lin Ning already wanted his subordinates to take action. Kill all the parasitic mutants in this archipelago, since they have never extinguished the passionate emotional flames of wanting to fight. Then let them completely eliminate the parasitic mutants in this archipelago. Thinking of this, Lin Ning also controlled the bamboo root ball, and used other bamboo roots to pull all his subordinates out of it, and put them on different islands. Master, it's attacking. The flame wolf Yen Lu had just reached the shore, and the master Lin Ning bamboo root released it, and immediately found that a group of humans were rushing towards it with strange cries. Burn everything on this island. Lin Ning gave orders to his eager subordinates. Although killing ordinary humans would not bring any spiritual energy, and would not have any meaning, the humans on these islands could no longer be called humans. After being inhabited by parasites and becoming their nests and puppets, and even having their heads eaten up, these humans might be more appropriately called the Walking Dead. It's better to call it yes. Master, Yen Lu roared. And suddenly he and the surrounding area of several meters burst into scorching flames. On other islands, the thunder, venom, wind blades, etc. continued to destroy the zombies and the parasitic mutants in the ponds or lakes. Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin did not follow to attack, and the white rat Shuya also stayed with them. Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin did not attack because of these second-level mutants, and there was no need for them to attack. And the white rat Shuya was because there was no place for it here. Master, I can't feel the presence of any rats. It's really... Shuya was a little frustrated. It is indeed powerful. And it can control thousands or even tens of thousands of rats or mutant rats and let them serve it. However, the flaws are also obvious. That is, if you encounter an opponent who cannot be broken even if the number of rats or mutant rats is piled up, this trick will be useless. Just like the black bug encountered before. Its ability will be completely useless. And the mice controlled by it will become the food of the black bug, which will strengthen the enemy's strength. Now this situation also makes it completely unable to use its own ability. After all, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Not to mention that there are no mice for Shuya to control. So its ability is useless. Is your ability just this? Lin Ning is very clear about the strength of this subordinate's ability. It's not that he has not seen the record of Shuya controlling the rats and easily destroying the impregnable city of Xiaohu City, which is full of spiritual energy shielding devices. However, he is also very clear about the bottleneck that this white rat subordinate, who has reached the second level, is facing now. Without mice, Shuya cannot exert his strength, and the enemy that cannot be shaken by the number of rats will also lose its ability. Master, Shuya wanted to shake his head, but he knew that his lack of strength had become his biggest weakness at present. It knew that it was surrounded by companions of extremely high levels and strength. It had joined the group not too long ago, but its strength was ranked last among all the others. Moreover, in terms of intelligence, it also found that it was being slowly caught up, or even surpassed. It felt extremely frustrated. It, which already had highly evolved intelligence, also had this complex emotion. Lin Ning suddenly put it on an island. Shuya, prove that I don't have a useless subordinate. Now! Lin Ning knew that he had to force this little guy once. Unlike other subordinates, Shuya's ability itself was extremely special. But this did not mean that it could hesitate because of this. He did not need incompetent people among his subordinates. If an unimaginable battle really happened, and the subordinates had to participate in these battles, then subordinates like Shuya would be the first to be eliminated. Lin Ning did not want this to happen. But he also knew that in order to cross this threshold, he had to let these subordinates like Shuya break through this bottleneck and confinement by themselves, instead of relying on the assistance and help of his master. Otherwise, he could not move forward at all. If it really didn't work, then this era of spiritual energy revival would give Shuya a repeatedly marginalized status, and a moment of luck and self-pity would be enough to kill him. This island happened to be the only one left without any subordinates because Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin didn't go there before. And here, like other inhabited islands, there are also a large number of zombies controlled by parasites in it. This happened to be the most suitable test field for Shuya. If it can show some strength and pass this test, then Lin Ning will naturally be very happy. But if it can't, then Shuya will completely lose all his status in the group of subordinates that he has always valued. Maybe, in the future, he can only go to Chiefing Mountain or Wantuhai Spirit Realm to guard. Master! Master! Compared to the huge size of his companions, Shuya, who seemed too small, was also ready. It knew very well what it should do. Although it had always used the ability of Piper on mice, it seemed that this ability could only be used on mice. But in fact, this ability can control any mutant creature weaker than itself. And the closer the mutant creature is to its own level, the harder it is to control it. On the contrary, if the level is lower, it is easier to control, and the number is greater. However, from the information that the master had revealed to it before, the only thing to be eliminated on this island is actually the only second-level mutant creature, a giant parasite in a small lake located in a human settlement area. If it runs over alone, it doesn't even need the parasite. These zombies alone will be able to prevent it from moving forward. But what if you control these zombies? Shuya's ability is actually similar to the ability of long-distance mental control. Even if the heads of these zombies are eaten by the parasites, it can still completely control them. Master, please see. Even I can be active on the battlefield. The little mouse Shuya instantly rushed into the humans who had discovered it and attacked it. At the same time, it immediately used its ability. Suddenly, almost all the zombies on the island seemed to be petrified and completely motionless. And this huge number of nearly 30,000 suddenly changed direction and went directly to the small lake in the center of the island. Very good. Next, Shuya discovered something. If this huge parasitic monster is really strong, it is impossible for it to stay in the small lake in the center of the island. it should follow the flow of the ocean and invade farther away. However, even those zombies it controlled did not dare to step into the seawater. This proves that the weakness of this huge parasite can be various elements or the seawater itself. Shuya's intelligence allows it to fully analyze various situations and intelligence in the battle to provide assistance for the battle itself. Its combat quality is even more sophisticated and strategic than Panda and others. Therefore, almost instantly after entering the battlefield, it already knew what to do. After controlling those zombies, the white mouse Shuya did not approach them. After all, according to the master, these guys who look like humans have actually been controlled by a mutant creature called a parasite. And their bodies are also full of these things. Shuya knew that what it had to do next was to control these zombies, and let them drag the huge parasite mutant creature out of the water, and then throw it into the sea. It didn't take long for all the zombies on this not-so-big island to gather around the small lake. And their number really surprised Shuya. Next, Shuya knew that it was time for a good show. Tens of thousands of zombies entered the small lake together. And in an instant, they completely filled it up. And almost at the moment when they poured into the lake, almost all the lake water was squeezed out by those zombies. Shuya knew that this was not the end. It was at the lakeside, and saw that the huge strange worm had been caught and lifted up by many zombies it controlled. Later, it found that the guy actually spit out countless white things at its location. Larvae? Shuya had expected this move. And it also found that an unimaginable number of small worms crawled out of the mouths, eyes, and other places of the zombies. These worms, under the command of the giant worm, have gathered into a stream. They gathered into a river again. They rushed towards it as if they would never stop. And those zombies fell to the ground one by one, like corpses. However, Shuya didn't care about it at all. Since he could control the larger zombies, it was even easier to control small insects like this. It used its ability instantly. And at the same time, the river of insects rushing towards it also reversed the river course instantly, and rushed towards the giant insect instead. Countless small insects lifted up the giant insect again, and flowed straight to the sea like a river. As the giant insect continued to struggle, the small insects also followed Shuya's control to subdue it. Not long after, the small insects brought the giant insect to the seaside, and together with it, they became a mass of lifeless things in the seawater. Chapter 387 Hidden Abilities. In the vast Pacific Ocean, giant waves hit the dozen islands scattered like pearls in the vast ocean. And above them, there were constant explosions or various lights shining. Strange and disgusting roars were heard from time to time. Lin Ning sensed that the lives of the parasitic mutants on the archipelago disappeared one by one. And at the same time, he was also sighing at the strength of his subordinates. In particular, the ability of the white rat Shuya made Lin Ning look up to it. Although it can't be like the panda, or the wind wolf Feng Xiao, who has a strong destructive power, and it doesn't have the superb elemental control ability like Yan Lu or Lei Ji. But the white rat Shuya can be said to be the one who knows his own abilities best among all the subordinates, and is also the one who can exert his abilities to the greatest extent. Just now, this little guy did this completely, using his own ability of the Piper. The white rat Shuya controlled the humans whose brains were completely destroyed by the parasites, and made them collectively go to the small lake where the parasites were, forcing the guy to use his real ability. Afterwards, facing the powerful ability released by this parasite mutant creature of the second level, Shuya also used his ability to send this guy into the seawater. Lin Ning had never even considered why these parasite mutant creatures were afraid of seawater. After all, according to his way of thinking, he would just cut these things into pieces or use flames, lightning or toxins to turn them into ashes or pus. He would not consider seawater or not. But think about it carefully. It is true. These parasite mutant creatures actually have a big problem. In the vast ocean, how did they come to these small islands and completely puppet those humans and turn them into zombies? And, not only that, they are afraid of seawater. Lin Ning had not thought about this question before. These parasitic mutants, even if they have reached the second level, are afraid of seawater, so they can only hide in the ponds or small lakes between the islands. Otherwise, they would have crossed the ocean and spread their existence all over the blue planet. However, the parasitic mutant killed by the white mouse Shuya just now made an extremely ugly scream after just contacting the seawater, and quickly died of dehydration, almost in less than a few seconds. It can be seen how much these things are afraid of the ocean. And if this is the case, it would be strange There are so many islands. How can they reproduce and spread across every island? They are obviously afraid of seawater. But they can still occupy so many islands far apart? Birds? There are no birds on the ocean. It seems that it has been like this since the era of spiritual energy recovery. Like Qiying, Xuejin, and the other four. They may be the mutant birds flying over the ocean for the first time in this era of spiritual energy recovery. The rest were eaten up by crazy mutant marine creatures not long after the spiritual energy was revived. In fact, Lin Ming knew this when he sensed the various intelligence and knowledge obtained from humans. However, at this time, the other possibility that these insects appeared on so many islands was completely eliminated. There was no bird spread, and there were no human ships. Then how did these parasitic mutants grow to the same height and be distributed among these dozens of islands? Even exist on several large islands in Neon Country? Since they are so afraid of seawater. But they exist strangely on the islands. It really makes Lin Ming feel puzzled. Parasitic mutants. This kind of thing is really a mutant creature that is beyond Lin Ming's imagination. Their way of survival even makes Lin Ming feel strange. They actually parasitized a large number of young in the bodies of those already living humans, and relied on those humans to seek various foods with energy, and then waited for these humans to finish eating mechanically, and then reabsorb the worms in the bodies of those things that had become zombies. The cycle repeats, maintaining everything in balance. Only by doing this, and then using those humans as their tools, and the existence of absorbing survival nutrients. Lin Ming sensed those humans. After the parasites were completely destroyed, their lives also disappeared at the same time. Yes, it is normal. If the brains were eaten up, and almost the entire body was occupied, and these parasites were destroyed, they could still survive. It would be a strange thing. These humans, who were originally zombies, have now completely fallen into silence. Just like these islands. After the parasitic mutants have been eliminated, Lin Ming had indeed discovered before that on these islands. As long as there are such parasitic mutants, there is no animal other than humans on any of them. The reason, Lin Ming thinks, should be that these parasites control humans and then absorb them as energy. Now, whether it is parasites or humans who have become zombies, there is no movement anymore. These islands have also become dead silent again, while using bamboo branches to take his subordinates back to the bamboo root ball one by one. Lin Ming is also thinking about a problem. The situation on the Neon Country is actually no different from that on these small islands. A large number of parasitic mutants exist in all the natural waters of those large islands. Is it the same there as these small islands? With all humans controlled by these parasites? And not even a single normal human being? At this moment, Lin Ming used his ability to reconstruct the aura of all things to sense in that direction. After carefully materializing everything in Neon Country in his mind, he also carefully analyzed every mutant creature on it, humans and parasites, and even all other creatures on it. But he immediately discovered that it seemed that apart from the unimaginable number of parasitic mutant creatures and the same zombies as on this island, he really didn't sense anything more. All destroyed? Lin Ming was quite surprised. However, when sensing a huge city, he also found that there was a place that occupied nearly 1/3 of the city's area that he could not sense. The darkness there made Lin Ming feel familiar. Aura shielding device? Lin Ming sensed it again. And it seemed that it was really this kind of thing. In this world, the only thing that can invalidate his perception power is the aura shielding device. And the fact that there is an aura shielding device here means that there are humans inside? It seems that there is one more reason for him to go there. Originally, Lin Ming just wanted to hunt enemies and gain evolution points. After all, after he continuously upgraded his level, to be honest, there were not many evolution points left. There are not many powerful enemies on the land. Lin Ming was surprised to find that there are so many beings that can be killed on the island of Neon Country. Wait, something is wrong. What's going on? Lin Ming just realized that there are so many second and third level mutant creatures in Neon Country. But humans in other countries have no reaction. In space, the flying aura detection satellite is broken. This is wrong. It's too wrong. Lin Ming now feels that there must be something wrong somewhere. Otherwise, this kind of thing can't happen like this. Humans will never tolerate that after these parasitic mutants have reached the level of B or even A. They still don't care about them at all. Let alone nuclear bombs. And don't even have a little reaction? How is this possible? In addition to not responding to him in time, Humans have reacted violently to almost all the mutants they can detect with spiritual energy detection satellites. And almost every time, they even use powerful weapons such as nuclear bombs. But the parasites on the Japanese side have not received such treatment at all. Why? Conspiracy? Or, wait, if that's the case, there is another possibility. His bamboo root connected to the spiritual bamboo clone on the Tang side. And immediately, he once again sensed all the mutants that could be sensed in this Tang country. As he continued to exclude some unimportant things one by one, he also excluded almost all ordinary people among humans. After eliminating some low-level mutant creatures, he suddenly sensed that in the south and west of Tang State, even near the Wantohai spirit realm where he had been, and the underground near Xingyuan City, there were suddenly hundreds of large and small things. These things kept shuttling back and forth in the wide area underground. Lin Ning could clearly sense their spiritual energy and the level of their spiritual energy concentration. This is blood evil. Blood evil. This thing should not be able to sense spiritual energy at all. After all, one of its abilities is to completely hide its own spiritual energy. The blood evil, like the Ice Emperor Basha, the corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the Black Insect Mother, the fake Fong Pingchuan, and himself, all have the same ability to completely hide their own spiritual energy concentration. Before, I couldn't sense their spiritual energy no matter what. But now, I can sense it? What happened? Lin Ning was confused. He looked at his attribute panel again and found that it was still the same as before, without any changes. But strangely, he could sense the spiritual energy of the blood demons that were just big potatoes in the past. Could it be that after improving the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things, he gained a hidden ability like Spirit Bamboo Clone? Hidden ability. Hidden ability that can hide from the system. Lin Ning felt that it seemed that there would be something interesting to watch next. He could sense that among the hundreds of blood demons in the Tang Kingdom, there were several that had reached the 3rd level, and the most powerful one among them had a very fat body, like the previous blood demon master. And this guy also had the strength of nearly the 5th level. It seems that he has found it. These opponents who were originally in the dark and completely concealed their spiritual energy concentration. After sensing their existence, Lin Ning now understood that he might never encounter such a thing as the Ice Emperor Tyrant and the corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, where he could only get information about their level by killing them. It seemed that he had obtained a very powerful ability. In this way, no matter where he went in the future, even in the deep sea, he would definitely be able to sense the existence of any enemy. This is equivalent to saying that he would not have any unknown enemies in the future. Lin Ning came back to his senses and sensed the mutant creatures of the parasites again. Now, he finally understood that these 2nd and 3rd level mutant creatures, even though they were so many all over the Neon Country, did not attract the attention of humans and were not attacked at all. The reason was that they were exactly the same as other high-level mutant creatures, and the aura detection satellite could not detect their aura at all. Otherwise, they would have been evaporated by nuclear bombs along with the entire Neon Country. After understanding this, Lin Ning also made adjustments to his strategy this time. Since the opponent is like the Ice Emperor Basha, it is very likely that they are mutant creatures with a system. So this time, he must catch the strongest one among them and ask about the system. Otherwise, all his guesses are really just guesses, whether it is the so-called system conspiracy theory or something else. If it cannot be further verified, then next time, it can only be guessed like this. Lin Ning only needs to catch the strongest one. That is, a 3rd level parasitic mutant creature covered by the aura shielding device in the city in the center of Neon Country. As for the others, let the subordinates play freely. On these islands, each of them has completed the task excellently. And next, they will continue this state well. However, for a reason, he does not want to catch the king first. Even if this 3rd level guy is caught and killed, the others will not disappear. This is certain. Just like the blood evil, each one is the main body, and each one can evolve into the master of the blood evil one step further. If the largest one is eliminated alone, the remaining individuals will become the new blood demon lord again. And with the rebirth of the blood demon lord, it will also replicate more blood demons and blood demons, unless all of them are eliminated. Otherwise, this kind of thing will continue to happen. Continuously. Before, Lin Ning had no idea how many blood demons and blood demons there were. But now with this hidden ability, They can no longer escape into the invisible like before. So, now Lin Ming decided to catch all these parasitic mutants in one fell swoop. This seawater happens to be the most suitable barrier to hinder these disgusting guys. And it can also allow Lin Ming to completely eliminate them in this battle. This time, just treat it as a preview of eliminating those blood demons later. Chapter 388 Deadly Poison. In the heavily guarded Bruce Congress. In the combat command room, Fong Pingchuan has completely turned this place into his own office. Since being rescued from the depths of the underground by Wang Su and sent here, Fong Pingchuan has indeed spent most of his time here. After tidying up the two thick piles of documents in his hand, he raised his arm to check the time. And at this moment, the pile of documents in front of him was suddenly swept away by a gust of wind. Then, Wang Su and Cheng Yu appeared in front of him. Oh! You came very quickly. How about the plan? When Wang Su saw Fong Pingchuan saying this to Cheng Yu, he instantly understood that what Cheng Yu said before was not false. Fong Pingchuan. Did he really have a plan with Cheng Yu? And Cheng Yu was not the bastard he thought he was, who deliberately leaked all the information to Allensmeister and betrayed the man who was the light of humanity. Wait. Why? Why didn't Fong Pingchuan tell him about this? But only Cheng Yu did it. If Cheng Yu could do this, couldn't he do it as well? Wang Su couldn't understand it. And he also felt that he didn't seem to be that important. Originally, he also wanted to do something earth-shattering for the whole of humanity. But now, Wang Su, don't be discouraged. Fong Pingchuan's steady voice sounded, interrupting Wang Su's self-pity. You? What did you say? I did it for your... I know. Wang Su, you did a very good job. But I was a little willful in this matter. Please forgive me. The blue light in Fong Pingchuan's hand bloomed. And this ball of blue light completely enveloped Cheng Yu and Wang Su. And then quickly dissipated. You mean? Wang Su, whose fatigue disappeared and whose wounds from the battle with the silver dragon gradually healed, looked at Cheng Yu blankly at this moment. And then looked at Fong Pingchuan again. It seemed that many things that he was completely unaware of had happened. Blame me. Cheng Yu felt the refreshing feeling on his body and took a deep breath. Wang Su, this matter is indeed me. No, it's my willfulness. I put the last hope of the entire human race on this young man with a demon in his heart. You can blame me as much as you want, but I will never regret doing this. Fong Pingchuan sat down again, took a deep breath, and smiled a little. Heart? Demon in the heart? Wang Su still looked confused. But when it came to this word, isn't that what Cheng Yu had always said? Supernormals are supreme? This guy was influenced by the fake Fong Pingchuan before. And after being treated cruelly by that bastard and the language of that bastard, he had the idea that there was absolutely no possibility of coexistence between supernormals and ordinary people. At the same time, he even thought that the extraordinary people were stronger and nobler than ordinary people. And he wanted to build a world with only extraordinary people. This was exactly the same as the purpose of the extreme organization Destiny Society. Wang Su thought at that time that Cheng Yu would become the successor of the will of Destiny Society, and the most dangerous human being in the world. After Cheng Yu told Allensmeister about the existence of the real Fong Pingchuan, his feeling reached its peak. The world and the future of mankind have become more chaotic because of Cheng Yu, and are one step closer to the abyss. That's right. But you won. Cheng Yu smiled embarrassedly. Sure enough. My simple mind is easily influenced by others. If it weren't for your teachings and the fact that I saw so many things clearly after completing the task you had assigned to me, I might still be obsessed and unable to figure it out. But now I understand that extraordinary people and ordinary people are the same. They are all human beings. Even if the so-called extraordinary world is established, that world may make me more disgusted than it is now. Now? Are you saying that you have given up your original idea? Wang Su stared at Cheng Yu and asked. Yes. That idea is really stupid. Cheng Yu shook his head. It's too stupid. No matter if it's a supernatural being or an ordinary person, neither of them can survive in this era of spiritual revival. Only by uniting together can we find a hopeful path for human beings to survive in this apocalypse. Fong Pingchuan also nodded. I don't understand what you were saying. What happened here? Why do I feel like a fool? Wang Su sighed. He felt that he and Cheng Yu had exchanged heads. He now knew nothing, while Cheng Yu was like the original him who knew everything. How did you get your grade? Now, Wang Su felt that he had countless unknowns. Spirit stones? That's all. When you went to fight the silver dragon, I absorbed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Although the nuclear bomb explosion prevented us from getting close to that place. My ability to control the wind element is not worse than yours. It is not too difficult to get those spirit stones from deep underground. It is also because Lord Fong Pingchuan said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although this is a line from an old movie, this sentence is applicable to extraordinary people like us at any time. With the power of one person. For the safety of all people. I used to like to say this sentence, but I didn't really understand it. Now, although I understand a little, I still do too little. However, bringing you here today can be regarded as the first step I took to truly understand this sentence. Chung Yu at this time was completely different from the previous one. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Wang Su was silent. This sentence was also the sentence Fong Pingchuan said when he woke him up. At that time, he was still a bastard who was only interested in profit and liked to measure everything with money. He saved the real Fong Pingchuan. But he was just a bastard who wanted to take him to Alan's Meister to collect the information bounty. But Fong Pingchuan cured his old injury and told him the meaning of this sentence. As a superhuman, what he should do is not to protect himself in this doomsday, but to use his own abilities in the most correct place. For his own selfish interests. He ignored the catastrophe of the entire human race. And the power of this voice was just a false place. Later, for the sake of the entire human race, for Fong Pingchuan, the light of mankind, he did so many things. Now, Chung Yu's words also gave him a new understanding of this sentence. But what is this? Why is only Chung Yu aware of this? Wang Su took a deep breath. It seems that there is a big plan between Fong Pingchuan and Chung Yu. Or it can be said that this is a bet by Fong Pingchuan. Fong Pingchuan placed the hope of the entire human race on this young Chung Yu. Moreover, they succeeded. He didn't even know what this was, or how it went. But the result seemed to be that Chung Yu was now standing in front of him as a successor of hope with an A-level aura that was even stronger than his own. The whole thing sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. All I did was to let the confused Chung Yu complete a task. Specifically, it was to see how impossible it was for him to have a world with only extraordinary people. Fong Pingchuan took a sip of strong tea. I've said it a long time ago, or told you a long time ago, that there must be that kind of guy in the original 9-layered sky tower with so many people. Wang Su was getting more and more confused. What was he talking about? That kind of guy. Wait, what he was talking about was, it may be a little complicated to explain, but it's actually very simple. Chung Yu also sat down. That's why I told the Lensma about the real Fong Pingchuan being here. Wang Su sighed. Can you not be around the bush when you talk? It's the same as not saying anything at all. Okay. Reorganize your words. Fong Pingchuan laughed. You little guy. You are easily anxious. I'm going to ask you a question now. Wang Su. Think about it carefully. How did Alan's Meister, the Death Merchant, tell you that those 9-layered towers were in the Daikingshan spiritual realm? And you found them accurately? Wang Su thought for a while. He said that the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. No. At that time, Xing Yu said that the old man surnamed Tian had always turned on the ability to hide spiritual energy. Cold sweat suddenly slid down his forehead. Yes, it was impossible for them to accurately find Xing Yu and his friends while turning on the ability to hide spiritual energy. But according to the address provided by Alan's Meister, he still found this group of people easily. In those 9 heavens towers. Are there people who have been in contact with Master? Wang Su felt that he really knew nothing. In fact, Alan's Master did not lie. He did find you through the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite. What? Wait, didn't you just say? Fong Pingchuan words confused Wang Su again. Use this. Chung Yu took out a small black block from his pocket. There was a string of Yingwen characters on the thing. I got it from that person. This is... Wang Su's heart skipped a beat. Spiritual energy shielding device. Wait, could it be that someone is holding this thing, making Mr. Tian ability completely unusable? Yes, that's right. That's why he could easily let the Death Merchant know the location of the entire 9-layer tower. Fong Pingchuan sighed. No one would have thought that among the extraordinary people, there would be people who could collude with Master, the Death Merchant, for their own interests. Chung Yu listened and nodded, but he immediately shook his head. Before, I thought that only the extraordinary people might be better, and there would not be any dirty things that would happen between ordinary people. I also thought that the extraordinary people had powerful strength and were much stronger than ordinary people no matter where they were. But the existence of this person, as well as the original extraordinary people of the Destiny Society, and the fake Fong Pingchuan himself, all made me realize how naive and stupid this idea is. After Cheng Yu finished speaking, he sighed heavily. Wang Su was the same. Who could have thought that there is such a person? However, even so, can Cheng Yu tell Master about Fong Pingchuan existence? You may wonder why Cheng Yu told Master about my experience in the Brew Country. This doesn't make sense, right? But if you think about who is the biggest threat among the original Nine Heavens Tower personnel, and who is most likely to get all kinds of information, this question is obviously easy to figure out. Cheng Yu deliberately emphasized the words, most likely to get all kinds of information. Wang Su was stunned. Who is the biggest threat? Whether it is Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, or Fei Jun, each of them is an A-level transcendent. Any one of these people can be as powerful as 100. Xingyu, who can attack, defend, and assist with MOD strong control. Zheng Guodong, who can instantly destroy the enemy by manipulating hundreds of huge fire dragons with flames growing out of himself. Fei Jun, who can maximize the power of his weapons while moving at medium and short distances. Each of them has strong strength. Moreover, they all have their own strengths in various aspects, and the three of them work together without any flaws. Even if he were to become an enemy of the three, there would be no possibility of winning easily. But among these three people, would there be someone who colluded with Allensmeister alone and even forced Cheng Yu to reveal the information about Fong Pingchuan in the Bulu country? No. No matter which one. It is absolutely impossible. Although it is true that he brought these three people to the real Fong Pingchuan. And except for the three of them, if Cheng Yu and him are excluded, there is no sixth person who knows that the real Fong Pingchuan is in this Bulu country. Could it be that he is really among these three people? Wait, did Cheng Yu just say, it is easiest to get all kinds of information? If it is easiest to get all kinds of information among those three people. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill ran through him from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. There is another person who knows that Fong Pingchuan is in this Bulu country. And this person can even know more things. Lu Feishu. After Wang Su said this name, his head couldn't help but buzz. He took a step back, and even breathing became difficult. Lu Feishu. Lu Feishu. This little character, who always seemed unimportant, has always been there. His ability, in short, is simple and crude. Telepathic perception. As long as it is something that humans think and imagine, this person can use this somewhat disgusting ability to read it. And there is no possibility of defense at all. Yes, it is this Xiao Liuzi, the bastard around us, who is completely ignored but extremely dangerous. Cheng Yu nodded. He can read our thoughts. Of course he knows that the real Fong Pingchuan is here. Or even that this person has long known that the real Fong Pingchuan is here. Wang Su, after you brought Alan's master to us, this Lu Feishu immediately read everything about you, and found an opportunity to tell Master. And when the few of us were still foolishly pretending that nothing happened in front of Master, Master knew everything. Cheng Yu stomped the ground fiercely. Venomous snake. Right next to us. Who could have thought of this? Chapter 389, The Road of Thorns. No one had ever thought that the real danger was lurking around them from the beginning. After Cheng Yu found evidence that Lu Feishu and Allensmeister had been in contact with each other under Fong Pingchuan's strategy, he finally understood how ridiculous it was that he had even thought it was the truth. Allensmeister is indeed the end point of all intelligence. In addition to Wang Su, who was not loyal to him at all, the other person who told him that he could never reveal it was Lu Feishu. Lu Feishu was a spy planted by Allensmeister in the Nine Heavens Tower a long time ago. The ability he possesses, telepathy, can read the thoughts and voices in any human mind. It sounds incredible, and even everyone thinks it is too outrageous. But Lu Feishu's ability is this kind of very powerful ability, and it is also enough to make anyone afraid. When used on the enemy, this ability can make companions feel quite at ease. But as an enemy, this ability is simply a demon. No one can resist the erosion of this ability. And Lu Feishu can also use this ability to explore any secrets and intelligence he wants to know. In the past, as companions, everyone trusted each other unconditionally. So no one was on guard against Lu Feishu. After all, Lu Feishu and they have experienced too much together, and they have escaped from Shangjing together. It is even possible that if it were not for this person, they might not be able to escape from there smoothly. However, if you think about it now, they were calculated from the beginning. Cheng Yu never thought that after he came back from Fong Pingchuan and entered the Doomsday territory, he secretly found the aura shielding device from Lu Feishu and was shocked and puzzled, and was afraid of it again and again. But the fact is that Lu Feishu is not one of them at all. From the beginning, he was chasing Alan's Meister dog to maximize his own interests. At that time, Lu Feishu put the aura shielding device on Mr. Tian and activated it, which also made the entire team of the original 9-layered Heaven Tower in the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm known to Master. This was naturally the result that Master had deliberately wanted to achieve. When Wang Su brought him to the front of the original 9-layered Heaven Tower, all the secrets that Wang Su knew were also completely known by Lu Feishu at that moment. It was also at that time that Alan's Master, the Terminator of Intelligence, knew that Fong Pingchuan in Shangjing City was a fake and all the things that the fake had done. At the same time, he also knew that the real Fong Pingchuan had been rescued by Wang Su and was still a B-level extraordinary person, lurking in the Bulu country at this moment. After Cheng Yu was brought to Fong Pingchuan by Wang Su, he also accepted the secret mission given to him by Fong Pingchuan. At that time, Fong Pingchuan just told him to see with his own eyes how impossible it was that he only wanted the future of the extraordinary. At that time, Cheng Yu had sneered at this. After all, the idea of a traitor in the Nine Heavens Tower was simply outrageous. But at that time, he was actually very shaken by the so-called new will that he had insisted on. The fake Fong Pingchuan who made him think of inheriting the will of the Fate Society was actually a transcendent, which almost made his now seemingly naive idea become extremely stupid. When transcendents become bad, they are much more excessive than ordinary people. After discovering that Lu Feishu was indeed the traitor in the entire team as Fong Pingchuan said, he was deeply shocked and immediately calmed down and responded immediately. According to Fong Pingchuan other task, he told Alan's Master about Fong Pingchuan location and some other related things. In this way, Cheng Yu personality before the transformation, that is, the identity of a rebellious transcendent, can be used to increase Master's trust in him. As for the method of dealing with Lu Feishu, it is actually very simple. Since he can read people's thoughts and ideas, if he deliberately thinks about some false things as if they are real, then it will be easy to counter this person's ability. However, in order to be safe and minimize the impact of any possible changes, Cheng Yu did not tell anyone about this matter, even Xing Yu and the others. So that's it. After Wang Su understood all the causes and consequences, he finally understood why all this happened. The whole world is a mess, and we humans are still madly involuntarily. This is not normal at all. Fong Pingchuan sighed and looked at Wang Su. Alan's Meister is the most twisted one in this extremely deformed world. For his own benefit, he disregarded the lives of all mankind and did everything to become the master of this world. You know this best? Yes. In order to control me, he almost sacrificed the lives of the entire human race. But my ability allowed him to push the fate of the entire human race to the darkest part of the abyss. It's so ironic. Wang Su suddenly felt that all his strength seemed to be drained away. Cheng Yu patted Wang Su on the shoulder. Don't be like a soft noodle. The matter is not over yet. And neither are we. Although the information was revealed to them, Master could not do much. And he did not know that Lu Feishu affairs had been known to us. Next, we have a lot of things to do. You better stand up straight. Don't lie down. Like an A-level extraordinary person. Wang Su put on his hood. Ah. Who are you ordering? Playing with air. I know what to do. Although he said so, Wang Su was still very grateful for the encouragement of this young man, who was much younger than himself. Next, they have to do a lot of difficult things. It can be said that their performance determines whether mankind will continue to slide into the abyss of extinction of despair, or whether it can open up a difficult but hopeful road in this apocalypse of spiritual revival. Haha. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, you have to remember what to do when we see Lu Feishu after we go back. Cheng Yu reminded Wang Su again. I know. Just think what I think is true. Wang Su was still a little angry. He was the last one to know about this among the most critical people in the whole thing. However, because of this, what he has to face is probably more difficult than Fong Pingchuan and Cheng Yu. It takes time to pull out the thread that makes the whole ball of thread even more chaotic in this mess. But this time is worth waiting for us. Fong Pingchuan stood up and looked at the huge screen. What was playing on it was a huge deep pit photographed by the reconnaissance plane. In the deep pit, a group of wonderful red dots emitted a strange light. But then, with flashes of light, mushroom clouds instantly rose in the deep pit. We can't do much. But it doesn't mean it's unimportant. Whether it's against those mutant creatures or against humans, who are even more difficult to deal with than mutant creatures. Fong Pingchuan smiled. His back was covered by the shining light on the big screen. Chapter 390 Seoul. Bazo Island. The rugged and numerous mountains divide the land on this not-so-large island into countless gullies. The winding and complex coastline outlines its complex terrain, while completely isolating those humans and parasitic mutant creatures. At this moment, Lin Ning felt the warmth of the first ray of sunlight shining on the sea. And at the same time, he lifted the bamboo root ball to a cliff on the shore. On it, 4 giant birds spread their wings and made a loud cry. Chiang, Xuejin, Majia, Shuyu. The 4 of you. Lead your companions to the road I command. What Lin Ning wants is a quick battle. Bazo Island. An island with many mountainous areas, countless large and small freshwater lakes, and even a forest that almost covers the entire territory, is actually not much smaller than the entire spiritual realm of Shushi on the other side of Wantuhai. Although Lin Ning could jump directly from the southernmost tip of Bazo Island to the northernmost tip, and even fly further, but there is no doubt that he would not be able to kill the thousands of B-level parasite mutants on the island. The number of subordinates who followed him was not large. Moreover, Panda the Panda, Feng Xiao the Wind Wolf, and Feng Yin obviously did not want to take action. Although they were very eager to fight, they did not want to fight against these opponents, who would not give them any sense of accomplishment even if they were killed. After all, each of these parasite mutants was only at the 2nd level, and Panda and the other 3 had already reached the 4th level, and they did not look down on these bugs at all. The level difference was really big, and even if they were killed, there would not be much sense of accomplishment. It would be better to let companions with lower levels do this. Yes, Master. In an instant, the 4 giant birds each took their companions to the places that Lin Ning had already marked. Although he still didn't understand how these parasitic mutants that were afraid of seawater could get to the island hundreds of kilometers away from here. But there was no doubt that he had to lead his subordinates to completely eliminate all these parasitic mutants, big and small, leaving no one behind. The reason was that these bugs, like the previous Ice Emperor Basha, all had the ability to evaluate their own spiritual energy and sense the existence of spiritual energy. And these 2 abilities seemed to only appear in mutants with systems. Although this was still Lin Ming's guess, it was basically close. However, in addition to the Ice Emperor Basha, the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the Blood Evil Lord, and this parasitic mutant that he encountered successively seemed to be the type that allowed themselves to emit countless clones. Every clone must be completely eliminated. Otherwise, even if they left only one individual, they would return to the same state as before after a period of time. Just like before, when fighting the Black Bug King and the Blood Evil Lord, Lin Ning did kill all the Black Bug mother bodies. But after the Blood Evil Lord was killed by Panda, he thought that this guy was also completely killed. But after this reconstruction of the aura of all things, ability was upgraded to level 7. It gained the ability to hide, allowing him to completely see those guys who would hide their own spiritual energy. And because of this ability, he was able to sense the blood evils that were completely unseen under the Tang Kingdom, and also knew that there were so many parasitic mutant creatures above the Neon Kingdom. But, speaking of this, has the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom been completely destroyed? If even one mycelium survived, it would completely turn into something as huge as before. Right? Lin Ning remembered the huge mushroom with a radius of 100 kilometers that he had killed before, and still felt a little uneasy. Really, even if there was even one mycelium left, it would probably turn into that huge mushroom again. Right? Lin Ning immediately connected to the Lingzhu clone. Anyway, he didn't want to kill the parasites around here himself. Why not take advantage of this moment to see the movements of everything he could sense? Whether it was his subordinates, mutants, or those restless humans. Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, you 3 can move freely. After Lin Ning gave the order to his 3 subordinates, he found that they were motionless. What's going on? Master, Panda spoke first. Are there any bamboos here? Lin Ning was stunned. Bamboo? Damn. I forgot about this. I forgot that Panda couldn't live without bamboo. He immediately sensed it, and found that there was a bamboo forest growing near the foot of a volcano, about 200 kilometers away from here. There were quite a few bamboos. Go in the direction I said. There is food suitable for you. Lin Ming watched Panda disappear with a puff of smoke, and felt that this guy was really troublesome. He couldn't let this guy eat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry about food. But, speaking of which, if Panda was hungry, Master, we also want some food. The two Wolf Kings asked Lin Ming. Originally, Lin Ming wanted to tell these two guys to get whatever they wanted, but suddenly found that it seemed impossible. In Lin Ming's perception, not only this Bazo Island, but also the 4 major islands of Neon Country. All kinds of normal animals and normal humans are no longer alive. In other words, if Feng Xiao and the others want to eat meat, it seems that they can only choose to eat those parasitic mutant creatures. Otherwise, they can only rely on his Yaoqiong. You should eat Yaoqiong. Lin Ming felt that these guys would definitely not be able to accept those disgusting things that were just magnified tens of thousands of times, and full of parasite larvae. Stretching out the bamboo branch containing Yaoqiong, Lin Ming also found this problem, which seemed to be not easy to solve. After all, although Yaoqiong can replenish spiritual energy, eliminate fatigue, suppress the evil spirit created by the soul pill, and even turn bones into flesh and blood, and bring the dead back to life. But this thing is not full. It can't be used as food at all. And it can't provide food energy at all. This is actually very embarrassing. In fact, it's not that Lin Ming hasn't thought about this. Any area where the subordinates were before had a lot of mutant creatures. Those mutant creatures can provide them with a source of food. Now, except for Panda, Dushan and Baichi, none of the other subordinates are vegetarians. And on the 4 major islands of Neon, the only 2 things that can be considered meat are those humans who are already like zombies. And the others are parasitic mutant creatures and their larvae. They are definitely not edible. Lin Ming now feels that he seems to have to change his original plan. Instead of letting the subordinates attack everywhere. Why not? Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, you guys kill 10 enemies each as fast as you can. Understand? Yes. Master, we request to increase this number 10-fold. The 2 Wolf Kings naturally dared not disobey the order, although their strength was enough to easily kill those second-order mutant parasites. They really looked down on that kind of enemy. But since it was the Master's order, there was no one who would not obey. The 2 Wolf Kings asked for orders to go out, and they disappeared from Lin Ming's sight in an instant. Lin Ming heard the huge vibrations and explosions from all over the place, and knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Originally, he wanted to lead his subordinates to push forward all the way, starting from this Bazhou Island, to Lugu Island, Binzhou Island and Nanhilu Island, and kill all the bugs. Not a single one left. But now, it seems that time must be accelerated. Otherwise, it would be too cheap to lead the subordinates to fight and consider their food problem. After all, Yaoqiong had no way to continue to upgrade and evolve. Otherwise, Lin Ming felt that there would definitely be a use for full stomach. Thinking of this, Lin Ming instantly used the bamboo root and found that Panda had actually run nearly half the distance to the bamboo field in just 10 minutes. Then, let's catch this thing, and then take it and run directly to the A-level mutant parasite. However, at this moment, suddenly, a series of strong earthquakes began to come from the volcanic area, and more violent vibrations radiated outward from the center of the crater. Boom! The fiery red magma ball erupted from the huge crater like a cannonball, and the more violent magma rain also poured down. Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered that the magma balls and magma rain coming out of the crater were heading straight for him. What the hell? Lin Ming just thought that this was just an ordinary, common volcanic eruption that he happened to catch. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. What happened? Lin Ming immediately sensed it, and found that deep underground in the crater, there was a strange, extremely huge insect-like thing that was constantly using its own spiritual energy to continuously erupt the magma into the air. Is this an insect? Lin Ming couldn't believe that there were creatures that could live in magma. And why was it an insect again? However, from the powerful spiritual energy conveyed by this insect, it can be judged that the concentration of its spiritual energy has even reached the level of about the 4th level and 8th level. Weird. Why didn't I notice this thing before? Could it be that I have been focusing on those small lakes or ponds? Weird. However, regardless of whether it is a bug or not, How come Neon has two kinds of monsters that can completely hide their own spiritual energy? While Lin Ming sighed, he also responded immediately. Lava rain or something? Do you look down on me? Lin Ming bamboo root simply waved. And those hot red magma rains were easily shattered and destroyed by the strong storm composed of countless explosive storms in the air. As for the huge magma shell with a radius of nearly several kilometers, Lin Ming felt that he had to choose one of the two new abilities to kill it. And by the way, test the energy of this ability to what extent. One of these two abilities is called Million Explosion Bamboo Sword C, which is the ultimate ability obtained by evolving the basically unused rock-breaking bamboo whip twice. The other one is called the Absolute Prison Crazy Song Dragon Crying Formation, which is also the ultimate ability guessed by evolving twice from another ability he never used, Dragon Strangling. These two abilities have a lot in common now. They are all abilities he never used. And it is not an exaggeration to say that they are extremely useless abilities. Whether it is the original rock-breaking bamboo whip or the Dragon Strangling, there are more other abilities that can completely replace them, or even greatly surpass them. After all, the mutants or extraordinary beings that can kill him do not exist at all. The original attack range of the rock-breaking bamboo whip is only a few kilometers, which is nothing at all. Even if it uses bamboo roots to grow bamboo branches again to use this move, its destructive power is too weak compared to the dark element attack or bean sprout cracking head attack. The same is true for the Dragon Strangling. It is hard to imagine where this thing can be used. Another point is that these two abilities are the final abilities he obtained after wasting a lot of evolution points to upgrade and evolve twice. Lin Ming still couldn't know how powerful these two abilities would be. But from the names of these two abilities, Lin Ming had already felt the existence of a deep middle school power. Million Exploding Bamboo Sword C or Absolute Prison Crazy Song Dragon Crying Formation. They all sounded like the names of moves that could only appear in an animation. Right? When he got these two abilities, there were no strong enemies around, and Lin Ming couldn't even experiment with them. Now, isn't this a good opportunity? Lin Ming activated his spiritual energy and instantly transformed all his thoughts into energy. The lava shells that were several kilometers in size were falling at a very fast speed in the air at this time, and the roars they emitted could be heard even hundreds of kilometers away. It came at the right time. Lin Ming finally chose Million Exploding Bamboo Sword C as a countermeasure to this thing. An Absolute Prison Crazy Song Dragon Crying Formation should also be fired directly into the crater. At the same time. Yes. At the same time. In an instant. With a flash of extremely dazzling white light. Suddenly, in the sky above Lin Ming, tens of kilometers in radius, countless light swords appeared. These shining swords were undoubtedly his bamboo branches. Lin Ming could see that there were countless bamboo joints on them, and the shape was like a sword. And the next second, these bamboo swords were swung at the same time, and the huge magma shells in the air also turned into nothingness at the same time. On the other side, above the volcano, a bamboo root gradually became extremely large, and its shape gradually changed like a giant dragon. And in an instant, this bamboo dragon suddenly replicated into hundreds of them, and rushed into the magma of the volcano at a very fast speed. After a short period of calm, the huge volcano that was violently active suddenly erupted with a muffled sound. Then, suddenly, the entire mountain collapsed completely, and the magma inside also splashed everywhere. In the billowing smoke, the violent explosion gradually evolved into an extremely terrifying roar. And the fourth-level monster insect that could even withstand the heat of the magma did not even have a chance to fight back, and was completely turned into ashes along with the volcano. Chapter 391 Accelerated Destruction. Panda the panda never thought that the huge volcano not far in front of him suddenly began to roar. It was a little frightened, and after the extremely strong vibration and roar, the volcano actually broke apart with a loud bang. I did it. Panda didn't expect that after entering the fourth level, he would have such a new ability. However, after a short time, he saw hundreds of bamboo roots, like dragons rushing out of the volcano again, and understood. It's not that he has become awesome, nor is it because he has new abilities. It's that the Master Lin Ming has become stronger, and has new abilities. However, the Master seems to have completely forgotten that he is still on this road. After the volcano collapsed, it would definitely be hit by a huge amount of rocks. Panda looked at the boulders that fell from the sky like a rainstorm, and instantly condensed his spiritual energy on his arms. Hot rocks. Use hot fists to smash them. Panda suddenly leaped up from the middle of the mountains, And at the same time, the flames on his arms also burned high. Burning bullet fist. After it roared, countless red after images of fists flashed in the air like a peacock spreading its tail. Lin Ning really forgot about this guy. Just now, he was too fascinated by testing his ability. Or rather, he wanted to know how powerful his new ability was. So he couldn't wait to use these 2 second-year abilities. And successfully shattered a huge volcano. Moreover, not only this volcano, but also the never-seen insects inside, and dozens of nearby mountains, were all turned into ruins by this move. Jiuyu Quanga Lung Kwai Formation. Even these waves of vibrations completely destroyed hundreds of kilometers of terrain. After sensing it, Panda used his ability to easily escape from danger. But the bamboos he wanted to eat were unexpectedly not destroyed. This guy is still quite lucky. Looking at the other subordinates, none of them suffered any degree of damage. Not bad. But Lin Ning also found that the parasitic mutant creatures that he had sensed before seemed to be completely killed in this attack. There were almost 100 of them. However, Lin Ning also found that the insects that died because of being buried by the rocks were not counted in his killing range. The system lack of any movement was proof of this. Ding! You killed the 4th level 8 Magma Centipede King and obtained 91,200 evolution points. Oh wow! This is good. You actually earned nearly 100,000 points. It was easy to get. By the way, the last time I shattered an entire mountain range was in the Alp Mountains in Europe. That time, I did completely shatter that famous mountain. But no one expected that there were so many spirit stones there. Otherwise, Lin Ning would not have paid attention to that thing at all. And, speaking of it, why would spirit stones exist in large quantities in the mountains? At that time, Lin Ning had no idea. But now that he knew that spirit stones were similar to the type of things called or veins, he now understood that there were many things he didn't know about it. Those spirit stones may have belonged to someone. Now that I think about it, I never thought there would be so many stored there. Another place where a large number of spirit stones were obtained was Olive City in Tang State. After the battle in Qincheng City, when Lin Ning sent many of his subordinates to attack various large cities in Tang State, he accidentally discovered that Olive City actually had an unimaginable number of spirit stones. Although Bai Qi led his team to wipe out the place later, the doubts did remain. At the beginning, Lin Ning thought that the spirit stones in Olive City should be the things left by the fake Fong Pingchuan. That huge amount of spirit stones could not have been stored in a short period of time. But if Fong Pingchuan was faked, all the mined spirit stones could be simply placed in one place. Just like the large amount of soul pills received in Xingyuan City before. Only the fake Fong Pingchuan could store so many in a short period of time. But those spirit stones in the Al Mountains obviously could not be the things of the fake Fong Pingchuan. So, who did those spirit stones belong to? Besides, Lin Ning was a little worried about the previous matter of the corrupted emperor poisonous mushroom. If Panda hadn't interrupted his train of thought, he would have already investigated everything. Lin Ning temporarily stopped his activities. He felt it necessary to sort out the current situation. Parasites and the like. Easy. I deal with the situation later, and then take them away in one go. Let the subordinates continue now, so that he can take this opportunity to take a good look at what is happening in the world. Now, except for the Pacific Ocean and the extreme south and north of the Blue Star, as well as the extreme north and extreme east of the Bear Country, he has basically traveled to every corner of the Blue Star. And the Lingzhu clone has completely covered this wide area. The perception of up to 3,000 kilometers in radius is already quite powerful. Now, with the addition of the countless Lingzhu clones, it can be said that almost half of the Blue Star has been completely monitored by him. Except for some huge cities covered by spiritual energy shielding devices. Basically nothing can stop him. On several pieces of land, almost all humans are under his perception. And among these humans, there are also many existences that deserve his attention. But before that, go and sense the Feilu that he cares about very much. In the rainforest spirit realm in the center of Feilu, he had killed a huge mushroom monster there. Its name is Corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. At the beginning, the huge mushroom was still a few hundred meters high red mushrooms. But the white body that fought desperately in the end was a terrifying creature with a radius of 100 kilometers. Although Lin Ning could fully sense everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers at that time, he did not want any clones of Corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom to remain. But at that time, He did not have the ability to see through the shielding spiritual energy that he has now. And he could not sense all the spores and mushroom clones of corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. At that time, he thought he had destroyed all the mushroom clones there. But now he saw that the Blood Demon Lord, as well as countless blood demons and blood demons were destroyed. But there were still many left. So, he now felt that maybe this corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom had not been completely destroyed by him. When he thought of this, he completely connected himself with the Lingju clone. Next, what needs to be done is... Wait! Nuclear bomb? Humanity actually sent a bunch of nuclear bombs to the huge pit left by the poisonous mushroom in the central area of Filipino land? What's going on? Lin Ning was very surprised. It shouldn't be that serious. Isn't it just a huge pit? From the outside, it's just a huge pit. It's not that serious to bombard a pit with a nuclear bomb. After sensing the high temperature there that has not yet dissipated, and the huge mushroom cloud from the nuclear bomb, Lin Ning was also puzzled by the confusing behavior of humans. However, he soon discovered why the human side did this. They did it for no reason. There are countless red mushrooms there, some of which have reached a diameter of tens of meters. These mushrooms have begun to constantly escape from the bottom of the pit, avoiding the high temperature while looking for everything around them that can parasitize. Even the remaining giant trees are not spared and have become a hotbed for their reproduction. Yes, mushrooms are supposed to parasitize on rotten and dead plants. The crabs that supported them before were just one of their tools. Lin Ning sensed everything and completely understood why humans dropped nuclear bombs there again. And it's not just that place. Now these mushrooms are beginning to spread all over the Philippine land area. Whether it's above ground or underground, their spores are constantly eating away at everything there. Not only did they not completely kill them, but they became more arrogant? How can this be possible? Lin Ning knew that he had to go back and finish it properly. After spending a lot of time to kill the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom and gaining evolution points, I thought I could completely wipe out this disgusting mushroom monster from this blue planet. Now that this thing is revived, it must be completely eliminated. If you are not careful, you will regret it in the future. The threat of these mushroom mycelium should not affect Yalu in a short time. Although there are many of them, killing them is something that Lin Ning wants or not. After all, he is not afraid of more Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushrooms. Speaking of which, nuclear bombs. Who could release the nuclear bomb? Without a doubt, the real Fang Pingchuan. This guy's courage is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. It can even be said that this guy can truly be regarded as the existence of the light of humanity. One of the powers possessed by this human is the wonderful light blue light, which can instantly heal the wounds and fatigue of humans within a certain range. This is in contrast to his Yaoqiong functions are very similar. However, another power of Fang Pingchuan is quite strange. It can integrate all clues, separate the true from the false, predict the opponent's next move, and even deduce the occurrence of events with a high accuracy rate. This ability seems very ordinary, but it is actually extremely dangerous and powerful. If this guy is a subordinate, then Lin Ning doesn't even have to do anything himself. And it's no problem to let this guy lead his companions to quickly suppress the blue star completely. But as an opponent, this guy is definitely a powerful threat. Kill him? Lin Ning actually didn't have too much of such impulse. After all, even if this guy is so powerful, can't he even handle his own affairs on the human side? The real Fang Pingchuan can only hide in the country of the Blue Clan, while the fake one is swaggering in Shangjing. Unless this guy solves the fake one, he is just a light spot for now. To become a light, he needs to work harder. But Lin Ning won't give this guy any chance. Humans, after all, are just ants under him. The most powerful weapon they currently have, nuclear weapons, cannot pose any threat to him at all. If his main body is really destroyed, there will be more Lingju clones to become new main bodies. Not to mention that they cannot destroy him at all. Nuclear weapons also have a range, within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. It is probably impossible to get close to him. And the other weapon humans have, the extraordinary, is not worth any attention at present. After all, isn't it just those four? Lin Ning can now recite the names of these four people, and their whereabouts are naturally clear. Xingyu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun are at the edge of the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, while Wang Su and Chengyu, 2A level, are at Fang Pingchuan in the Bulu country. Wait, Chengyu A level? Shit. When did it happen? Lin Ning finally found something that surprised him. After all, wasn't Cheng Yu just B-level before? How did he suddenly become A-level? Even the spiritual energy level has reached the peak of A-level. It is only a step away from S-level. It is much more powerful than Wang Su, the strongest transcendent next to him. Has anything happened to this guy? However, from the conversations between Cheng Yu, Wang Su, and Fang Pingchuan, he seemed to understand that these people seem to be trying to solve the endless mess among humans. Alas, if they have this time, they can do something else. Lin Ning couldn't keep up with the brain circuits of these humans. If it were him, he wouldn't worry too much. Just rush up and kill the most dangerous Allensmeister. As for what this guy threatens humans, there is no need to consider it. Although Lin Ning has never paid much attention to humans, he is still very clear that they are now in a crazy internal roll among themselves. What can we do with this spirit? Unite? Let all humans work together, and then use the greatest effort to show him, the most evil mutant creature in the entire blue planet, how much potential humans have. Is it not possible to do this? Although, in a short period of time, this era of spiritual energy recovery has caused humans to lose nearly 1/3 of their population, almost forcing them to leave their original homes and wander to safer places. Even when these safe places are completely unsafe, humans have been forced to the end of the world, and they can still be so inward-looking instead of abandoning prejudices and differences to cooperate, which is really amazing. Ugly. Or, they are really sad. When he was a human, Lin Ning was not unaware of the meaning of the sentence people cannot understand each other. But he also knew that people are really tenacious. Otherwise, they would not have stood out among countless creatures and completely dominated this blue planet before the era of spiritual energy recovery. Constant fighting has brought humanity to that position. But such fighting has also accelerated humanity's own demise. Today's internal circulation is a microcosm of this. What interests? What you fight for? At this moment when the end of the world has arrived, it doesn't even count. Don't you understand? Chapter 392 Meaningless Existence. There are already 5 A-level extraordinary people on Blue Star. This is another great progress of mankind. And these 5 people are all assistants of the real Fang Pingchuan. Fang Pingchuan, the light of mankind, now has some hope of making the light spot bigger after borrowing their power. But this is just a little hope. If Allensmeister and the fake Fang Pingchuan are not eliminated, this so-called light of mankind will always be just a light spot. And these 2 people, no matter which one, are existences that cannot be easily dealt with by them. Although Allensmeister is an ordinary person, he has a weapon that can threaten the entire human race with the ability that no extraordinary person can do anything to him. The fake Fang Pingchuan had no idea where he was. He was still lurking in Shengjing City, which was covered with layers of aura shielding devices. He might even be in the most central part of Tang State, posing as Fang Pingchuan, to gather strength. Even though Lin Ning now had a hidden ability that could see through the aura of mutant creatures with aura shielding abilities that he could not perceive, he still could not perceive the specific appearance of the things in the aura shielding device. If he were to deal with it himself, Lin Ning felt that the fake Fang Pingchuan who could disguise himself as anyone would be more difficult. As for Alan's master, it was very simple. What happened to humans was meaningless to him. Master destroyed half of humanity by himself? Please do as you please. I am a mutant demon bamboo. What does it have to do with me about humans? After killing Master, Lin Ning would not consider the so-called consequences. But those humans had to consider it. So, they could not do anything to this ordinary person. As for the fake Fang Pingchuan, these humans were also unable to do anything to him. The reason was that this guy was hiding in Shengjing City, and the aura shielding device prevented him from being disturbed by these A-level extraordinary people. After all, the fundamental function of the aura shielding device was to invalidate the aura. On the other hand, it didn't matter how many A-level extraordinary people there were on the human side. In fact, it didn't matter to him how many A-level extraordinary people there were. In fact, it didn't make much difference to him from ordinary extraordinary people. Even if these 5 people were promoted to S-level at the same time, they would only be S-level. Any one of the Panda, the Wind Wolf Feng Xiao, and Feng Yen could be selected to kill them all in an instant. Even, they might not be allowed to get close, and they would not be given a chance to attack. Before, Panda had fought with Wang Su. At that time, it was only the 2nd level, that is, B level, and it had fought back and forth with Wang Su of A level. if Shui Yuan hadn't disobeyed his orders and asked Feng Xiao to take it back to save Panda, who didn't need to be saved at all. Therefore, Wang Su, who had seized the opportunity, easily cut off his head, but unfortunately was killed. And that time, if Shui Yuan had not intervened, Panda would have been able to escape unscathed. At that time, Wang Su could not do anything to the Panda in the battle between Panda and him. Although Panda could not defeat him, he could also defend against any attack of this guy. At that time, Panda was still a second-order B-level mutant creature, and he tied with Wang Su, an A-level extraordinary person who was not much different from now, and even slightly won. This also shows that even a B-level mutant creature has the strength to fight against an A-level extraordinary person. Now, Panda is far from the B-level mutant creature in the past. It has now become a terrifying demon king of S-level. That is, the 4th level. If Wang Su fights Panda again with his current strength, then there is no doubt that this guy will be beaten into a pulp in the first second. And what kind of pulp he will be beaten into depends on Panda's mood. Panda's punch wind of thousands of times a second can easily create an extremely terrifying energy storm, even if Wang Su moves in front of it in an instant. If he does not get away within a second, the strongest A-level extraordinary person will fall in an instant, not to mention the remaining 4. Although Cheng-Yu's spiritual energy concentration is stronger than Wang Su, in actual combat, Lin Ning feels that there is still a lot of difference in level between them. Wang Su can use the powerful ability of instant movement to easily approach the opponent for offensive strategies, and can also use this ability to defend, cover or get away. Cheng-Yu power is to use air to make air bombs, or to distort the air to create whirlpools or hurricanes. His speed and strength are simply not comparable to Panda's strength and speed. He can only be on par with Wang Su. The other 3, whether it is the attack, defense and speed of Xingyu ink droplets, the control power of Zheng Guodong flames that has reached the extreme, or Fei Jun ability to move in a short distance and strengthen the power of weapons, they are simply not comparable to those 2. Naturally, they are not qualified to be opponents with Panda the Panda. The 5 A-level extraordinary people on the human side assist Feng Pingchuan, who is called the light of mankind. How big a splash can they make? Lin Ming has no interest at all. First, raise the level to S level. At that time, Lin Ning thinks that he may be able to find time to kill them. Although, the spiritual energy and evolution points obtained by killing an S-level extraordinary person may not be as much as killing an A-level mutant creature. Lin Ning sensed the human side again, and after finding that there was not much worth noting, he sensed the situation of each subordinate who was not around. The elemental warriors led by Feng Ji, who had stayed near the Bear Country before, are now dispersed and advancing towards the Bear Country and the vast spiritual realm nearby. Their mission is to continuously improve their own levels as much as possible, and strive to shorten the gap with Panda, who is basically lagging behind the first echelon. The method is naturally to fight. In the spiritual realm, the most numerous creatures are various mutant creatures with powerful strength, through one-on-one or one-on-many battles. While improving the level, you can also gain more real and fruitful combat experience. This is also the most fundamental reason why Lin Ming's subordinates are so powerful. Although some subordinates have entered the place beyond his perception range and have no idea what they are like, Lin Ming feels that these subordinates will definitely give him a surprise in the future. After seeing these subordinates, Lin Ming also sensed the subordinates in the Wantohai spiritual realm, the Kaifenshan spiritual realm, and the subordinates who moved from the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm to the vicinity of the original Xingyuan city. Previously, in order to keep these subordinates with lower levels away from the battlefield as much as possible, or to prevent them from being wiped out by the fake Feng Pingchuan because of being too concentrated, Lin Ning had them dispersed directly in the vast spiritual realm. However, their mission is not just avoiding, but to try to improve their own spiritual energy concentration and continuously improve their levels when it is not favorable for them, or when they should not appear. However, compared with going directly to the vast frozen land, wetlands and swamps in the eastern part of the Bear Country, which has more mutant creatures and is more extensive, the speed of improving the levels of these subordinates in various small spiritual realms will be relatively much slower. But this is not the reason for their continued weakness. Although they are basically subordinates of the 3rd and 4th echelons, they have great potential. Later, after taking the entire blue star into his hands, these subordinates will become the ruling power he needs in various regions of the blue star. However, in order to become the power he needs, They must have the corresponding strength. Thinking of this, Lin Ming also gave them an order. My subordinates, if you can't continue to become stronger, then it will be meaningless for me to keep you. These subordinates with relatively low levels suddenly received the orders of their master Lin Ming in their consciousness. And they also panicked at the same time. Indeed, they are the weakest group of their master Lin Ming subordinates. And there is already a big gap between them and the top companions. They are quite clear about this. In several battles, these subordinates were always protected and always avoided the battle. Although they also wanted to fight against powerful enemies, they also wanted to fight bravely under the command of their master Lin Ming, and wanted to strengthen their own level to a more terrifying degree in the continuous battles. However, every time they encountered an enemy, it was too powerful. Whether it was the black insect mother body, the aura shielding device, or the nuclear bomb of the human side, they were all unable to deal with it. Despite this, none of these subordinates, who have been following their master Lin Ming, want to continue like this, or want to hesitate like this. They all have the desire to move forward, and the will to become the most valuable fighting force that the master needs. Lin Ming also knows this, and he just wants to emphasize this point. Let these subordinates understand again that he has not forgotten them, nor has he ignored them. As important helpers when he will rule this world in the future, their existence is crucial. As a leader, Lin Ming does not need to be meticulous. He needs to do the important things, not the trivial things. Blue Star is so big. He has too many big things to do. And those small things also rely on these subordinates. After the inspection, Lin Ming turned his sights back to the territory of Neon Country. When he was busy inspecting just now, most of the mutant parasites on the 8 Weeks Island were eliminated in a short time. These guys are good. Lin Ming expressed satisfaction. At the same time, his bamboo roots quickly scattered those parasites. Just destroying their main body does not mean that they are completely destroyed, unless the larvae are destroyed together. Otherwise, the mutant parasites will be endless and can't be killed at all. And the method of killing these larvae is actually not too difficult. Larvae exist in two places. One is the mother worms in those freshwater lakes. This kind of larvae will generally be destroyed as soon as the mother worms are destroyed. The other kind exists in the bodies of the walking dead gathered near freshwater lakes or small ponds. These are more troublesome, unless the air is cut and compressed with elemental power or strong wind pressure to create a large-scale impact energy. These waves of larvae that surge out because the main body is destroyed can be completely destroyed. Although most of his subordinates do have strong elemental power or some similar large-scale impact power. But this does not mean that they are all such powerful mutants. Moreover, they are not like him, who has the ability to sense mutants with spiritual energy. Therefore, they cannot completely eliminate all the larvae. At this time, it is also Lin Ming time to appear. His root system has completely covered the bottom of the entire Bezo Island. And these bamboo roots that spread wildly like black dragons quickly marked and covered everything on this huge island. Next, the crazy bamboo roots completely turned the island into pure black. And his subordinates were also caught and placed in a safe area. Afterwards, Lin Ming immediately used the ability he had just learned and used only once. A sea of millions of bamboo swords. As the white light covering the entire Bezo Island suddenly shone, countless hurricanes suddenly blew up. And the terrifying number of bamboo swords that cut through the entire Bezo Island, with more crazy dancing, completely cut everything on the Bezo Island into pieces. The huge smoke and dust spread everywhere. But Lin Ming did not stop here. The entire underground of Neon was shaking more violently at this moment, and it also resounded through the sky. It seems that the power of this sea of millions of bamboo swords is really too great. Ding! You killed the first level parasite larvae and gained 1 evolution point. Ding! You killed. Wow! These larvae also have evolution points. Although there is only 1. The huge number has completely made up for this point. And the evolution points have accumulated to a huge number of 70,000. This is okay. A pile of sand makes a tower, and a needle does not poke. At this moment, in Lin Ming perception, the embodiment of Lugu Island, Binzhou Island, and Nanhu Road Island. He also had more ideas in his mind. Spiritual force field shielding, and reconstruction of the aura of all things. The ability, Lin Ming wants to further strengthen them, and the necessary to strengthen them is those evolution points. Why not kill everything in this Neon country? At this moment, Lin Ming had a new idea, and he immediately put this idea into practice. In an instant, Neon was destroyed. Chapter 393 Destruction. The thousands of bamboo roots that were enough to cover the sky and the sun also carried out a devastating blow to all the islands of Neon Country in an instant. The Bazho Island where his body was located, as well as the other three major giant islands of Neon, Lugwa Island, Binjo Island and Nanhilu Island. All the living things on them were instantly completely covered by those bamboo roots and suffered unimaginable crazy attacks. The result is obvious. Not only those parasitic mutant creatures and the larvae in their bodies, but also the humans in the larvae nests, who had become zombies, were completely turned into ashes under Lin Ming attack. Ding! You killed a second-level first-level crazy parasite and obtained 910 evolution points. Ding! You. This time, the system felt like it was going to become something like a repeater, constantly reminding Lin Ming that he had obtained a considerable number of evolution points. At this moment, almost all the creatures on the four major islands of Neon Country and the countless small islands around them were destroyed. The intensive attack of Lin Ming bamboo roots also caused a lot of smoke and dust. After the dust gradually dissipated, Lin Ming also saw this place that had been almost completely destroyed. The parasitic mutants had basically been completely wiped out from the entire land. The continuous system prompts also made the number of evolution points on Lin Ming attribute panel soar again and again. Originally, he wanted to train his subordinates, let them release their fighting desires to their heart's content, and let them try their best to show their strength. But at this moment, Lin Ming didn't want to wait like this. There were more important things waiting for him to do, and the upgrade and evolution of his subordinates were not urgent. Kill the mutants in this archipelago as soon as possible, and then turn around and completely eliminate the blood evil and the corrupt emperor poisonous mushroom. Now, in this battle, he has already upgraded his level to the level of level 5 of the 5th stage. This is not slow. It was only recently that he was upgraded to the 5th stage. Although most of these parasitic mutants named crazy parasites are of the 1st and 2nd order, and even their larvae are just at the level of entering the order, the huge number has completely made up for this. The so-called gathering of sand into a tower is probably just like this. Even if the income is low, after the number is made up, the income from evolution points and the benefits obtained from spiritual energy will naturally continue to grow slowly. Moreover, this number is much more than Lin Ming imagined. As the system sound continued to sound, the number on the attribute panel was also constantly rising. All the parasitic mutants of the entire Neon Country, the crazy parasites, disappeared completely under Lin Ming's simple attack. This is not only an absolute manifestation of the disparity in strength, but also a transcendence above the realm. However, after the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered that the only third-level parasite mutant he had discovered before, which was also the most strange and even a little weird, was not affected by his attack this time. This thing was still in the depths of the lake under the Zhenshe Mountain, and was not affected at all. It was as if the wide-range super attack from this 5th-level mutant just now had no effect at all. Wow. Interesting. However, he did not use the two big moves with the names of Million Exploding Bamboo Sword C and Absolute Prison Crazy Song Dragon Crying Formation. Indeed, this ordinary attack was really just about strength and density. Moreover, now in the entire Neon Country, not only this 3rd-level bug was fine, but the area surrounded by the aura shielding device was naturally fine. Lin Ming paused for a while. In this attack, he did not let his subordinates continue to improve their respective levels, but he killed all the creatures of this Neon Country in an instant, which were actually the mutant parasites and zombies. Indeed, he gained a considerable amount of spiritual energy and evolution points, but it was also at the cost of sacrificing the growth of his subordinates. Lin Ming did not know whether it was a profit or a loss. However, since this 3rd-level one was still there, he could let his subordinates vent their anger on this guy. Although it was indeed a bit of a problem for this group of high-level subordinates to attack such a thing, there was actually no other way. After all, the subordinates are all confused now. What they are thinking about now should be, what are we doing? Where is this? Who am I? And so on. Originally, they were destroying their enemies, but their master destroyed almost all of them, making this archipelago completely lifeless. In fact, Lin Ming felt that if he were them, he would also be confused. But this is indeed the result of his need to speed up the progress. Time is very tight, and we must seize every moment to destroy those opponents that have not been destroyed at all. As for the sense of loss of Panda and others in the battle, We can just let them kill those opponents such as the Blood Evil and the Rotten Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. Moreover, for now, the battle is basically not over. Lin Ning thought of this and looked at the guy who had already hidden in the deep water of the lake except this one. Several of his bamboo roots surged and directly put all the subordinates near the lake. Although it seems like killing a chicken with a butcher knife, there is actually not much else to do. It is not safe to get too close to these parasitic mutants, since they can turn this neon island into a place with only zombies and no animals, insects or birds. They must have their own special existence. Moreover, it is indeed strange that this third-level parasitic mutant can withstand his destructive attack just now. However, Master, let me do it! At this time, Yanlu suddenly stood up. The blazing fire burning on its body proved that its superb power of controlling the fire element has reached the level of perfection. And Lin Ning did think that forcing the parasitic mutant out of the deep water was indeed the most useful ability of this guy. This is not Lin Ming's subjective judgment. Indeed, it is almost born to restrain this insect. When Lin Ning sensed the battle between his subordinates before, he did indeed observe their battle carefully. Yanlu's fire ability can be said to be the most powerful and targeted attack against these parasites. The heat waves generated by the high temperature can easily scald the insects in the freshwater lake and force them to come out. The attacks of the mutant parasites can do nothing to the flames of Yanlu. The Flame Wolf. This point is indeed completely restrained. Yanlu, I look forward to seeing your most exciting performance. Lin Ning decided to let Yanlu experiment. This guy has also reached the level of level 8 of the third level. It is no problem to kill an opponent who is also at the third level and has completely restrained attributes. After receiving the order to attack, Yanlu was also very excited. The raging fire on Yanlu's body also turned into hundreds of fire pillars, rushing straight into the lake, which is not too large an area. And Lin Ning also found that although Yanlu had launched an attack, the other subordinates did not relax themselves, but instead stared at the lake more nervously. This made Lin Ning quite happy. Even if the level of this insect was not so strong, the subordinates did not despise it. They knew that any carelessness could bring unpredictable disasters to themselves. Soon, as the pillar of fire drilled into the lake, the originally calm lake surface began to vibrate strangely. Gradually, bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake, and then became a mist. The lake surface began to gradually become more and more agitated. And Lin Ning also sensed that the third-level parasite that was originally hidden in the lake water nearly 100 meters deep was finally not as calm as before, and continued to drill deep into the mud at the bottom of the lake. Lin Ning bamboo roots had long explored the lake bed deep in the lake. As long as this guy dared to have any other tricks, he would definitely eliminate the bug in a moment. The bubbles on the surface of the lake gradually increased, and its temperature finally reached a high value. Lin Ning knew that although it did not reach the boiling point, it was not much different. Even if this thing is heat resistant, what can it do in the face of boiling lake water? He carefully sensed this insect whose appearance and shape were completely different from those crazy parasites before, and at the same time deliberately released his spiritual consciousness. Last time, the Ice Emperor Basha did utter some intermittent words before dying. And what information will this third-level mutant parasite that is about to be cooked leak out? Lin Ning is looking forward to this thing's wonderful speech to see what more information it can bring him. What is lacking now about this system? Hypothesis is evidence one by one. Now everyone has a system, and everyone is working for the system, and the evolution points earned are for the system to become stronger. This theory is actually just a guess of Lin Ning. Although this guess is almost true, Lin Ning still remembers the words of the giant island turtle Ice Emperor Basha before his death. What a pathetic battle. We are all controlled and played by that bastard. What are we for? You have to become the strongest. Finally, kill that. Get rid of it. These words were transmitted to Lin Ning consciousness by the Ice Emperor Basha in the last moment of his life. At that time, his thinking about these words directly broke through all obstacles and came directly to the system conspiracy theory. Moreover, the Blood Evil Lord, the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the Black Insect Mother, and the parasitic monster that was scalded by the hot water in the lake in front of him were all mutant creatures with almost the same power as him. Among them, the Black Insect Mother can actually be understood as the ability of the human pretending to be Feng Pingchuan. All the actions of this human before and after also indicate that this human also has the ability similar to spiritual force field shielding to hide his own spiritual energy, and reconstruction of the aura of all things to perceive the spiritual energy of any mutant creature or extraordinary person, and the Lord of Blood Evil, the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, and this parasitic monster all have the stand-in ability of each individual is a mother, and each mother can be an individual. Specifically, it is a powerful vitality ability similar to infinite regeneration. This point is also reflected in Lin Ming's own creation of new life and spiritual bamboo clone. However, Lin Ming's ability is much stronger than these opponents. After all, as a plant, his various behaviors or fighting methods are different from other opponents with almost the same abilities. Even compared with the big mushroom of the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom and the big potato of the Blood Demon Lord, which are both mutant plants, there are more special features. We are all controlled by that bastard. You have to become the strongest. Kill him and get rid of him. These words are undoubtedly reminding Lin Ming that there is such a thing that he and these mutant creatures are controlled together. And Lin Ming's guess is directly divergent from the Thinga system. After all, at that time and now, he felt that it was definitely the system behind the scenes. And it was the system that was playing tricks on him and these mutant creatures, and controlling them wantonly, just for the evolution points, just to suddenly appear at some point in the future, and finally come to catch him or other mutant creatures in one fell swoop, and then dominate the world. However, this assumption and this thinking are all based on the two pieces of evidence that the Ice Emperor Basha's spiritual language at that time, and many opponents have very similar abilities to him. What exactly is it? Lin Ming dare not make a conclusion at this time. If there is a second or third person who can use the spirit language to convey similar words, or words that have never been heard before, which are similar to or even better than the mysterious words of Bingdi Basha, then Lin Ming can also further infer a more accurate conclusion. Then, he refocused his sight on the third-level parasite opponent, who was already taking a hot bath and seemed to be wearing strange armor. Next, he might receive a spirit language that can bring him one step closer to the truth. After all, this guy is the last parasite mutant creature in the entire Neon Country, and there is no doubt that he is the ultimate mother of the others. Although it is hard to tell which part is powerful, and even the level is too low, but there is no doubt that this guy is the strongest one in Neon Country. However, with a scream, the entire lake was boiling. The armored parasite monster, the last mutant creature that reached the third level, also floated on the water at this time, completely dead. But the spiritual language that Lin Ming thought would come did not reach his consciousness. Chapter 394, the most special one. What happened? Lin Ming was suddenly a little surprised. What happened? On the boiling lake in front of him, the life of the armor parasite had undoubtedly completely disappeared. The evidence is that Yinlu's level has been further improved. Level 4. Level 1. Yinlu finally followed Panda and the others, and entered the more powerful Level 4. Became a terrifying demon king with destructive power. At the same time, Yinlu's body shape also changed dramatically. Originally like a giant lion, it became even bigger and became like a giant elephant. And the originally deep red flame-like hair was now even longer, and even burned directly on the outer layer. The golden pupils were like a pair of golden balls, shining in the fiercely burning flames. And there was an extremely fierce murderous aura in them. From a distance, it looked like a terrifying burning fire. In this actually quite simple battle, the Flame Wolf Yinlu underwent a drastic transformation, and became the Flame Wolf King. Lin Ming was quite satisfied with Yinlu's changes. After all, as the level realm is improved, his self-confidence will become higher as his combat power rises. After becoming the Wolf King, Yinlu also became one of his most important combat forces. Moreover, it is obvious that Yinlu has not yet had a belief evolution. If it could evolve its faith like Panda and Feng Xiafenjian, it would also leap into the first tier of his combat power. However, this matter was a joy to behold. Lin Ming was certainly excited by Yinlu's changes. But why didn't this third-level armored parasite mutant have any spiritual language transmitted into his consciousness? This is not right. This guy is obviously the most powerful among all the parasite mutants, and should be the mother of all the parasites. But the strange thing is that after killing all the parasite mutants in the entire Neon Country, Lin Ming did not receive any spiritual language similar to the last words left by Bingdi Basha for himself. What's going on? Isn't it right? No! Lin Ming waited for a while. concentrated his mind, and carefully sensed the direction of the mutated armored parasite monster. But apart from sensing the envy and blessings of other subordinates for Yin Lu, he did not feel anything else. There is nothing in the direction of the armored mutant parasite. Lin Ning fell into self-doubt. Could it be that these mutant parasites are different from the Ice Emperor Baxia he had encountered? Or, except for the Ice Emperor Baxia, the others are different. Only the Ice Emperor Baxia is systematic. And the others are accidental? But think about it carefully. It is not like that. Whether it is the Ice Emperor Baxia, the Lord of Blood Evil, the fake Fang Pingchuan, or the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the similarity with his ability is too high. To say that there is no connection between them is simply blind. But what Lin Ning really killed was indeed the Ice Emperor Baxia and the mutant parasite. But now, the Ice Emperor Baxia has a will. But this guy doesn't. Moreover, there are still many mysteries that have not been solved. Just like they are all afraid of the sea. But they can cross the ocean to the islands hundreds of kilometers away, each owning an island, and turning all the humans there into the final hosts. How on earth could it run so far, and even cross the ocean? This is simply a mystery with no answer. Another thing is that Lin Ning had clearly attacked the face of this third-level mutant armor parasite before. But it did not suffer any damage at all. Instead, Yin Lu directly heated the lake water, and directly hit a wave of output. So that this thing, and all the parasite larvae inside it were completely cooked and eliminated. Wait, is it because it died too quickly that it didn't have time to say it? No. Heating the entire lake water is not a very fast process. If the spiritual language was really sent out, Lin Ning would not be unable to hear it at all. And since he is the so-called holder of the system, then it shouldn't be like this. But the thing is that Lin Ning did not sense the other party's spiritual language at all, even though it should be there according to reason. Could it be that there are still parasitic mutants that have not been eliminated in the entire Neon country? Or even a juvenile? Lin Ning once again sensed all the existences in the entire 2,000-kilometer radius centered on him. No! Not a single adult. Not a single juvenile. Except for the area covered by the spiritual energy shielding device. There are no insects in the entire Neon country. Or even in all nearby areas. Wait! The area covered by the aura shielding device? Lin Ning suddenly had a feeling of sudden enlightenment, excluding all impossible assumptions. The remaining ones, no matter how absurd, are the truth. Lin Ning immediately rolled up all his subordinates with bamboo roots. He knew what he was going to do next. Tear down all those aura shielding devices. If there is nothing there, then it completely proves that his speculation about the mutant parasites, those opponents, and even the speculation about the system are completely untenable. Now, only by removing the aura shielding device, and seeing what is left in the large area shielded by this thing, can he understand his ultimate question. Is there a system? Lin Ning thought, and directly used the randomly extended bamboo roots to make a leap. This time, he also calculated the distance from the other side, and did not use too much force. Otherwise, if he fell directly into the aura shielding device, there would be no fun. Although he could also dismantle the aura shielding device from a distance here. But because of his doubts about his own ideas, he thought it would be better if he was closer. After a moment, Lin Ning flew to a position less than 500 meters away from the area covered by the aura shielding device. And his subordinates followed his long-distance teleportation and came to this place. They were all very angry at the moment, although they did not express it. It was true that they were interrupted when their fighting spirit was burning. It would be strange if they could be relieved. Lin Ning naturally felt the dissatisfaction of his subordinates. With such a big improvement in spiritual intelligence, this situation is really normal. It would be strange if they could be relieved. Everyone is a mutant creature, and everyone wants to make themselves stronger. No one wants to fall behind. Moreover, seeing that the fourth companion has become a fourth-level demon king, it would be strange if the rest of them are not in a hurry. Becoming stronger and becoming more able to contribute is the spirit of the subordinates for a long time. And it is also the reason why they are so powerful. Just like when he was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. Lin Ning once asked some wolves who were unwilling to upgrade and evolve, and were content with the status quo, as well as some mutant creatures who followed from the Wanju Sea to leave. The reason was this. Souls without fighting spirits are not worthy of being his subordinates, and will not live too long in this era. Any mutant creature that is willing to lag behind others will definitely lose its life. This applies to other mutant creatures in the world, to those extraordinary people, to Lin Ming's subordinates, and to his opponents, even to him, who is now arguably the most powerful mutant creature. It is the same. The extremely cruel world is the end of the world for humans. The same is true for mutant creatures. Falling behind will be beaten, or even killed directly. At this moment, the subordinates are still in turmoil. Their desire to fight directly affects their personalities. Quiet. Lin Ming's majesty was directly transmitted to the consciousness of each subordinate through the spiritual language. He knew very well what to do next. The only way to calm these subordinates down is to fight. He had just killed the third-level parasite mutant with a shell-like armor, and no spiritual language from the other party was transmitted to his consciousness. According to what Lin Ming had thought before, this was simply impossible. And now, the answer that can prove whether his system conspiracy theory is correct or not is in this entire area covered by the spiritual energy shielding device. Lin Ming has no idea what it looks like inside. The spiritual energy shielding device, this epic-making invention, can even be said to be the only thing that can do nothing to him. A 5th-level boss. And it does have extremely powerful and 5th-level capabilities. Lin Ming had to admit this. If humans can spread all the spiritual energy shielding devices throughout the blue planet, what will happen? The mutant creatures will completely become something that can be slaughtered by anyone. And the extraordinary people will have no use at all. And the entire blue planet will return to the embrace of humans. And there will be no so-called spiritual energy revival. Given the speed of human reaction and response, it is very likely that this will happen. And judging from their actions of throwing a large number of aura shielding devices, it should not be too difficult to make this so-called aura shielding device. Logically speaking, it is almost very likely that this will happen. However, Lin Ming did not even see the phenomenon of a large number of aura shielding devices being used in a certain area. Even in the territory of Tang, the fake Fang Pingchuan only made 7 circles in Shengjing City. Why is this? It is obvious that with this thing, all crises can be easily resolved. But it didn't. Lin Ming didn't think that no one had thought of this method. No matter how stupid, one should be able to understand how terrifying the power of the spiritual energy shielding device is, combined with the missiles of the so-called 6 gold square array, and various modern weapons that humans already have, etc. Didn't the real Fang Pingchuan use this trick when commanding the European countries? And the effect can be said to be quite significant. Even Lin Ming's spiritual bamboo clone was unable to sense it because of this. And he didn't know whether it had been destroyed. This also made him only able to connect to the other spiritual bamboo clones through another line. The spiritual energy shielding device is so wonderful. Could the human side, such as the real Fang Pingchuan, not think of using this trick to completely seal him, a mutant creature, and let the entire blue star return to peace? Lin Ming didn't believe it. He was sure that the real reason why Fang Pingchuan didn't do this was that this thing was also a kind of restriction to Fang Pingchuan himself. Or, Fang Pingchuan didn't want to do this out of selfishness. Or, he couldn't do it at all. Even though Lin Ming had sensed the existence of such a thing as the anti-spiritual shielding device in this guy's hand. As the name suggests, it is a machine that can resist the spiritual shielding device. Although I don't know what the scientific principle is, it is probably something installed for this spiritual shielding device. At that time, Lin Ming sensed that Wang Su had taken Fang Pingchuan to the combat command room of the Ying Kingdom, which was covered by the spiritual shielding device. This also made Lin Ming know the existence of such a thing. But to be honest, Lin Ming felt that this thing basically had no effect on Fang Pingchuan. After all, Fang Pingchuan abilities were one for treatment and one for analysis. Even if he used the anti-spiritual shielding device, it wouldn't be a big deal. At best, he would just recover to become an ordinary person. However, other extraordinary people are different. Lin Ming is not sure whether the fake Fang Pingchuan knows that the real one is in the Bulu country. But he knows very well that this guy must know where Xing Yufijin and his gang are. If there is a global aura shielding device, and only the fake Fang Pingchuan has this thing, what will happen? There is only one extraordinary person in the world. It goes without saying, and the real Fang Pingchuan is one. Although this guy does not have any attack ability at present, it is not certain whether one will suddenly appear after the level realm is improved in the future. Lin Ming believes that if it is really what he thinks, humans, who are already terrible, may really give birth to an absolute extraordinary person in the future. But now, the reason why they did not do so should be that the internal contradictions have not been completely resolved. For the real Fang Pingchuan, whether it is his fake or Allen's Meister, Things cannot move forward until they are eliminated. If Lin Ning thinking just now is correct, the good show on the human side may have just begun. Really? Then turn your sight back to the area covered by the aura shielding device that occupies a considerable area in front of you. Lin Ning roughly deduced from the direction of the upstream and downstream rivers and mountains that this closed place should be a huge lake. After all, the dozens of river messages, with extremely abundant water flowing out from several mountains, reached this vast plain. And then from another direction of this area, only one river gushed out and rushed to the sea. Looking at the terrain again, the surrounding area is also low-lying in that direction. No matter how you look at it, even if there is no big lake, there should be one or several water surfaces there. Freshwater lakes. Water surfaces. What kind of things are suitable for existence? Lin Ming, who killed so many mutant parasites, can almost answer immediately. Or this thing. However, if there is no, then his system conspiracy theory will fail. After all, there is no evidence to support it. If that is the case, then it is the big turtle on the island under the Ice Emperor who talked nonsense before his death to confuse people. But what if there is? Lin Ning mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Chapter 395 Weird Situation. Lin Ning has experience in dealing with this aura shielding device. As early as the Battle of Qicheng, he had completely countered this thing that humans were proud of, and even razed the place to the ground. At that time, whether it was the soldiers, the extraordinary people, or the strange beasts they transformed into, they were all completely killed by Lin Ning in that battle. But, to be honest, the aura shielding device did cause Lin Ning a lot of trouble at the beginning. Regarding this point, Lin Ning still admitted it quite a bit. It is true. That thing can even ignore the level realm and directly completely disable all mutant creatures and things with aura within a certain range. Ignore any rules and ignore any ability. Against the sky? Against the sky. To be honest, this thing that suddenly appeared was said to be invented by the bald Dr. Beifulai, a cadre of the Destiny Society. Lin Ning actually still has many doubts. After all, this thing has a powerful ability that can almost announce the end of the entire aura revival era in advance. Since humans can research this thing, they should also be able to research something more powerful. However, it has been quite a long time since this thing was invented. They have not made any progress at all. Moreover, they cannot even spread this thing all over the blue planet, so that this extremely dangerous mutant creature can still be at ease. Now, the aura shielding devices in front of him, which cover a large area, just like in the past, shield everything within a certain range, and even have large weapons inside, which makes it impossible for Lin Ming to see anything inside. In fact, Lin Ning also has a trick to deal with him. That is to intervene from underground. There is actually no definite maximum limited range of this thing. It can be a few square meters or hundreds of square kilometers. But Lin Ning actually has a certain concept of its height and depth. When the deep poison ocean was sniped by the fake Fang Pingchuan with a missile-style aura shielding device, the depth of those aura shielding devices reached a depth of 3,500 meters. This also means that the maximum impact range of these things is this depth. However, is this spiritual energy shielding device in front of him the same as the one he used to have in Qicheng City, with a depth of about 1,000 meters? Or is it like the spiritual energy shielding device missile made by the fake Fang Pingchuan now, with a depth of 3,500 meters? Lin Ning didn't care too much about either one. 1,000 meters or 3,500 meters. It doesn't matter. The average depth of the Earth's crust seems to be more than 30 kilometers. A mere 1/10 of the distance is nothing. Lin Ning is very confident in his bamboo roots. After all, this thing is basically an indestructible weapon. Its basic hardness should even be comparable to diamonds. Right? Even if it is not that solid. Using his ability, creating new life, he can easily break the soil and rocks with this brute force, and even collapse an entire mountain range. Thinking of this, Lin Ning bamboo roots have been deeply rooted in the soil. He knew that if he touched it directly, he couldn't deal with it at all. But if he could push it out from deep underground, it would be easy. In fact, he could have used the ability of the white rat Xueya to rush in directly. But Xueya's ability was to use mutant creatures with weaker aura than it to carry out various activities. But there were no mutant creatures here, not to mention any living creatures. Otherwise, Xueya could have completely destroyed all the aura shielding decorations here just like when he attacked Xiaohu City. But, Just when Lin Ning successfully lifted up a piece of soil with an area of nearly 10 kilometers, and obviously with a spiritual shielding device, he suddenly felt that it seemed that doing so was not a good idea. He sensed that there were more spiritual shielding devices inside, and there seemed to be more spiritual shielding devices in the lifted soil. Lin Ning looked at the densely packed things embedded in the soil 6 or 7 meters underground that could be seen almost with the naked eye, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be doing something completely different from what he had imagined before. Shit. What's going on? These spiritual energy shielding devices buried 50 to 60 meters underground. There are still a lot of them. Could it be that they just use that thing to pave everything inside? Can't they just do a circle? To be honest, Lin Ning couldn't quite understand it. Why is this place a bit weird? To completely put down the narrow strip of land, Lin Ning felt that he had to use another method. He looked at his subordinates. The aura shielding device does have the ability to invalidate the abilities of mutant creatures. There is no doubt about this. But it is not impossible to get rid of them. After lifting the land to a height of 60 meters again, Lin Ning gave an order. All subordinates, use your teeth and claws to remove these eyesores. This method is the dumbest, but it is also the least harmful to this area. Lin Ning felt that if there was really a secret here, it would be much easier to completely destroy it than to completely preserve it. However, Lin Ning found that he seemed to have thought wrong again when he saw his subordinates frantically using brute force to continuously hit the aura shielding devices. Their aura attacks were instantly dissipated when they came into contact with the aura shielding devices, but the power did not disappear at the same time. So, the crackling sound, accompanied by the sound of continuous electronic explosions. The aura shielding device also began to be destroyed. Lin Ning soon discovered that after his subordinates worked very hard to kill a circle, the inner circle was in the place less than half a kilometer away. It was indeed a circle within a circle. How similar is this to the spiritual energy shielding device in Shangjing City? However, this area is much smaller than that in Shangjing City. According to his perception, the approximate area of the embodiment of this area should be nearly 70 kilometers long and wide. Although it is not large, it is not small either. Lin Ning did not know how many rings of spiritual energy shielding devices there were in such a large area, but he was sure that there must be something very important in it. So it was protected by so many spiritual energy shielding devices. Moreover, this thick smoke was indeed a bit weird. Man-made? Impossible. This thing was more like the fog barrier he would make himself. Thick and without any scientific reason at all. After all, it is unreasonable to have such thick fog in the plains in the middle of the day. Right? And as the aura shielding device was destroyed, the thick fog also sank into the inside. Strange. What scientific principle? No. What the hell? Lin Ning thought it was strange. His bamboo roots extended in that direction. But when they touched the aura shielding device, they turned into ordinary plant roots and drooped down directly. This thing is really weird. How can it be so powerful? I am a 5th level demon emperor. So embarrassed? However, he also knew that the birth of this thing might be very weird. After all, with this thing, humans can completely turn the entire aura revival era into an era without aura as long as they want. Maybe it will be like this one day in the future. But at present, the human side does not have this intention, because they are still busy with evolution. Such a powerful and heaven-defying thing might not have been created by the bald Dr. Bev. At this moment, the subordinates were still fighting. However, under Lin Ming command, they were all dismantling the aura shielding devices at the gaps they had just made. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. This was actually related to the fact that the subordinates were originally mutant creatures with great strength. But Lin Ning also noticed that the aura shielding device was not what he imagined. Each ring covered a lot of area, and there were endless rings. It seemed that it was not uniform, but much sparser. Moreover, with the destruction of the aura shielding device, the clouds of fog also gradually dissipated from the meaning of retreat. The scenery inside was also slowly revealed. Lin Ning discovered that there was indeed a super large lake inside. Moreover, there were more small lakes and ponds near the lake. This was Lin Ning bamboo roots also joined the actions of his subordinates. After using the powerful impact force to continuously destroy the spiritual energy shielding devices from a distance, everything here continued to be sensed by Lin Ming. And he also discovered something unexpected. After destroying the numerous spiritual energy shielding devices near a small lake near the outermost layer, the entire spiritual energy shielding device ring was also completely broken. What happened? Lin Ming was very surprised. He thought that the deeper underground, the closer to the central area, the more spiritual energy shielding devices there should be. After all, if the spiritual energy shielding device is not turned into a complete ring, it will lose the control and shielding of all spiritual objects in the wide area. Now, unless the subordinates take these remaining spiritual energy shielding devices in their hands and swallow them. Otherwise, these things are no different from waste. This is actually the biggest weakness of the spiritual energy shielding device. It is too fragile and has limited application. There is really no way to crack it. Just like the flowers scattered by the goddess in the deep poison ocean, you can only destroy all the spiritual energy shielding devices one by one. Otherwise, you will be subdued by it. Now, the ring of this spiritual energy shielding device was broken in an instant, and Lin Ming immediately sensed the strange phenomenon in this vast area. Insect nest. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. In the embodiment of this place in his mind, in every small lake, there is one or several mutant parasites that are at the first level or higher. And in the center, the spiritual energy is also extremely strong. There are even 2 armored monster insects that have reached the 4th level. Moreover, these 2 monster insects, one black and one white. The black monster insects, like ink, have armor on their bodies that looks quite strange. This strange parasitic mutant creature is nearly 200 meters long and almost 3 meters thick, and all over its body, Lin Ming can sense that it is made of a kind of spiritual energy. The white hard-shell armor almost covers the whole body. It has clear edges and corners, with a lot of sharp corners with spike-like edges. Its head is like being covered by a more solid helmet, with even more spikes. 2 red lights emanated from the head. Without a doubt, these were the eyes of the giant black armored insect. Moreover, Lin Ming noticed that when this red light was projected onto the lake, it stirred up a thick white mist. Thick white mist. How is this thing produced? Lin Ming finally knew where the mist came from. However, why didn't the mist spread beyond the area covered by the original aura shielding device? He looked at the other parasite with white armor again. The hard shell on the white armored parasite was much smoother than the black one, and even gave Lin Ming the feeling that it was wearing a semi-spherical thing. However, on this layer of armor composed of countless semicircular shapes, there were some strange rainbow-like colors flashing from time to time. What the hell is this? Is it a disco outfit with the black armor next to it? And not only that, Lin Ming also discovered that the mist would float to the vicinity of the armored white worm, dissipating in all directions through it. But there would always be a part of it entangled with it. The mist also became more diffused through this thing. I am getting more and more confused. Lin Ming felt that it didn't matter what happened to these guys. Since they were mutant creatures, it didn't matter what happened. What he wanted was to kill all these mutant parasites. And of course, this black and white weird thing. Master, are we going to fight immediately? At this moment, the subordinates also saw the countless mutant parasites in the lake, and they could no longer suppress the urge to fight. Lin Ming did not issue new orders immediately. He felt that these 2 giant parasite monsters, one black and one white, were a bit strange. They were more than 10 kilometers away from him, and he and his subordinates had clearly seen him and his subordinates. Whether it was this group of parasite brothers or these 2 big guys, they didn't attack. What are they waiting for? If they say they didn't see him and his subordinates, that's absolutely impossible. After all, the noise he and his subordinates made when they destroyed the outer circle of spiritual shielding devices was no joke. And, stupid invaders, you will regret stepping into this place. Lin Ming suddenly felt 2 strange spiritual languages coming into his consciousness. He looked at the black armored giant worm on the left in surprise, and couldn't believe that the other party was actually communicating with him. Get out of our territory. Otherwise, you will only face death. The spiritual language of the white armored giant worm also appeared in his consciousness at this time. Lin Ming looked at them. He found that at the top of their tails, 2 light balls, one black and one white, were becoming larger at a very fast speed. Chapter 396. What are you so arrogant about? Spirit language. This is a powerful ability that the system gave to him shortly after he received his subordinates. Thanks to this ability, Lin Ming was able to communicate with his subordinates conveniently, and used his own strategies to bring himself and his subordinates to the current powerful level step by step. It can be said that the ability of spirit language does not seem to be conspicuous at ordinary times, but in fact, it is an extremely powerful ability. Usually, Lin Ming always thought that this ability can only be used to communicate between him and his subordinates. But since he killed Bingdi Bashia, he unexpectedly discovered that this was not the case. Before Bingdi Bashia died, he really connected to his consciousness and said a bunch of mysterious words in spirit language intermittently. And those words made Lin Ming have great doubts about the system. For this reason, he kept looking for mutant creatures with the same powerful strength. He wanted to find more clues and evidence from their consciousness to prove his crazy conjecture. However, he did not get what he wanted from the Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom, the Black Insect Mother, or the Blood Demon Lord. The reason was probably because he had not completely destroyed the original bodies and clones of those things. Or, there was also the reason that the other party did not want to communicate with him at all. And now, these two black and white evil armored strange insects actually communicated with him in spiritual language. Although, now it sounds like they are threatening and intimidating him and want to kill him. Black Insect, my name is Tianji Qiong Mao. White Insect, my name is Yifu Jiamu Do Mei. The black and white insects seem to have something else to say. However, what the hell is this name? It can't be said to be a middle school second year. It seems to be the name of a weapon or something like that. Why did you put this on your head? Evil creatures. Now, let us send you to the underworld and smash you to pieces and never disturb our peace again. Lin Ming was helpless. What the hell are you guys? Why is there a feeling of we are the bosses? Destroy you little losers? Get rid of it. I am stronger than both of you. Okay? Lin Ming could sense that these two guys were not as rules-abiding as other mutant creatures he had encountered and attacked first. Instead, they threatened first, and then announced their names. After that, they said we are ready to attack at any time. Go to hell. Then what? I have something to ask you. Black Worm, ignorant weaklings. Our anger will burn endlessly on you. White Worm, our power is beyond the reach of weaklings like you. I said. I have. Lin Ming waited. But the opponent's attack was delayed. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. They were still standing still. Even the two light balls, one black and one white, completely maintained their previous size without any further movement. Those smaller mutant parasites, whether they were ordinary first and second order types, or a few third order armored mutant parasites, showed no signs of continuing to move. What's going on? They were so arrogant just now. Why are they not moving now? Are they scared? Master, what should we do? At this time, Panda, who had been preparing for a fight, seemed to be confused by the opponent's confusing operation. The other subordinates were the same. After all, the opponent was not far away from them, and they were also ready for battle. They all straightened their bodies, waiting for the master's order, and then rushed forward to let the opponents know how brutal they were. However, after the opponent shouted, he remained motionless and stalemated with them, and they were also a little puzzled. How did they encounter such an opponent? Be patient. Lin Ming felt that something was wrong. The opponent was an S-level demon king, a dignified 4th level. Even though it was originally a parasite, it was also a guy with high intelligence. If he could sense his strength from the beginning, he would not have been so arrogant just now, and he would not have been dumbfounded after scolding him. It's suspicious. The other party must have some bad intentions, or there is some special reason. So, what should we try? Lin Ming bamboo root rushed out directly from the ground, ignoring the mutant parasites in the small lake, and rushed directly towards the two black and white pretenders. At this time, the black and white light balls that had been motionless also came out from the tails of the two monsters at the same time, heading straight for Lin Ming bamboo root. Boom! Lin Ming heard a loud bang, and then he suddenly found that the extended bamboo root had been completely covered by the two balls of light, and the bamboo root itself began to twist strangely in the two gradually closing balls of light. Lin Ming was surprised to see that the two black and white light balls merged into one ball, constantly stretching and twisting the bamboo roots, breaking them into countless pieces, and then merging them into a whole. It just existed, and then it disappeared completely. After that, it was twisted and torn again. And this extremely strange and wonderful scene also spread along the location of Lin Ming outside the light ball, gradually spreading towards his body. Damn! Lin Ming reacted almost instantly. After cutting off the bamboo roots, he instantly used the dark element and light element respectively to establish two indestructible barriers. Boom! The sound of the explosion also sounded at the moment when the barrier was established. And Lin Ning sensed that the bamboo roots that were swallowed by the light ball before also completely disappeared. What is this? Lin Ning suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The unprecedented attack of these black and white armored monster insects was really beyond his expectations. Whether it was the power or the destructive power, it had reached a level far beyond their fourth order level. Moreover, the scene of twisting, stretching, breaking, and then recovering was beyond Lin Ning cognition. After all, it would recover after breaking? What about the save file? However, Lin Ning did calm down immediately at that time, made a barrier of dark and light elements, and instantly cut off the strange attack that might spread to his body. The reason why Lin Ning used the barrier of dark and light elements was because the two strange insects used these two elements. Black insect, lucky escape. There will be no next time. White insect, go to hell. However, although the spiritual language of these two pieces of stuff has been transmitted to Lin Ning consciousness, their next wave of attack has not arrived. Moreover, the two black and white balls of light at their tails have never had the intention to continue attacking. Obviously, Lin Ning is in this periphery, where they can see. What the hell? Isn't the attack range high? Lin Ning bamboo roots slowly extended forward, stopping and starting, advancing meter by meter. Then, after arriving less than 5 kilometers away from the two guys, their light balls were emitted again in an instant. Oh! 5 kilometers. Lin Ning was confident. Even so, these two guys were able to release such powerful power, but they seemed unable to move, and stayed in the center of the lake all the time. The cunning Lin Ning naturally cut off those roots as soon as their light ball attack arrived, and at a very fast speed. He used another root system to directly split out a root network like a net of heaven and earth, and went straight to the two fools. Soon, the extremely strong bamboo roots immediately caught the two guys and grabbed them directly from underwater to the air. The bamboo roots grew wildly, and in a short while, the two guys were turned into dumplings, and Lin Ning sent them directly to the place where the black and white light balls they had just emitted merged. What are you so arrogant about? Lin Ning bamboo roots were shattered and restored in the light ball, and the scene of stretching and twisting flashed in front of the two guys, which was extremely shocking and terrifying. Black worm, what? Impossible. White worm, let us go. What conspiracy did you use? The two armored big worms, at this time, once again transmitted the spiritual language to Lin Ning consciousness. Lin Ning was also angry and laughed. These two are really funny. How did they evolve to the 4th level? I'm afraid they were raised by someone. Black worm, how about we wait for him to relax his vigilance? Yes, if we release our abilities at close range, no matter how strong he is, he will die. Lin Ning, I can hear it. Are these two idiots? Black worm, he heard it. White worm, wrong decision. What should I do next? Lin Ning, He suddenly felt a little powerless. What the hell? Looking over again, the black and white light balls gradually disappeared under the lightning. My subordinates. Kill the rest. Lin Ning looked at the numerous parasitic mutants. Whether they were first, second, or third order, they were just that. The two stupid things on his root system could not do anything to him. If they really could, they would have launched wave after wave of attacks, instead of just firing the two black and white balls of light and then having to store energy and wait for a while before continuing to attack. Don't these two have more means of attack? How did they survive until now? Could it be that this aura shielding device was made by them using humans in order to survive? Lin Ning had quite a lot of doubts in his heart. He also felt that the things here seemed not as simple as he imagined. And how did so many parasites survive? Where did their nutrition come from? Lin Ning sensed it and found something wrong. At this moment, when the war broke out, his subordinates beat those first dash, second and third order parasitic mutants crazily, tearing them into pieces and turning them into ashes, drying them and corroding them with electric lake poison. Lin Ning found that deep underground in the lake, it seemed that there were a large number of humans who were constantly moving. Lin Ning roughly calculated that there were about 10,000 or 20,000 people, and they seemed to be operating various precision machines, as if they were constantly studying something. At this time, these humans seemed to be quite frightened and surprised that his mutant demon bamboo caught these two strange insects, and other parasitic mutants were slaughtered crazily. Everyone was panicking. Wait, could it be that? Lin Ning looked at the two strange insects again, and two kinds of light balls, one black and one white. appeared at their tails again. Lin Ming's spiritual language was transmitted again. Do you want to be killed by me right now? Black worm, you are just a plant. But you are so arrogant. White worm, you are so bold. You will die if you collide with us. Lin Ming bamboo root hit the heads of the two worms, and each released the same light balls of dark and light elements as them. However, these two light balls were several times larger than the ones they released before. I can make a bigger one. Believe it or not. Lin Ming snorted in his heart. Little guy. I can't kill you. Black worm and white worm looked at each other. Is this the ability you created? Lin Ming used bamboo roots to combine the two huge light balls. It was indeed the first time for him to combine the two abilities of dark and light elements. He had never done this before. After the two light balls collided, a strong electric current suddenly emitted, and the whole thing became translucent. And in this translucent, there was a wonderful scene. Lin Ming saw the scene in which he used bamboo roots to catch the two armored black and white giant insects. Lin Ming couldn't believe it. What on earth was this? The scene in the light ball was like a rewind, replaying the scene just a short while ago. Replay. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. However, at this time, "Pa!" a sound of something falling on the water surface was heard. Lin Ming looked at that place, but he found that a very twisted bamboo root and a large number of fragments fell there. This is... Lin Ming knew that the place where it fell was not the place where the black and white light balls were before. And this bamboo root, when it was attacked by the two light balls before, it really disappeared together. Then, why did it appear again now? Wait, could it be that? Lin Ming threw a nearby boulder into the light ball he created. He waited. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute. The light ball disappeared. 2 minutes later, suddenly, countless pieces of gravel appeared from midair and fell into the water with a crackling sound. Lin Ming suddenly felt that he was extremely excited. Space-time. Space-time ability. This is the only explanation. There is no doubt that this is an ability to travel through space-time. Otherwise, those stones would not reappear after a few minutes. So, using dark elements and light elements, can such a powerful ability appear? Lin Ming sighed. This was the first time he encountered a new thing. And this ability also had extremely terrifying and powerful power. Space-time ability. This thing seems to be a bit awesome. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. He had never combined dark elements and light elements together before. Now that he had seen this magical ability, he was also filled with joy. Yes, this thing is awesome. Lin Ming looked at the two armored giant insects again. One black, one white, one sharp, one round. Equally stupid. Lin Ming sensed the appearance of the humans in the huge base under the lake, and thought again and again. Were you cultivated by humans? He asked. The black and white insects hesitated. Boss, we are a kind of mutant creature cultivated in this way. The black Lingyu is not as pretentious as before. Boss, the bottom of this lake is full of spiritual stones made by humans, so we can grow like this. The white one is also very respectful. Lin Ming thought again. Why are you not arrogant? Where did the bragging go just now? Boss, we are just scum. Don't bother with us. We were just showing off just now. Chapter 397 The Ultimate Question. Lin Ming had never felt that when mutant creatures spoke spiritual language to each other, they would be roundabout and use all kinds of tricks. Originally, he thought that these two armored giant insects should have maintained their previous pretentious postures, with a condescending attitude, and would not bend down even if they fell down and were killed. But what Lin Ming did not expect was, these two actually knelt directly. Moreover, they actually said that they were pretending before, and now they are their true selves. Could it be that these two guys have stayed around humans for too long and were completely assimilated? According to what they just said, they are indeed mutant creatures, created by humans. We are a kind of mutant creature cultivated in this way. And the spiritual stones under this lake are all made by those humans. So we can grow like this. The meaning of these two sentences, as well as the large group of humans under the lake, can prove the correctness of this matter. Are there spiritual stones in the lake? After Lin Ming bamboo roots touched the lake, he immediately sensed a stream of spiritual energy flowing into the bamboo roots, along the water flow, and into his body. Spiritual energy. Although it is very thin and weak. But to be honest, it is still quite good. If I had such a spiritual lake full of spiritual energy as a base at the beginning, Then maybe I could improve myself to the 5th level faster. Right? Spirit lakes are good. Spirit stones are even better. Lin Ning bamboo roots happily explored the bottom of the lake and all the small lakes. Ding! You absorbed a D-level spiritual stone and gained 34 evolution points. Ding! You. Awesome. Awesome. This free and easy spiritual stone seems to have never been obtained before except after the last time in Li Shao Peak's spiritual realm. Boss. That? The black bug's voice was very low. With some begging and pity. The spiritual energy in the spirit lake has disappeared. The two are about to cry now. To be honest, this spirit lake is the place where they live. Now that the spiritual stones are absorbed by this mysterious plant, they are almost suffocated. However, what? Lin Ning asked as he used dozens of bamboo roots to rub out dozens of large black and white dual-element spiritual balls. We know that the humans below still have a lot of spiritual stones. Boss, why don't you ask them for them? We think that with your strength, there is absolutely no problem. The white worm quickly showed his courtesy. To them, this mutant plant that has not revealed its true form is simply like a big devil. It is difficult for them to rub out a spiritual energy bomb each. And looking at this big devil, it seems that this is not his limit. Where did such a terrifying monster come from? Although they are all cultivated by humans, they have the terrifying strength of the 4th level. Tianji Qiong Mu. Yifu Jiamu Domei. This is the name given to them by humans. It is said that they were obtained from the weapons in the ancient mythology of the country called Neon. It seems that they want to use them as the most powerful weapons. But to be honest, the black and white insects have not experienced too many actual battles. And from the mouths of humans, we know that there is no more powerful existence in this world except them. But for their own safety, humans created this vast spiritual lake and trapped them with a spiritual energy shielding device outside the spiritual lake. Under the effect of this spiritual energy shielding device, these two black and white mutant parasites can't get out even if they have all their abilities. And naturally they can't do anything to the humans underground. However, they found that even with the spiritual energy shielding device outside, they can still use some spiritual energy in this lake. Why exactly? They don't know. Just now, after the mutant plant completely blasted the spiritual energy shielding device, they wanted to use their own abilities that they had never used to smash the invader into pieces. But they didn't expect that they found that they seemed to have misunderstood something. A lot of spirit stones. Lin Ning sensed the humans in the underground fortifications. Some of them were now screaming wildly. Some were shouting excitedly at the instruments. Some were running around. And some had already fainted. Alas, these stupid humans. Lin Ning couldn't help sighing. Too small. He continued to explore. And soon, he mastered the location of the spirit stones. At the same time, based on those researchers and some information, he immediately deduced and knew what happened to these parasitic mutant creatures and the entire Neon country. At first, long before the tsunami submerged Neon, the researchers here began a process called controlling spirits. S bizarre plan. Its goal is to use the existing technologies to create one or several, or even countless mutant creatures, and how to control them and maximize their use is what these humans want. These two armored giant worms were also born from that time. However, because the mutant creatures in the sea rose up and even launched a tsunami against Japan, and the entire population was wiped out by nearly half, the researchers in Japan felt that they must at least create a monster that would make those marine mutant creatures helpless. And to create this monster, there must be some sacrifices. After thousands and tens of thousands of experiments, they unexpectedly discovered that there was only one type left among the surviving test subjects. Parasites. This was something they had never thought of before. After all, this kind of thing, without a host, basically cannot survive in the air for too long. However, they did survive. Under the command of the above, this group of researchers, who had no way to deal with this, began to further cultivate these parasites. The cultivation of parasites cannot be separated from the existence of hosts. After the tsunami, there were not many surviving superhumans or mutants in the whole of Neon. These were soon caught and used by the researchers here, and became the hosts of these mutant parasites. Time passed. There were fewer and fewer animals and superhumans available for hosting, and these parasites were constantly being eliminated. In the end, only 2 tapeworms were still alive, and they showed great vitality, and even their intelligence had a leap forward growth. When faced with the situation of no more hosts, the representatives of Neon decided to continue the experiment. Experiment on those islands far away from the land. These two mutant tapeworms are extremely afraid of seawater. And after waiting for them to reproduce, these researchers immediately released the larvae by air transport to the small lakes or large ponds on those small islands. Soon, something that made them extremely excited happened. The larvae of those mutant parasites parasitized all the humans on those islands in a very short time, and also destroyed all the creatures there. After that, they continued to improve their levels. At the same time, the representative of Neon gave another order. A huge base was built on the low-lying flat land that had been soaked by sea water. The base was built at a depth of dozens of meters underground, and spiritual energy shielding devices were set up all around. On top of it, water sources were introduced and intercepted to create a huge lake filled with countless spiritual stones. Hundreds of small lakes and ponds of various sizes were dug around to cultivate more mutant parasites. This is not the end. When studying these two most special parasites, they unexpectedly found that their intelligence was enough to understand their orders, as well as all the knowledge and any instructions instilled in them. They were overjoyed, but suddenly heard that the Labai and Philippine countries, not far from them, were attacked and completely destroyed by mutant creatures in the sea, and they were terrified. At this time, the research of the mutant parasites was successful on those small islands, but the hosts were no longer enough. So they made an extremely shameless and terrifying decision. All the remaining humans, after being selected according to their own rules, became the hosts of the parasites. After the mutant parasites continued to proliferate, these hosts became the kind of walking dead that Lin Ming had seen countless times, with their stomachs and minds full of those disgusting parasite larvae. Naturally, they no longer had thinking, language, soul, and everything that belonged to humans. All they had were the bodies of those larvae and their increasingly stiff muscles. They were alive, but they were already dead. The remaining nearly 10,000 researchers relied on studying these two strongest mutant parasites to survive. As for the secrets of these two giant insects, it was not just that. They also had a certain ability to ignore those aura shielding devices. And based on this ability, the people here invented the anti-aura shielding device. And this thing was too rare, and only a few pieces were circulated. So that's how it is. After Lin Ming sensed all the information, he learned some secrets that had troubled him for a long time. But after knowing these, he felt that it didn't matter. The more secrets he knew, the less he would fall into thinking. But it also made him less and less interested in everything in this era of spiritual energy revival. At this time, he once again aimed his sight at the two giant insects. Although quite a few mysteries have been solved, such as why they can cross the ocean to reach the island to reproduce and distribute, why they are trapped in this spiritual energy shielding device, and even why they can resist the power of this spiritual energy shielding device to a certain extent. He also learned the origin of the anti-spiritual energy shielding device. Lin Ming now has some thoughts. However, the most critical thing, Lin Ming is not asked. The final question raised by the spiritual language from Bingyi Baxia is the system conspiracy theory. Is it true or false? Is there such a thing? Or is it just my guess? I have a question for you. Lin Ming looked at the two giant insects that had completely stopped resisting and said, "We will never hide what we know." "That's right. Tell us everything you want to know." The black and white insects answered firmly. "Do you have the ability to perceive? Like the ability to perceive everything a few kilometers or even farther away?" Lin Ming asked. "Yes, we have it." The black insect answered. "That's right. Although it's not too far away." The white worm also answered. Lin Ming was silent for a while, and then continued to ask, "Do you have the ability to conceal your own spiritual energy?" "Boss, we also have this ability. Although we don't need it." "That's right. Although we don't need it." The answers of the black worm and the white worm can be said to be not unexpected by Lin Ming. It's true. Otherwise, the parasites on the Neon side would have been discovered by the spiritual energy detection satellite long ago. Since these two abilities are like this, each clone is your original self, and each main body is also a clone. Right? Lin Ming knew that this ability was also in his system hypothesis, and all mutant creatures have a common ability with super strong vitality. For example, he has the ability to create new life and can regenerate infinitely. The main body is destroyed, and the clone continues. The super strong recovery ability of the Ice Emperor Tyrant. The infinite spores of the corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom. the splitting and regeneration of the blood demon lord. Isn't it all like this? And before, those parasites scattered on the islands and other places in Neon. Although each of them was not very powerful, it can be said that they were all clones of these two giant insects. After killing all the clones that were afraid of the sea and could not go to other places outside Neon, if the remaining two were killed at once, then these two monsters would be completely eliminated. Boss, it is true. We have many clones. Everyone is us. And we are everyone. The black and white insect still answered honestly. Lin Ming has a plan. It is exactly the same as the Ice Emperor Tyrant, the corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, and the Blood Demon Lord before. So, next, it's time for the highlight. Lin Ming looked around. The subordinates have killed all the parasites. Apart from the two on his bamboo root that were tied up like dumplings, there were only these two parasitic mutant creatures left in the whole Neon, or even the whole world. However, before continuing to question, Lin Ming also had something to do. It seemed that there was no more information from the humans below that he could get. Even more intelligence. There was not much. After Lin Ming got what he wanted to know, the life and death of these humans was not important at all. There was not even a single extraordinary person among them. Then, the bamboo root tore dozens of huge gaps between the lake bottom and the underground base. The surging lake water poured madly into the underground. The dozens of whirlpools created by this also sucked everything into the huge underground space. This was the last human in Neon. Lin Ming didn't feel anything special about this. Everything here was not worth continuing to survive in this world. After a while, after confirming that there was no one alive underground, Lin Ming also knew that he should ask the ultimate question. The black and white bugs were so scared when they saw Lin Ming kill these humans so easily. But Lin Ming didn't care. Do you two have something special? For example, system? The black and white bugs were stunned. They looked at each other. Lin Ming waited for their answer. This answer might affect a lot of things. Boss, this system you mentioned. Chapter 398 Endless Answers. Lin Ming waited for the answer. There is no doubt that this answer is related to a lot of things. System threat hypothesis. This is a hypothesis that Lin Ming got through the spiritual language of the giant island turtle, the first mutant creature that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the Great North Ocean. Or, it can also be called the system theory behind the scenes. The system distributes itself by copying and distributing it to different mutant creatures, and then obtains evolution points through the continuous realm improvement of these mutant creatures to make them stronger, and distribute these systems, and then unconsciously let these hosts, including him, kill crazily. And finally at one moment, they will see mutant creatures with the same level of strength and realm as themselves, and finally start killing each other. Just like he met the Ice Emperor Basha, the Blood Evil Lord, the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, and the two mutant parasites in front of him. After killing each other, the winner gets more evolution points and more powerful spiritual energy. Becoming more powerful. If you want to be stronger than what is shown in your level, you must continuously use evolution points to upgrade and evolve your abilities. In this way, even if you have accumulated a considerable number of evolution points, they will eventually be integrated into the system. You become stronger, and the system becomes stronger. And then, as the number of mutant creatures with the system decreases rapidly due to mutual attacks and killings, and finally there is only one, the system will come out from behind the scenes and show its real claws and teeth. The system that harvests the last mutant creature will also become the strongest existence. This is the ultimate direction of this hypothesis. It is also a hypothesis that Lin Ming now thinks is almost certain. After all, there is too much indirect evidence. Those who have the abilities of hiding their own aura, sensing all aura creatures and super strong vitality are all such mutant creatures. Whether it is the Ice Emperor Tyrant, the Corrupted Emperor Poisonous Mushroom, the Blood Evil Lord, or the two giant insects in front of him, including him. Is this a coincidence? How could it be such a coincidence? If Bingi Basha and the others did not actively expose their abilities, then the two giant insects in front of him actually said that they have the same abilities as himself. Lin Ming looked at the black and white giant insects. Although they are mutant creatures cultivated by humans, but no matter how you look at it, they have the same system as himself and Bingi Basha. Boss, this system you are talking about. The black and white insects looked at each other, as if they had decided on something, and looked at Lin Ming again. And Lin Ming was also waiting for their answers at the same time. It can be said that their answers can even determine how Lin Ning will go in the future. What is it? Lin Ning was stunned. What exactly is the system? What does it mean? They don't know what the system is. Do they have the system but don't know what it is, or do they not have the system at all? So they don't know the meaning of the system? Let you learn various abilities and things that make you stronger. Lin Ning stared at them closely. The two insects were thoughtful. Humans? Are humans the system? Boss? Lin Ning was choked for a moment. What the hell is this conversation? How did it turn to those humans? Can they still talk properly? However, while complaining, Lin Ning also thought about it. Their answer is humans. Did humans teach them to learn various abilities? No. It shouldn't be like this. Humans are not systems. Is there anything special in your consciousness? For example, the panel emitting fluorescence, and some prompts similar to human voices in the consciousness when killing mutant creatures and human superhumans? Lin Ning felt that he had said so much. No matter how stupid or stupid he was, he should be able to understand it. Lin Ning wanted to ask them clearly for the answer to this question. Next. It's the decisive moment. Boss, what are you talking about? What is a fluorescent panel? Yes. How can there be human reminders in the consciousness when killing mutant creatures and human superhumans? The two insects looked at Lin Ning with confusion. Even extreme confusion. In front of them, the blood-red giant bamboo was motionless. They found that after the blood-red giant bamboo showed its true form not long ago, it asked them several strange questions. Although the first few questions were not very special, they were all questions they could answer. But what on earth was the last question? System? Fluorescent panel? There will be a voice reminder in the consciousness of killing mutant creatures and human superhumans? This powerful mutant creature. This terrifying mutant demon bamboo. Is it a guy with low intelligence? The black and white giant insects looked at each other again. At this moment, they couldn't move, and they couldn't do much. The armor they were proud of was nothing in front of the opponent, and the combined attack of the two dark elements and light elements couldn't even do anything to the mutant demon bamboo. Now, the two of them have reached the 4th level, and are about to be upgraded to the 5th level of mutant creatures. However, in front of this mutant plant, it's nothing. It's about to be the 5th level. The Demon King. According to those humans, they are almost invincible in this world. No matter who it is, they must bow down in front of them, be enslaved, and be destroyed. However, the spiritual energy contained in the mutant plant in front of them is so great that even they can't compare with it, and they are not qualified to compare with it at all. In fact, they felt that being defeated by this mutant plant was an indescribable honor. They even felt that they had stained the hands of this mutant plant by being unable to move. However, the thoughts of this mutant plant were so strange that they were completely confused. No! No! Lin Ning was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. No! The answer that Lin Ning thought was the most unlikely appeared. No system. If there is no system, does it mean that his so-called system behind the scenes theory is over? Lin Ning felt that he needed to take a break. After all, from the time that Bingi Bashia said that paragraph to now, Lin Ning has always believed in this hypothesis. The haze of the system also began to shroud him from then on. In order to deal with this imaginary enemy, Lin Ning recalled that he was really careful and on guard everywhere. Even, he was fussy about the use of each evolution point, or simply kept it pressed. Now, he got such an answer. It felt like everything he had done before was in vain. To be honest, Lin Ning had not completely given up his previous idea. Although the two mutant parasites were raised by humans, it did not mean that these two guys were related to the system. Perhaps, the shielding of their own aura, sensing all auras and super strong vitality of these two guys were just coincidences. Lin Ning still did not give up. If he was allowed to choose, unless he completely destroyed the Lord of Blood Evil or completely wiped out the remaining spores of the Corruption Emperor poisonous mushroom. If the answer was still the same, then he could completely let go of his hanging heart. Indeed, hanging heart. If there was no system, then he could really breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it seems that you can't fight against the system. The opponent is rooted in the most central area of his own consciousness. If he really fights, it seems that the chances of winning are really not high. Lin Ning is now extremely conflicted. However, he also knows that he has no time to continue to be conflicted. In his perception, the number of blood demons wandering underground in the Tang Kingdom has become more numerous again because they have absorbed a large amount of nutrients from giant trees and other plants. And the rotten emperor poisonous mushrooms in Feilu are basically the same. They have extremely strong vitality, and they will become more and more numerous and stronger as time goes by. It is not a good idea to always leave them there. They must be eliminated as soon as possible. And at the same time, we must find a way to find the fake Fong Pingchuan. Only after killing the guy will the whole world start to move again, and he may be able to find the truth. Thinking of this, Lin Ming made up his mind. It's time to go. Neon no longer has any mutant parasites except the two hanging on his bamboo roots. And there is no reason to stay. He came here, even at the cost of crossing the ocean, just to lead his subordinates to upgrade and evolve. And by the way, find the answer to the question in his heart. Now, the answer is still confusing, and Lin Ning has to go to another place to continue searching. However, the subordinates seem to have gained a lot. Lin Ming looked at Lei Ji, the Thunder Wolf, and Du Yan, the Poison Wolf, who had also crossed the 3rd level and broken through the bottleneck and became the 4th level and 1st level. The sense of achievement in his heart at this moment could not be described in words. The other subordinates have also grown. This time, coming to this lake area covered by the spiritual energy shielding device did make them feel less angry. After he killed tens of thousands of mutant parasites in a flash, they were snatched away by him, their master, because they had not yet had enough fun and had not had time to become stronger. So they had been secretly holding their breath. Now, after killing the relatively high-level mutant parasites in many small lakes, they have also relaxed a little. However, Lin Ming can still see that their current state has not yet recovered to the strongest. The improvement of spiritual intelligence has also given them various personalities. And at the same time, it has also made them more interested in becoming stronger. Lin Ming is very clear that this day will eventually come. He would not find it troublesome to have subordinates with tempers. As long as they are loyal to him, there is no problem. And he would be even happier if he wanted to become stronger. After all, the stronger the subordinates are, the more he can hand over some more important things to them and let them complete them. After all, it is not his style to take care of everything. There are too many things to deal with, and Blue Star is too big. If he had to do everything by himself, then this boss would be too frustrated. It was only at this time that the value of his subordinates could be highlighted. Lin Ning put his attention back. Walking was easy. Using ultra-long distance movement, it was not a problem to quickly reach Tang Kingdom or even Philippine continent. The problem was how to deal with these two stupid guys. Parasitic mutants have strange names. To be honest, Lin Ning could not imagine that he would call them Tianji or something else. Can the Japanese not give such weird names? But then again, he had just poked the bottom of the giant lake, making Japan seem completely destroyed? It seemed so. Lin Ning found that his strength seemed to have really reached the so-called destruction level. Although, if he used all his strength now, he could instantly make the entire human race endangered. So, the complete destruction of Japan did not seem to be a big deal. Thinking of this, Lin Ning looked at his subordinates again. They were also waiting for his next order. And Lin Ning had actually already decided who to deal with first. Now that he had the ability to ignore the abilities of those mutant creatures that blocked their own spiritual energy, he could now choose to deal with the Corruption Emperor Poisonous Mushroom or attack the Blood Demon Lord. And, wait. Speaking of which, Lin Ning remembered one thing. Xin Chun. Where did this guy go? When attacking those islands, Lin Ning remembered that this guy had walked 2/3 of the distance. How come it has been so long? And it hasn't arrived yet? Lin Ning was just too focused on the so-called the mastermind behind the system said, and too immersed in questioning these two big parasites, and forgot about this matter for a while. According to Xin Chun's speed, it should have arrived. Lin Ning opened his perception in the opposite direction, the vast Pacific Ocean. After focusing his attention on the parasite's lair, Lin Ning also completely ignored that side. However, soon, he discovered something. Soon he understood what happened to the silver dragon Xin Chun that prevented him from coming here. Master, what should we do next? Feng Xiao was hungry at the moment, and the other subordinates were basically the same, except for Bai Qi and Du Shan. The rest were carnivores, and Panda was not that hungry after eating bamboo before. He was considering more than one thing now. Lin Ning thought about it briefly and decided to take action immediately. Don't move around in this place next. I'll be back soon, Lin Ming said, using the edge of the land as a fulcrum and flew high in the sky in an instant. The strong wind pressure could not shake him at all. The monster Qin Chun faced was not something it could deal with. The monster's spiritual energy had reached the 5th level, and it was even getting stronger. Lin Ning had discovered the monster Qin Chun encountered in his previous perception. The deep-sea mollusk with countless tentacles and a huge body immediately launched a sudden attack after discovering Qin Chun in flight. The warlike Qin Chun would not let go of the thing that attacked him. But Lin Ning knew that this thing, which became stronger by absorbing countless octopus-like beasts in the seabed, was definitely not a small character. Chapter 399 Meaningless. After the blood-red giant bamboo disappeared from sight, after turning into a black shadow and flying high into the sky, Panda and many of his companions were suddenly stunned. Then, they looked at the 2 black and white mutant parasites that were thrown back into a small lake. Black worm, my name is Tianji Qiongmu. White worm, my name is Yafuji Madumi. 2 worms, tremble as much as you can under our power. The 2 spiritual energy bombs behind their tails, 1 black and 1 white, are ready to go. After it leaves, nothing can stop us, and you will become our food to become stronger. The black and white worms are now furious. Like 2 giant dragons, they no longer have the weak and funny performance in front of Lin Ning before. Instead, they are completely the opposite of arrogance and arrogance. They know that after the mutant demon bamboo leaves, they are the 2 strongest in this place. Look around. Pandas, wolves, mice, several big birds. None of them can fight. The black and white bugs are full of confidence at this moment. They even forgot that they were trampled by the mutant demon bamboo before, like a small ant under the feet, without even a chance to resist. And it was not a long time ago. Just now. But now, the mutant demon bamboo has gone. These subordinates left by the demon bamboo are not to be feared by the black and white bugs. At this moment, they are condensing the spiritual energy of their bodies. And 2 spiritual energy bombs, 1 black and 1 white, may be launched at any time. The surging spiritual energy all over their bodies makes them more majestic. And Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, and their companions nearby looked at each other. These 2 bugs, are they sick? Really think that the master is gone, and he is gone? Really think that the master is temporarily gone, and they're the boss? Are you kidding me? Panda and the others complained in their hearts, and ignored these 2 guys who seemed to be the highest level. To them, the opponent's strength looks quite strong. But in fact, it is also strong on the outside but weak on the inside, let alone anything else. Now Panda is 100% sure that he can instantly destroy these 2 pieces of stuff by himself. And, however, at this moment, suddenly, the ground began to surge wildly, and the bamboo roots, like dragons, instantly caught the 2 mutant parasites that had not yet recovered. I forgot to deal with you. After Lin Ning flew to a place not far from the destination, he also remembered these 2 idiots. The black and white mutant parasites reached the 4th level and 8th grade. This level is a very good thing for Lin Ning to absorb a lot of spiritual energy and evolution points. For him, it is an excellent nutrient. Keep them and take them as subordinates? Lin Ning has never thought about this question. The reason? There are too many. These 2 parasitic mutant creatures have reached the 4th level and 8th level. They can use dark elements and light elements to attack individually or in combination. There is no need to worry too much about their strength. But, in fact, it is also because of this point that they have become their fatal flaw. If the strength is too high, will it cause dissatisfaction among other subordinates? Just considering the strength here, and the fact that these 2 guys are obviously only obedient to him, they should not stay. Why? Lin Ning is absolutely sure that these 2 big bugs will definitely attack his other subordinates immediately after he leaves. There are simply too many reasons. If you want to upgrade to a higher level at level 4 and level 8, you only need to hunt mutant creatures with very good levels and realms, without having to wait slowly for the infiltration of spirit stones in front of them. Whether it is Panda, Feng Xiao or Feng Yin, as well as Yen Lu, Lei Ji, and Du Yen, they are all mutant creatures that have entered the powerful Demon King level of level 4. If all these powerful mutant creatures are killed, then how much can their own level realm be improved? These black and white bugs are stupid and smart. But it is precisely this point that makes Lin Ning feel that they should not stay at all. Who wants to have a subordinate who wants to kill his companions at any time in his team? Lin Ning couldn't say anything else. But he definitely didn't want this to happen. Who wants a guy who can act like a traitor at any time? And there are two of them at once. There is another point that Lin Ming also feels that he can't ignore. That is the food problem of these two guys. If they join the team, it will be very difficult to deal with them. After all, they are different from his original subordinates. The eating habits of these two guys are not something that can be easily dealt with. Among the subordinates, most are carnivorous animals, such as the 7 wolves, which are the most representative. As for the Siro Dushan and Bai Chi's family, they are relatively rare herbivores, but sometimes they will eat small insects, but not many. The most bizarre one among them is Panda Panda. This guy can basically eat bamboo and meat, but he can't live without bamboo. But now looking at the two huge mutant parasites, Lin Ming can imagine how big their appetite is. Without spiritual stones, how do they sustain their lives? The only way for parasites to obtain energy is parasitism. If they are taken to other places, Lin Ming thinks that these two guys will definitely fill all the nearby land with their clones in the shortest time. And these clones will also turn all the nearby life into their nutrients. This has an almost absolutely destructive existence to Lin Ming's future plans. If all the creatures disappeared, then let alone other things, his subordinates will all starve to death first. Right? This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. Just these two alone can sentence these black and white mutant parasites to hell. While he was thinking this, these two bugs were so ignorant that they immediately showed their ugly faces. They even brazenly said they wanted to rule his subordinates and kill them as they pleased. How dare they do that? Lin Ming was almost amused. Even though he didn't even have a mouth, these two idiots actually took the initiative to die. So there was no need for him to hide it and not deal with it. So, the bamboo roots swam quickly from the bottom of the ocean and almost instantly reached the place where he was originally. Before these two stupid and foolish bugs could react, they had already been strangled. You too. You are really looking for death. Lin Ming sensed these two bugs. They were still in extreme shock. They couldn't believe it now. Didn't that extremely terrifying mutant plant just disappear into the distance in the air? How come I was still caught by it? And, judging from the tone of this terrifying mutant plant, it wants to kill me. Boss, we are just pretending to be cool. Boss, calm down. We really want to play a joke on your subordinates. While they begged for mercy, they also struggled hard. However, it was useless. The two light balls at the tail were no longer hidden at this time, but became bigger and bigger. How could Lin Ming be scared by these two? The dark element destroyed the barrier of the white worm, and the light element smashed the barrier of the black worm. In the dazzling light, the black and white light balls released by Lin Ming instantly enveloped the two worms. Their screams did not last long, and they were easily eliminated. Panda and the others said that they would not die if they did not commit suicide. Where is the madness just now? Didn't they threaten us just now? The boss will teach you what is powerful, and what are the consequences of shouting. At this moment, they also understood how powerful the Master Lin Ming was. Level 4. Level 8. To the Master, it was nothing. Ding! You killed the Level 4. Level 8 Parasitic Insect King Tian Ji Cheong Mu. Get 99,221 evolution points. Ding! You killed the Level 4. Level 8 Parasitic Insect Queen Ifu Jia Mu Do Mei. Or 99,221 evolution points. The system prompt sound came soon. Lin Ming also understood how sweet the benefits of killing these two insects were. Although there is no more accurate answer from the so-called system, killing these two insects can obviously give more benefits. Speaking of it, 100,000 evolution points arrived. 2. All of a sudden. That's 200,000 evolution points. No matter where it is used, it is more than enough. And not only that, the spiritual energy obtained by killing these two bugs directly brought the level displayed on his attribute panel to the level of level 5 and level 8. Level 5 and level 8. This is enough to have the ultimate embodiment of a powerful force that can almost look down on everything. After level 5, the upgrade speed is actually not slow at all, and it takes much less time than when he upgraded from level 4 to level 5. Above level 5 is level 6. Level 1 and level 2 are demon spirits, corresponding to level C and level B defined by humans. Level 3 is Demon King, corresponding to level A defined by humans. Level 4 is Demon Emperor, corresponding to level S defined by humans. Level 5 is Demon Emperor, and humans do not have the so-called level division. And what about level 6? Lin Ming did not deny that his growth rate was too amazing. Long before, He had reached a level that made all mankind tremble. Is there any opponent in the world? Lin Ming was not sure. But not far from him, in the central part of the Pacific Ocean, the mutant creatures that appeared next to the crater, or simply called monsters, might have the power to threaten him. At this moment, this monster with countless eyes and almost all tentacles was launching continuous attacks on the silver dragon that was firing countless wind blades around it in the depths of the sea. Master, it's too difficult to deal with. It's not afraid of my venom attack. After Qin Chun knew that the Master Lin Ming had arrived, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It knew that it was very strong now. But it also knew that the monster in front of it with tentacles all over its body was stronger. Moreover, more and more strange beasts with a lot of tentacles crawled from the seabed in all directions, and gradually formed this guy's new combat power. Those strange beasts were the same as those it encountered in the Great North Ocean. The strength of each of these beasts is the same as that of the second-level mutant creatures. After they gathered together, they became the flesh and blood of this monster, and their spiritual energy also gathered on the monster. Qin Chun, come to my side. Lin Ming knew that what he was facing at this moment was probably not a simple monster to deal with. In this deep sea, fighting is not that simple. Facing the strong water pressure and the fact that it was not a strong condition for a plant like him, he might be in a difficult battle to deal with this monster with nothing but tentacles all over his body. Moreover, the opponent's strength is still rising. The sea beasts that constantly gathered around him from all directions were gradually absorbed and gathered around him, and gradually became his new spiritual energy helper. Lin Ming found that the spiritual energy of these beasts did not rise on this monster that looked completely indescribable like simple addition, but it seemed that it only absorbed less than 1/10 of it. This is a good thing for Lin Ming. If it is simply superimposed, then even if he uses his greatest strength, he will definitely not be able to simply kill this guy. After all, the level difference will reach an incredible level. Think about it. If the spiritual energy of hundreds or thousands of first-level or second-level beasts is superimposed and piled on that monster, then there is really no fun. Lin Ming is now rushing to the 6th level. And if this thing keeps superimposing, I am afraid it will eventually reach the 9th level? 9th level? It is possible to destroy the blue planet. But this thing is not like this. The level of this thing is now at the 5th level and 9th level. If you don't care, it will also be the 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. Lin Ming sensed the beasts that kept coming in this direction, and knew that this kind of thing must be stopped. Otherwise, at this moment, he was nearly 600 kilometers away from the monster. Lin Ming roughly calculated the distance with the bamboo root, and then extended his own bamboo root in all directions. In this range, all the alien beasts approaching the monster were swept by the storm composed of bamboo leaves and wind that erupted from Lin Ming bamboo root, and were completely turned into fragments. Ding! You killed a second-level first-level alien beast and obtained 50 evolution points. Ding! You, as expected, the evolution points given by the alien beast are pitifully few. Lin Ming didn't know why it was like this, but a little bit of sand makes a tower. Take it slowly and save it. Anyway, this number is indeed enough. However, as time went by, Lin Ming also found that his own spiritual energy did not increase much, and the words of the 5th level and 8th level on the attribute panel had never changed. This alien beast thing is really not good. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since this thing appeared, it seems that it has never given him a very good impression. You don't fight it. There are so many of them, and they are all rushing towards you. If left alone, these guys will eat whatever they catch, and then copy themselves, making their numbers even larger. But if you kill them, you will only get a little spiritual energy and evolution points. Lin Ming even feels that killing them will hardly give you any spiritual energy. And their clones, even if you kill them all, will not give you a single evolution point. This thing is really meaningless. Chapter 400 Worthless. If Lin Ming were asked to choose an opponent he disliked the most, the answer would definitely be the alien beast. An alien beast has powerful strength and strange thinking ability. They are creatures that were originally transformed from mutant creatures after swallowing the soul pill. But they are also very different from the original mutant creatures. Tentacles, eyes, huge mouths full of sharp teeth, and soft bodies make up most of their bodies. Moreover, a considerable number of them have extremely strange abilities. Ordinary attacks are ineffective, or elemental attacks are ineffective. Even, they have both. and can only find a breakthrough point to destroy their defense system. Moreover, as long as they eat any creature, they will produce some completely copied individuals, and they don't care what creature they swallow. Ordinary humans and ordinary mutant creatures of relatively low levels will become their nutrients after being swallowed by them, and become another copy of them. What about mutant creatures of higher levels? Lin Ning still remembers what happened in the Goganda spirit realm. The fake Fang Pingchuan sent almost all the Nine Heavens Tower to the Goganda spirit realm located on the western edge of Shu province to eradicate the newly discovered B-level demon spirits there. However, after they arrived there, they soon discovered that the B-level demon spirits were being controlled by several alien beasts. After finally killing the alien beasts, and then the B-level demon spirits, they had just taken out the B-level demon spirit soul pill. But the soul pill was snatched away by the alien beasts. The alien beast that absorbed the soul pill also became a monster with extremely terrifying combat power in an instant. The giant alien beast with extremely terrifying speed and attack power. Although it was quickly killed by him that time. But there is no doubt that this alien beast can become stronger by swallowing the soul pill. This is basically the opposite of the mutant creatures. And not only that, Lin Ning has also seen them swallowing extraordinary people. That was in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm. The third tower of the Nine Heavens Tower. Shui Yuqing was killed by him. He deliberately left the strange beast to devour Shui Yuqing. After that, his body suddenly expanded several times. In the end, his spiritual energy even reached the level of B-grade. However, the strange beast was just huge in size, and had a relatively high spiritual energy level, and there was nothing special about it. But from that time on, Lin Ning was also invaded by strange beasts one after another. There are many kinds of them. Whether it is the most numerous normal type, or the special type that can release the ability of physical attack invalidation or elemental attack invalidation, the big eyeballs that can fly, and the huge giant type, and even the deep-sea monsters that look like octopuses but have tentacles like dead tree branches in the forest that have been seen in the Great North Ocean. They are all like this. These beasts of various appearances, no matter what kind, in fact, except for being ugly and annoying, actually have no impact or threat to Lin Ning. This is not an exaggeration. To him, they are not threatening at all. Whether he is an A-level mutant creature, facing them in the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, or an S-level demon king, facing them in the Great North Ocean, or an SS-level existence that surpasses everything, it is the same now. Beasts have never been his enemies. Just because they are not worthy. This reason is simply too simple. For Lin Ning, beasts are not opponents at all. And now, at the bottom of the sea 600 kilometers away, that strange thing, Lin Ning thought at first that it was a mutant creature that had not been discovered before. But now that the other party's embodiment has been established in his mind, Lin Ning immediately discovered that this guy should be called a monster collection or simply a garbage dump. The reason is that countless octopus-shaped deep-sea monsters with countless tentacles that he had seen in the Great North Ocean before, after continuously gathering, attached themselves to this guy and became one with him. But each monster actually still exists separately, and has not lost their independent individuals because of the combination. This actually means that this guy is a combination of a single individual as the center and countless deep-sea monsters as the shell. Even if the concentration of this guy's spiritual energy has been raised to the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, it is actually just a matter of the number of deep-sea monsters. Master, what should I do? At this time, the spiritual language of Silver Dragon Qin Chun reached Lin Ning's mind. Lin Ning immediately issued an order. After all, he couldn't do everything. So it was better to let this subordinate, who also had outstanding abilities, do some things. Qin Chun, you are responsible for killing all the deep-sea monsters I marked one by one. Can you do it? Master, it's too easy. If it's them. Qin Chun instantly turned into a silver-white stream of light and disappeared in the sea water. Those deep-sea monsters that just had more tentacles were nothing to it. It only needed to use the poisonous spirit bombs to destroy them one by one. The real tricky thing was the collective. Its poison gas bombs could not break through the shell of the collective. Even if it melted some of the outermost layer, it would soon be filled by the deep-sea monsters in other places and immediately return to its original state. In this deep sea, this collective monster has quite a lot of advantages. After all, fighting in the deep sea requires taking care of many things. Not only the depth, water pressure, water flow and various unfavorable terrain conditions. The number of deep-sea monsters that continuously supply here is also extremely difficult to deal with. Master, can you kill this monster? Originally, Qin Chun could reach the master's place in the shortest time, and even catch up with the master to attack those enemies. But what he didn't expect was that when it was flying in the sky, it was suddenly attacked. Although the collective monster was in the deep sea, it could release strange spiritual energy bombs in the water, and it was the kind that scattered tens of thousands of them, forcing Qin Chun to fly higher to avoid it. But in order to kill this guy and ask for a reward from the master, Qin Chun still dived into the deep sea to fight this guy. But he didn't expect that his strength was far inferior to that of the opponent. Fortunately, the master finally found this place. Otherwise it would not be so easy for it to get out of here. Master, this guy is very difficult to deal with. You? Bang! It suddenly felt a very shocking roar coming from the existence just away. At the same time, one shock wave after another shook the entire ocean. Master, what happened over there? Silver Dragon Qin Chun tried hard to get rid of the crazy water flow, and its huge wings struggled to maintain balance in the seawater. The huge spiritual energy contained in its body, as well as its extraordinary strength, understanding of speed and water flow, allowed it to quickly adapt to this sudden change. At the same time, it rushed out of the turbulent sea water at a very fast speed, spread its wide silver wings, and flew in the air. At the same time, it immediately looked in the direction of its master Lin Ming. However, it unexpectedly saw a spectacular scene that can be called a vision. A huge black object was floating in the air under the scorching sun, and below it appeared a huge depression made of seawater, and countless seawater rushed into the depression, forming hundreds of water walls as high as 100 meters. At the same time as the loud bang, the black thing was held up by countless black bamboo roots extending from the seawater before it could fall, and was thrown directly to a very far distance. Qin Chun was really stunned this time. What? What is this? What kind of battle is this? Is it the same dimension as what I saw before? The huge black shadow is undoubtedly the collection of strange beasts that just put me in an absolutely bitter battle, and the one who threw it from the deep sea to a height of several hundred meters, dragged it tightly with bamboo roots, and then threw it out was undoubtedly the Master Lin Ming. The strength of the Master Lin Ming may have reached an incredible level. Silver Dragon Qin Chun looked at the concave place that was originally surrounded by the raging waves. It has formed a super vortex with a diameter of more than 300 or 400 meters. The horror of it is estimated that if humans see it, they will think that the end of the world has come. Right? Looking at the black shadow again, it has disappeared. But the roar from a very far distance proves that it has been thrown onto some solid soil and rock, not into the vast sea water in the ocean. Qin Chun, sweep the deep sea monsters? Master, I understand. Qin Chun came to his senses, dived from the air, plunged into the deep sea, and rushed to the direction marked by his master Lin Ming at the fastest speed. It knew that its mission was also heavy, but it was able to fight the enemy, and it had never been afraid of anything. Sensing the departure of his subordinate Silver Dragon Qin Chun, Lin Ming once again focused his sight on the giant monster that he had thrown onto an island hundreds of kilometers away. This time, he did not choose to attack it directly, but used a more stable and relatively gentle method for this huge monster, and threw it onto the ground. There are many reasons for this. Of course, Lin Ming felt that this aggregation of alien beasts seemed a little strange. It could even be said that this aggregation of alien beasts had secrets that all the alien beasts he had encountered before had not revealed. After all, using a mere core alien beast to absorb countless sea alien beasts to form a new body, and to make it huge and increase its spiritual energy. No matter how you look at it, it has never happened before. Speaking of which, if you really want to be serious, there was indeed one before. The mother body of the black worm. Although that guy should be a gathering of energy according to his own judgment. The reason why he has similar external trade signs to those alien beasts. And even some tricks are not much different. But that guy is still a specific energy body. Moreover, it is certain that it is the embodiment of energy created by the fake Feng Ping Chuan. The amount of its ability and the concentration of spiritual energy are the most faithful manifestations of the ability and spiritual energy of the human who pretended to be Feng Ping Chuan. As for the strange beasts, if you insist, they are indeed a kind of energy body. However, unlike the black worm mother body, these things are much more disgusting. And their desire for energy and spiritual energy is also stronger. Lin Ning has no doubt that these strange beasts are things outside the rules. Or in other words, they are not like normal things at all. If this mutant creature eats the soul pill and becomes a strange beast, then this equation is true. Then, the world should have been full of strange beasts. However, it is not. Lin Ning had not thought about this matter carefully before. But after careful thinking, he had encountered those mutant creatures with levels of D and C a long time ago. And with such a large area of blue star, there should be countless mutant creatures of only level 1. However, the strange beasts did not appear on a large scale until a long time later. It can even be said that the appearance of the strange beasts is closely related to Alexandra of the Destiny Society. There must be some of these first-order mutant creatures that have been killed. Right? And how many of them have directly turned into strange beasts in nature? Lin Ning now feels that this matter is not normal at all. If there was one at the beginning. Think about it. When he sent his subordinates to hunt, he would have soul pills at the 9th level. Before he found soul pills, none of his subordinates turned into strange beasts when they ate the meat of similar mutant creatures. Now it seems that this matter is too weird. And the same is true for these strange beasts in the ocean. If this could be used to produce strange beasts at the beginning, where would there be so many mutant creatures in the entire ocean? Moreover, the ocean is the first place where second-order and third-order mutant creatures appeared. This is not normal at all. Although the movement of the strange beast is slow, it is basically invincible under the cover of the special type. For ordinary mutant creatures, it is basically a super killer. And it can replicate after eating mutant creatures, and can take soul pills to have full attack power and speed. According to this logic, the whole world should have been the world of strange beasts. However, from the beginning to now, the most Lin Ning has seen is in this ocean. And it was just recently. Those on land are all things created by Alexandra and others. The strange beasts in the ocean that Lin Ning has seen all look the same. And there is no second form at all. All of them are like octopuses, with countless tentacles. Whether it is in the North Ocean or in the Pacific Ocean, Lin Ning was thoughtful. He felt that this guy who was thrown near the crater of the distant island by him, and had not gotten up for a long time, might contain quite amazing secrets. It's time to reveal the secret. Thinking so, Lin Ning started to move over long distances again. Chapter 401, A Plan Within a Plan. Oh, is that so? Good information. But I really didn't expect that you didn't get those spirit stones. Allensmeister looked at Cheng Yu and learned more about the real Fong Pingshuan from him. Not far behind him, Cheng Yu saw the figure of Lu Feishu, who had been bickering with Xing Yu, looking so dazzling and disgusting. However, this guy can only do so much. According to Fong Pingshuan, behind all this, it was this teammate they originally trusted and their longtime partner who was secretly playing tricks. And all the information was continuously sent to Allensmeister, who could be said to have put the entire human race into a greater crisis. Lu Feishu. His crime should be executed. Yes, I have told you all the information I got. Allensmeister, I have not concealed anything. But the spirit stone. Cheng Yu pretended to please Master, and saw with his peripheral vision that Lu Feishu was wandering around here all the time. And his mind was not on bickering with Xing Yu at all. He was using his ability to sense what he was thinking. And this bastard's threat lies here. If the mind-reading thing is in one's own team, it will be a weapon to disintegrate the enemy from within. But what about in the hands of the enemy? It can be said that it is the most terrifying weapon. Our secrets will have no defense in front of the enemy. The spirit stone is easy to say. Wang Su. Alan's master looked at the young man with a contemptuous look, who was not so obviously superior and subordinate to him. Yes. Please go ahead. Wang Su responded immediately. This time, go to point B. D warehouse. The spiritual stones, there are enough for our good friend to upgrade his realm to a level. Right? Wang Su nodded. You are right. It is true. Should I take him there now? I don't want to hear nonsense. Master's attitude towards Wang Su is completely different from before. Yes. Wang Su didn't say anything else, but grabbed Cheng Yu's arm, suddenly turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared on the spot. Alan's master raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Lu Feishu again. Xing Yu had left and went to hunt in the spiritual realm, and the others were doing all kinds of cleaning, collecting food, and sorting things in the Doomsday territory. At this moment, at least no one was disturbing them. However, Alan's master was not a pushover. He picked up a stone and threw it somewhere else. And Lu Feishu immediately nodded slightly at him. This was to ask Lu Feishu if anyone around saw them together. Lu Feishu ability has an influence range of about 50 meters. If anyone within 50 meters knows that he and Master are meeting, he will be able to be alert immediately. Then, Lu Feishu drew a 1 on the dry ground nearby with his foot, and then immediately walked into the door of the Doomsday Fortress. Alan's master stepped forward and wiped it off in time. He also laughed at the same time. Wang Su, the A-level extraordinary person, the most powerful extraordinary person in the world, has now become completely his dog. And Cheng Yu has become a new source of information that can be trusted. The real Fang Pingchuan did not care about him, but focused on dealing with the mutant creatures in Europe and spying on all the movements of the fake Fang Pingchuan. For him, this is simply the best development opportunity. The fake Fang Pingchuan intention is to eradicate all extraordinary people and deepen the contradiction between ordinary people and extraordinary people. Alan's master cannot accept this. If there were no conflicts, who would he make money from? Who would he do business with all the collected spiritual stones? If only ordinary people were left in the end, then he would not be able to do business at all. The fact that his fate would be destroyed was already an unacceptable fact for him. If the fake Fang Pingchuan really made things worse, it would be really unacceptable. Now, this place is basically under his control. Xingyu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong are not to be feared, and the others are not even on the list. They can't do anything to him. As long as those things are still buried underground, they will never act rashly. Alan's Meister took out a cigar and lit it, looking up at the Doomsday territory that was directly carved out of the mountain. He exhaled a thick puff of smoke. If humans finally play themselves here, then there is really no hope. According to Lu Feishu's answer just now, neither Wang Su nor Cheng Yu lied. When the two men went to America to look for spirit stones, they were attacked by a mutant creature. The nuclear bomb in the warehouse was detonated, and all the spirit stones were destroyed at the same time. Afterwards, the two men went to the Bruce country and met Fang Pingchuan. Master could understand this very well. Fang Pingchuan asked Wang Su to report all kinds of information to him when he had time, so that he could further judge the situation and issue various orders. However, Fang Pingchuan would never have thought that Cheng Yu and Wang Su, whom he trusted, were nothing now, no matter how powerful they were. In order to become stronger and not be controlled by anyone, Cheng Yu told him everything he knew about the real Fang Pingchuan. Alan's master felt that there was no one more like a scum than Cheng Yu, but he welcomed this kind of scum. Or, if there was no such scum, his plan would not have been possible to be realized earlier. He had known about the real Fang Pingchuan from Lu Feishu a long time ago. Lu Feishu is even more of a hopeless scumbag than Cheng Yu. Because of his own ability, he is not valued. No one takes him seriously, and he has no say. He is usually like a transparent person, and he is the best target for strategy. A piece of A-level spiritual stone can easily buy this scumbag. After that, his ability to read minds naturally provides him with great convenience. Even if Cheng Yu and others don't say it, he can still know these things. But if Cheng Yu says it, everything will be completely different. This directly puts Wang Su in an absolute passive position, and makes Wang Su a slave who can only obey his orders. Before, the relationship between him and Wang Su was just cooperation, or even just mutual use. Wang Su wants spiritual stones, wants to become stronger, and wants to become the most powerful extraordinary person in the world who will not be restrained by anyone. And what he wants is just the various information brought by Wang Su. For this A-level extraordinary person, this extraordinary person who can move instantly, he can't restrain much at all. Any information you want needs to be exchanged for various things. But now, this will not happen again. Thanks to Lu Feishu, he can use Wang Su unlimited times to get everything he wants to know. What's even more ridiculous is that these people have no idea that Lu Feishu has been bribed by him. They are still hostile to Cheng Yu, who thinks he is very smart. They probably still think that everything is Cheng Yu's fault, and the real Fang Pingchuan affairs are known to him. But how can those idiots know that this matter is all the betrayal of another companion of theirs? Lu Feishu? Cheng Yu will naturally be eliminated later, when he is no longer useful. As for the others, at this moment, Alan's Meister suddenly felt a gust of wind coming, interrupting his thinking. Then, the figures of Wang Su and Cheng Yu suddenly appeared. Back? Alan's Meister snorted. It's pretty fast. Wang Su nodded silently. while Chung Yu was quite excited. I have been promoted to A level. Ha ha. Mr. Allensmeister. Thanks to your spirit stone? Chung Yu was very excited. After hearing the noise outside, Fei Jun came out and saw Chung Yu. He also put his hand on the long sword at his waist. The expression on his face was full of disdain, anger and murderous intent. Chung Yu is my man. Fei Tianta? Allensmeister put his cigar in his mouth again. If you touch him, you know what the consequences will be. Right? Fei Jun's hand left the hilt, but his eagle eyes did not leave Chung Yu. Don't mess with me. I am also A level now. Chung Yu pointed at Fei Jun provocatively. His expression was that of a villain who had succeeded. Fei Jun looked at Chung Yu coldly, and the murderous intent on his face did not fade at all. But Chung Yu chose to continue provoking. Fei, I have disliked you for a long time. In the past, because of the 9-layered heaven tower, I called you Brother Fei. But now even that Fong Pingchuan is fake. And the 9-layered heaven tower is in name only. The difference in strength between you who used to be the second tower and me who used to be the first tower. I want you to see how big the gap is after being promoted to this A level. Allensmeister raised his eyebrows. He looked at Fei Jun, whose expression was calm, but whose hands were shaking violently, and who could draw his sword at any time. And then looked at Chung Yu and clapped his hands. Okay. You are all extraordinary people with high levels. There is no need to fight over a small matter. Although I want to say this. I am quite looking forward to seeing who is better among you. Fei Jun stared at Allensmeister fiercely, and then looked at Chung Yu again. Let's fight in a spacious place. Chung Yu spat. Who is afraid of who? My current spiritual energy level is not comparable to that of a loser like you who has just been promoted to A level. Hee hee. You don't rely on actual combat, but rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of spiritual stones. You look so smug and complacent. It's really disgusting. Xing Yu used ink drops to control dozens of giant mutant creatures and returned to the gate of the Doomsday territory. He just saw the scene of Chung Yu and Fei Jun fighting, and the words in his mouth immediately jumped out. He didn't expect that the young man who had a simple mind and had unlimited enthusiasm for humans has now fallen into this state, which simply made him dumbfounded. Allensmeister, this man is worthy of being the existence that Fong Pingchuan called the ultimate devil. As long as this person exists, the world will slide more and more into the abyss of chaos. He is the synonym of evil, and will also affect this evil to others. Just like Chung Yu now. He was once confused, and he should have been convinced by the real Fong Pingchuan. But he became the most loyal lackey of Allensmeister, and the most disgusting traitor and villain in the 9 Heavens Tower, and even in the entire human race. Xing, you too. And that kid named Zheng who plays with fire. I tell you, now one by one, my strength is already above yours. Don't tell me that. I rely on spirit stones? You can't even rely on it if you want to. Chung Yu pointed his finger at his former big brothers without any hesitation, and the expression on his face became more exaggerated. He glanced at the shadow of Lu Feishu in the distance, and immediately exchanged glances with Wang Su. If you want to fight, I know a place. Wang Su pointed his thumb in a direction. No one will know if there is any big noise. Okay. Fei. Xing. You two can come together. I'm hiding from my grandson. You don't respond? You should call me Grandpa now. Chung Yu tried his best to provoke his elder brothers with the most arrogant and most rude words. Pa pa pa. At this time, Allensmeister applauded. Very good. The competition and fight between A-level extraordinary people can be said to be the most exciting thing between human beings in the world. But, Allensmeister looked at a distance, and Lu Feishu nodded at him. Isn't it a strategy? I'm too suspicious. He put the cigar in his trouser pocket. Try to fight from a distance. If the noise is too loud, it will attract something. Right? Since the Lord has given his permission, I have no objection. How many of you will come? 1 or 2? Or the guy named Zheng? Chung Yu's expression became even more distorted. Or are you afraid and don't dare to come? Chung Yu, you're looking for death. Zheng Guodong also ran out after hearing the noise outside. He even accidentally bumped into Lu Feishu, who was hiding near the door for some reason. Humph. Filthy trash. Fei Jun drew his sword, and the murderous intent on his face became even stronger. Although I can't kill you, it's okay to cripple you. Right? Countless ink drops gathered beside Xing Yu's hand. Wang Su looked at Allensmeister. How about I take them to Neon? There should be no humans there. Whatever you want. Allensmeister did not comment. Don't rush back. and check if there are any problems with the spirit stones in the T.I library. Now Wang Su has no freedom. He obeys his orders. But Neon is a very suitable place. After he nodded, Wang Su immediately took Xingyu, Fei Jun, Zheng Guodong, and Cheng Yu to teleport in turn. The scene that was noisy just now became extremely silent at this time. Allensmeister looked at Lu Feishu again, and the other party gently drew a 1 on the ground again, turned around and disappeared into the building. At this moment, Master picked up the cigar again and followed him in. Chapter 402 Deception. Gales of wind blew one after another, and on the wasteland, Xingyu, Fei Jun, and Zheng Guodong were sent here one by Wang Su. At this moment, they were mobilizing their spiritual energy, and they couldn't wait to have a group fight with their former comrade in arms, former friend, and former Ninth Heaven Tower Cheng Yu, which would make him unforgettable for the rest of his life. Cheng Yu fell. This was something Xingyu had never thought of. The innocent young man was repeatedly forced by the fake Fang Pingchuan, and the mental abuse made him have the terrible idea of supernatural supremacy. And this idea gradually dissipated in front of the real Fang Pingchuan. But Allensmeister, the dangerous and terrifying death merchant, made Cheng Yu, who was confused, fall into darkness completely. Now, all the secrets of the Blue Country where the real Fang Pingchuan was located seemed to have been completely told to Allensmeister by Cheng Yu. And at the same time, this death merchant made the human world, which was already extremely chaotic and on the verge of destruction, slide directly into the abyss of death and extinction. This is not an exaggeration or alarmist. Although Allensmeister is an ordinary person, he has a destructive power that even extraordinary people cannot match. The dangerous weapons he buried under huge cities around the world will explode at the same time as his death. That will also make all mankind fall into the despair of absolute destruction. And it will become a reality in an instant. This kind of thing is unacceptable to any human being. If Allensmeister was a person, he would not do this. But he went even further, and used this to threaten all the humans he came into contact with. His purpose is for profit, and to become the top person in the world. To achieve this goal, this person did everything he could. Now, Cheng Yu was also influenced by this bastard, and became someone no one wanted to see. And they were restricted by Allensmeister, so they couldn't put Cheng Yu to death. Not only that, Cheng Yu just talked to them in a very provocative tone. And the purpose was to tell them that he, Cheng Yu, was no longer the B-level extraordinary person in the past, but an A-level extraordinary person who was more powerful than them. After such a provocation, the three had no reason to endure. They wanted to let this former comrade, who had fallen into darkness, understand that the extraordinary person with a dark heart would always be the weakest one. When did this place become like this? Looking around, there was no building around, and even the trees were pitifully few. There was only endless wilderness and countless hay. The mountains in the distance were also bare and too quiet. There was really no vitality in this place. Xingyu even felt that this place was like some kind of hell, or a place on an alien planet. Who knows? But, before Zheng Guodong finished speaking, he suddenly heard the roar of wild beasts and the cry of birds. The three of them were startled. They had just said that there was no one here, but now there was this noise. However, soon after Wang Su and Cheng Yu appeared again. They had no time to listen to the noise. Now, more important than this, is to beat up Cheng Yu. The bastard. Finally here. Then we won't talk nonsense. This place is wide enough. There will be absolutely no problem in fighting. Xingyu roared, and completed the construction of the barrier composed of several layers of black ink drops, and pushed it to the outer layer of a radius of about 5 kilometers at a very fast speed, and constructed 3 layers of barriers at the same time. Fight! Fei Jun drew out his 2 swords, and the murderous aura on his face rose. Zheng Guodong was silent, letting dozens of fire dragons fly in the air. Stop! Cheng Yu is not an enemy. Wang Su raised the black double blades. He stood in front of the 3 people, stopping this ridiculous battle. Not an enemy? This is the best joke I have heard this year. Xingyu ink drops have turned into thousands of black spears, surrounding the entire area. Cheng Yu sighed. Brother Xing, relax. This is a long story. I don't have a brother like you, Mr. Cheng. What you did has caused such serious consequences. Do you know? Zheng Guodong's eyes no longer have any feelings for Cheng Yu. His current strong anger has completely filled his heart. What I did is not as bad as your good brother Xiao Liuzi. Cheng Yu knew that he had to clear up the misunderstanding. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, Some people would laugh. Xiao Liuzi? Zheng Guodong was stunned. Lu Feishu is the real traitor, not Chengyu. Wang Su sighed. He knew that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later between these people. And what he had to do was to prevent any fighting between people who didn't need to fight at all. You? What did you say? Xingyu was stunned for a moment, but soon recovered. Chengyu isn't a traitor? I'm not. Although I can't convince myself. But I want to tell you that I'm really not. Chengyu sighed and opened his arms, indicating that he had no intention of fighting. He also understood that this step must be taken. He did give Xingyu and the others a bad impression before, and even said that anything he did would be misunderstood by these people, and there was no way to do it. But now, without the interruption of Alan's Meister and the mind-reading of Lu Feishu, they now have unique conditions. Now is a good time to make everything clear. He is really not. The real traitor is Lu Feishu. He has long been Alan's Meister's spy, and all our secrets have been read by him. There is no secret at all. Wang Su continued. He knew that it would take some time to make these people believe them. At that time, in order to figure this out, I went to Fang Pingchuan, and finally sorted out all the evidence, and learned that the real danger was not Chengyu, but Lu Feishu, who was always in the dark. Hee. Who knows if you two are playing tricks? After all, one of you is Alan's Meister dog, and the other is Alan's Meister toy. No one would believe what you say. Zheng Guodong spat. How long have I been friends with Xiao Liuzi? I don't know who he is. Want to clear your name? Just a few words will do. Are you making a fuss? Give you evidence. I know we can't convince you with our mouths. Wang Su sighed and threw a small gadget in his hand to Zheng Guodong. Xingyu and Fei Jun frowned and leaned over to see that it was a small camera. On it, a short video of Alan's Meister and Lu Feishu kicking stones and drawing the number 1 on the ground with their feet told them the extremely shocking truth. Wait, these two people. It stands to reason. Xingyu's face was sweating, and his heart was beating wildly. If what Wang Su and Chengyu said was true, then Lu Feishu and Alan's Meister really colluded with each other a long time ago. Because of Lu Feishu, he knew everything after we came back from Fang Pingchuan. Do you understand? Chengyu sighed and shook his head. So I had to play along and tell Alan's Meister everything about Fang Pingchuan, as long as I knew it. This is also a strategy that we have to choose in order to avoid putting all of us in crisis. Wait, we don't completely believe you yet. If that's the case, why didn't you do this from the beginning? Why didn't you discuss it with the three of us? Xingyu thought about it, and felt that it was indeed possible. If what Chengyu and Wang Su said was true, then everything would make sense. After all, it was too strange. From the beginning, when Wang Su brought Alan's Meister to them, this matter was extremely suspicious. I just realized how important what Chengyu did was. You may think Chengyu words are a lie, but what about Fang Pingchuan words? Wang Su walked in front of the three of them and took out a black object from his trouser pocket. The aura shielding device only needs to be activated, and a small piece is enough to make any super powerful extraordinary person lose power. And this thing was taken from Lu Feishu. Why do you think this is? Fei Jun frowned and suddenly woke up. I understand why you can find us. Wang Su nodded. You are right. That's it. Lu Feishu put this thing on Tian Lao body, making his aura hiding ability useless. And Alan's Meister, who got your specific location from the aura concentration detection satellite. Let me take him to find your location accurately. Xingyu and Zheng Guodong took a breath. Wait, Xiao Liuzi. Why did Xiao Liuzi do this? He is not that kind of person. Zheng Guodong shook his head, not daring to believe that this was true. But there seemed to be no second possibility. If you don't believe it, we can go to Fang Pingchuan. He shouldn't lie to you. Right? Chengyu smiled bitterly. Think about it. Why did I have to confess all the information to Alan's Meister at that time? Just for the Spirit Stone? Xingyu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong were all silent at this moment. They were all carefully recalling all the suspicious points. Can Chengyu and Wang Su really be believed? Did Xiao Liuzi really mix with Alan's Meister a long time ago, and was actually the real traitor? However, even if their brains were not that smart, they quickly figured out everything. It seemed that there was no other possibility except that Lu Feishu was a traitor. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Wang Su could accurately bring Alan's Meister directly to them at once. Moreover, looking at so many things before and after, Lu Feishu was indeed the most suspicious, and the one who is most likely to lead the final result of all things to this. If what you said is true, then Lu Feishu must know what we are doing now. Right? You can't stop this person from reading our minds. So he must know what we are going to do. Or what we are talking about here. When we go back to see him, he will definitely know it. Then is there any point in you doing this? The power of mind reading is not just talk. Lu Feishu ability is that as long as the other party is thinking about anything, he will use this powerful ability to read the other party's secrets thoroughly without leaving any. In front of Lu Feishu, there is no so-called secret, let alone any privacy. If everything Cheng Yu and Wang Su said is true, then from the beginning, before they came to this neon country, Lu Feishu had already known it, and then told Allensmeister. Of course we have considered this kind of thing. Cheng Yu laughed, looking relaxed. It's too simple to deal with his ability. Otherwise, how dare we let you come here? Simple? Do you know? Xiao Liuzi. No. Lu Feishu ability can break through all obstacles and read your heart. Whatever you think. He can. Wait. Could it be? Zhang Guodong immediately understood what tricks Cheng Yu and Wang Su played, and couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. It's just as you thought. Lu Feishu can read people's minds, and can easily know what anyone is thinking. Therefore, no one has secrets in front of him. But his weakness is also here. Wang Su nodded. I know. That's it. Xing Yu couldn't help but take a breath. As long as you keep thinking about letting Lu Feishu know, you can use this to deceive him. So, the reason you brought us here is because you thought so in your heart before. So that Lu Feishu mistakenly thought it was true. So that we can get out of Allensmeister control? Fei Jun rarely spoke for a long time. Because he was too surprised. I didn't expect that there is such a way to crack it. Yes. That's it. We just thought about how to get you here. So we acted a play. Of course. The person to be deceived is not just Lu Feishu. You must be deceived as well. Cheng Yu nodded and said. Everyone was silent. And this silence made the howling of wild beasts and the chirping of birds in the distance even more deafening. Then, we can only act like this when we go back. But I have a question. Xing Yu sighed. He didn't expect that it was like this. But from now on, they must always pay attention to Lu Feishu, and not let him know any powerful information. What question? Why don't you kill him? Wang Su asked. Everyone nodded. Indeed. If this guy was killed, wouldn't everything be solved? He can't die. Or rather, he can't die before helping us kill Allensmeister. Wang Su said, and instantly drew out the black and white double blades. We can't let him die before we know where Allensmeister hides the weapons that can destroy half of humanity. Besides, our troubles now seem to be even bigger, for extremely huge black shadows in the sky covered the sky. They could see that there were several mutant creatures on those giant birds. No, it can't be true. The highest value displayed on the spiritual energy concentration detector in Cheng Yu hand has reached the S level. S level Demon King? And several of them. Chapter 403 A critical moment. The sun was blazing, and the sky was clear. A deafening roar resounded over the azure ocean. The waves crashed, and from time to time, a mass of black objects rushed out from the magnificent sea surface. And after a long flight, they fell back into the seawater. In the distance, the shadow of a small island was looming in the waves. And above it, a towering volcano looked extremely magnificent. However, if you look closely, you will find that there is a huge, almost 1/10 the size of a terrifying black monster at the foot of the mountain, which is constantly twisting and waving its claws. This dancing monster has countless soft tentacles on its body, and these tentacles have countless eyes. On the body of the volcano, there is a huge black mark, and there are also a lot of tentacle residues on it, which are still twisting constantly. Each one seems to be able to survive on its own, which is extremely disgusting. A large part of the mountain was also knocked off at the same time, exposing the hidden things inside. After moving a very long distance, Lin Ning arrived near the island in a short time. However, when he saw the huge crater in the middle of the island, his attention was completely attracted by another thing. Compared with this, the giant monster trying to get up on the crater was nothing at all. What is this? Lin Ning looked at the whole piece of metal that was shining brightly under the sun, and couldn't help but wonder. Originally, the crater seemed to have completely turned into a dead volcano, with no signs of eruption at all. But on the outside of the mountain, after a large piece of rock from the mountain that was knocked out by the huge alien beast group fell off, Lin Ming unexpectedly discovered a large piece of metal in it. Even without sensing, Lin Ming knew that this thing was the outermost shell of a huge machine. Countless bamboo roots rushed out of the seawater and hit the edge of the beach of this small island. Lin Ming carefully checked everything on this small island. He suddenly discovered that there were unexpectedly no mutant creatures on this island of dozens of square kilometers. There were only various ordinary animals, birds that were basically not seen in other places, and countless insects. This surprised Lin Ming. After all, it was too difficult for these things to appear here at the same time, especially in this era of spiritual energy revival. Among so many animals, there was not a single one that possessed spiritual energy. This seemed too impossible on this small island in the ocean with extremely rich spiritual energy. But these things really exist. Lin Ming turned his attention back to the collection of strange beasts that fell from the halfway point of the volcano to the bottom of the mountain, knowing that no matter what he wanted to do, he had to kill this thing first. Although it may not be possible to gain too many evolutionary points, or even a trace of spiritual energy, there is no doubt that if it is not killed, it will be very troublesome later. In particular, this thing is a thing whose spiritual energy will continue to rise with the gathering of those deep-sea beasts. If it is allowed to return to the ocean easily, then what is waiting for him will be a more powerful thing. Countless tentacles, and there are a lot of eyes on the tentacles. No matter how you look at it, it is an extremely disgusting thing. This kind of thing cannot allow it to continue to survive on this blue planet. Even Lin Ming feels that all the beasts are not worthy of living on this blue planet. When they first appeared, it was a mystery. And it is also a mystery that they have grown into this now. Whether it is the ordinary type or the special type, the giant type or the flying type, even the sea type and the collective not far in front, they are actually the same. They all have the weird behavior of wanting to attack the strong, and the weird way of survival of wanting to devour everything. When they were killed, there was no sense of accomplishment, nor did Lin Ming feel that it was difficult to kill them. In other words, they were not enemies at all, but they were still annoying. Just like flies. If you don't hit them, they will buzz and keep falling on you, or run around hard. If you kill them, it feels like dirtying your hands, and you feel a little relieved at first. But after a long time, you become numb and really feel super annoying. But these things are better than flies in one way. Their number, or their total number, is actually within a certain range. Now, Lin Ming perception range has reached a considerable coverage area in the total range of the entire blue star. It can be said that except for the north and south sides of the Pacific Ocean where he is now, he has indeed covered most of the places with his spiritual bamboo clones. And in this vast perception range that occupies nearly 3/4 of the blue star, the total number of these strange beasts that Lin Ming perceives is actually quite small, especially in this ocean. This one was supported by the bamboo roots at the bottom, and then it was lifted up suddenly, and even thrown directly out of the sea from the deep sea. After a long flight, after being thrown out in an extremely slow parabola, this collection of strange beasts was also thrown by Lin Ming directly to the towering crater of the island. But the strange beasts that had been gathering towards this collection before, after being swept away by him collectively, did indeed disappear in a considerable number. But they still kept moving and gathering in this direction, as if there was something like a magnet on this collection of strange beasts to attract them. Countless strange beasts were constantly moving in this direction from various areas in the Pacific Ocean. Lin Ming didn't know whether there were strange beasts from the Southern Ocean, the Deep Poison Ocean, or the Great Northern Ocean, but he knew very well that this collection of strange beasts seemed to want to absorb all the strange beasts in the entire ocean into itself, and even wanted to become a more powerful and terrifying king of strange beasts. Although Lin Ming didn't know what kind of magic power this thing had that could attract strange beasts from so far away to keep moving towards it and keep merging with it. If it was allowed to develop freely, it would actually have no advantage for him at all. For this reason, he also sent out the silver dragon Chi Chun to let it continue to attack those sea beasts in the ocean and use the greatest effort to further reduce their number. In addition, his own bamboo roots also continuously extended from where he was to the area with a radius of 2,000 kilometers centered on him, and used bamboo roots to kill all the strange beasts that came in the opposite direction of silver dragon Chi Chun without leaving any alive. As time went on, Lin Ming found that the number of strange beasts he killed did not seem to be as endless as before. And now, they have become increasingly scarce. This is not because those strange beasts are not attracted by this strange beast group and do not come in this direction, but because their number is far behind before. Now, Lin Ning cannot kill this strange beast group directly. Let this guy be used as bait to attract all the seabed strange beasts in the sea, and then besiege the city and attack the reinforcements. Maybe it can completely cure the biggest cancer on this blue planet, and it is possible to completely eliminate them. Lin Ning really wants to catch all these strange beasts in one fell swoop. After all, the value of these things is really too little. If he could completely eliminate all the sea beasts on the entire blue star, then it would be much easier for him in the future. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Ning was not idle. He used his bamboo roots to immediately release dozens of layers of spiritual energy barriers near the group of beasts at the foot of the volcano. These barriers are almost mixed with all elements. No matter how high this guy's level is, he can't break through these barriers. It's not that Lin Ning is conceited, but this guy really doesn't have this ability. Otherwise, how could he be thrown out of the ocean surface by his bamboo roots and hit the volcano on the island directly? If he is really strong, then he will definitely react immediately before he launches an attack, and then use his own abilities to counterattack or defend. But this guy doesn't have such a thing at all. It seems to be just like a simple target to be hit, standing on the seabed, waiting for more sea beasts to approach, and then absorbing them and plundering their spiritual energy for its own use. Unless you get close to it like Qin did, this thing really won't react at all. Moreover, this thing has so much spiritual energy, and its level is even higher than his. But it seems to have very few means of attack, and it has not seen what elemental power it can use, whether it is attacking or defending. It is at the level of scum. Therefore, Lin Ning can easily use the bamboo root to hit this thing out of the water and crash it onto the volcano. Now, this thing is trapped in dozens of layers of barriers, and there is no way to break through it. It can only continue to summon the seabed beasts in the ocean and keep approaching the direction of the island. After Lin Ning trapped this collection of beasts, he immediately launched the next step. This small island located in the center of the Pacific Ocean has no more islands or land in all directions. Within the radius of 2,000 kilometers of Lin Ning immediately deployed his own spiritual bamboo clones in all directions. For him, if he can use the spiritual bamboo clones to sense more places, he can get more information to the maximum extent. And not only that, Lin Ning bamboo roots, through the connection of the spiritual bamboo clones, quickly came to the vicinity of the Japanese country where Panda and the others were before. Just now, these guys were really hungry, and he had to solve their food problem as soon as possible. How can you fight a war with an empty stomach? Although there are no mutant creatures in the Japanese country, you can be afraid of something unexpected. If the fake Fong Ping Chuan is still determined, he may send the black insect mother body to make trouble again. After all, the Japanese country seems to be an extremely important place for the fake Fong Ping Chuan. The so-called anti-spiritual shielding device was produced there, and the similar abilities possessed by the two strange mutant parasites with strange names led to the birth of that thing. As for the relationship between Neon and this fake Fong Ping Chuan, Lin Ning did not believe that it was only a little bit. If this guy knew that Neon had lost half of its human beings and those parasitic mutant creatures were killed one by him, would he go crazy? However, from the current perception, this guy did not seem to do so. This fake Fong Ping Chuan, like before, was still hiding behind the spiritual shielding device, hiding in the billions of people, and had no intention of coming out. Lin Ning originally thought that if this guy showed even a little bit of his feet, he would immediately use long-distance movement, abandon all things to do, and get rid of this guy first. But this guy is really cunning and patient. After such a long time, since the Black Insect Mother turned into the Black Insect Emperor and was killed by him, this fake Fong Ping Chuan still has no intention of coming out. Lin Ning felt that before he returned to Tang Kingdom, this guy might have been hiding and would not show up easily. But Lin Ning felt that even so, he would definitely catch the tail of this cunning fox and let him know how difficult it is to mess with Lin Ning mutant demon bamboo. However, as soon as Lin Ning shifted his attention to the pandas in Neon Country, he immediately sensed something different. 5 level extraordinary people. In this world, there are only 5 extraordinary people who can reach this level. Wang Su who can teleport, Cheng Yu who can make air bombs, Xing Yu who uses ink drops to reach the realm of perfection, Zheng Guodong who lives in flames, and Fei Jun who has great control over weapons and can teleport at medium distances. At this moment, these are exactly the people on this Neon land. Lin Ning was very surprised. Why did these guys come to this place? After all, there was no need for them to come here. Shouldn't these guys be working hard to get rid of Alan Smeister? Why did they come here instead of staying in the doomsday territory of Tang State? And these 5 extraordinary people seem to have been completely discovered by his belligerent subordinates. And these subordinates had already launched an attack in order to kill these 5 people. Lin Ning suddenly felt a headache. This is not easy to deal with. Although among these 5 people is Wang Su, who once killed one of his subordinates, the giant monkey Zhui Yuan. But Lin Ning doesn't want to settle accounts with this guy right away. As for the rest, whether it is Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Fei Jun, or Zheng Guoding, Lin Ning doesn't want to settle accounts with them. Now is not the time. These extraordinary people are still useful. Instead of killing them, it is obviously a better choice to let them go back and then continue to deal with Allensmeister and even the fake Fang Pingchuan. At this moment, the subordinates have already rushed out. Now, is it too late to stop them? Chapter 404S and Other Demon Kings. Obviously, letting the subordinates deal with the 5 extraordinary people is not a good choice. Lin Ning thinks that it is best to let these humans use their abilities as much as possible and help him deal with some things on the human side. But now, his belligerent subordinates can't wait to rush to these 5 humans. It seems that they don't want to let these humans, who also have powerful spiritual energy, leave. It seems that Lin Ning feels that he has to intervene this time. However, before that, it is indeed necessary to see what the strength of these humans has reached. There are almost no subordinates who are not 4th level or 5th level. To be honest, any one of them will probably not let these humans have an easy time. So, what should be done? Lin Ning immediately thought about it. It seems that he feels that he seems to have to communicate with these humans. However, this place is about 4,000 kilometers away from Neon. If you leave here rashly, it means letting the tiger go back to the mountain. This collection of alien beasts will definitely not miss this opportunity to escape. However, Lin Ning thought that he should take a gamble. After all, compared to this collection of alien beasts that can be killed at any time, those humans are much more important for the development of the entire situation in the future. Lin Ning felt that he must distinguish the primary from the secondary. This collection of alien beasts can be killed at any time, even if its spiritual energy concentration has been increasing. However, the insurance fund has no such trend. Lin Ning now uses bamboo roots to wipe out all the deep-sea alien beasts within a radius of 2,000 kilometers that want to approach the collection of alien beasts on this small island. And this guy. It seems not to be easy to break through the dozens of layers of barriers that he has set for it in a short period of time. However, Lin Ning still feels a little uneasy. After all, no matter what, this guy is a monster of nearly the 6th or 7th level. The strength and spiritual energy are here. If you underestimate this guy too much, you may suffer a strong backlash. Simply, just put more layers of barriers on it. Isn't it over? Thinking of this, Lin Ning immediately used the bamboo roots to add nearly 200 layers of barriers around this guy. This is the limit of what Lin Ning can do now. Lin Ning also placed the outermost barrier at the outermost layer of the sea water away from the island, where the strange beast is located. In this way, even if he leaves, those seabed strange beasts will definitely not be able to reach this island after breaking through the layers of barriers. After Lin Ning did all this, he immediately used the spiritual bamboo clone to stop his subordinates from attacking. My subordinates, these humans, don't let them die for the time being. They are still useful to us. Lin Ning's spiritual language, along with his spiritual bamboo clone connected to the neon, quickly reached the consciousness of Panda and others. And Panda and others immediately stopped obediently. At this moment, they have completely surrounded the 5 humans. Especially Panda. It is too familiar with one of the people inside. The young man, with a hood on his head, was undoubtedly the A-level extraordinary human who had fought with it in Qincheng City. This human was the culprit who had killed its companion, the giant monkey Zhui Yuan. Panda's eyes were filled with extreme anger, and its roar completely shocked the 5 humans who had just wanted to fight. At this moment, the 5 humans were completely controlled by their barrier power and could not move at all. The various elemental abilities of the wind wolf Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, the flame wolf Yen Lu, the thunder wolf Leiji, and the poison wolf Du Yin have now completely surrounded the 5 people. Each barrier contains S-level spiritual energy. Even if these 5 people want to move a step, it is impossible. Now, Even if there are two extraordinary people who can teleport at medium and long distances among these 5 humans, it is impossible to break through this tightly surrounded barrier group. Once upon a time, the barrier ability users on the human side had made the mutant creatures helpless. But now, their growth rate is far behind these mutants. The most significant contrast is that of Wangsu, the teleporter. When he fought in Qingcheng, his ability reached the A level, while his subordinate, Panda, was only a B level mutant at that time. But now, this situation has completely changed fundamentally. Wangsu is still the A level extraordinary person, although his spiritual energy concentration has increased a lot compared to the past. But Panda is already a mutant of the S level Demon King level. Even if Panda only used half or even less of his strength to fight Wangsu, Wangsu would definitely be helpless and even fall into despair. Lin Ning had no doubt about this. What's more, among his subordinates surrounding these humans, there was more than one S-level Demon King. Among them, the worst was the White Rat Snowfang. But even this guy has grown greatly in several battles and has become an A-level mutant. Now, if the White Rat Snowfang wanted, it could easily control any one of the 5 extraordinary people. Its ability was so powerful. Before, Lin Ning was also very clear that the A level of mutants and the A level of extraordinary people were not on the same level. The A level of mutants is the S level of extraordinary people. Whether in terms of size, sharp teeth, use of aura and control of aura, mutants have unique advantages, which is something that humans fear. If these powerful subordinates want to cut Wangsu into pieces in an instant, they can definitely do it in an instant. Even the guy Panda can easily turn these 5 people into 5 corpses with the bullet fist of aura. However, Lin Ning did not ask them to do so. The reason is that he thinks these 5 people are still quite useful to him. If he wants to kill them, Lin Ning does not have to wait until now, but has already taken action. The reason for this is because of 2 things. Specifically, there are 2 humans. One is Alan Smeister, and the other is the fake Fong Pingchuan. These 2 humans are slightly tricky. Originally, Lin Ning thought that Alan Smeister was easy to deal with. But now that he saw the huge metal building on the island and understood the structure inside, Lin Ning no longer thought so. This guy is really a dangerous and terrifying existence. Lin Ning couldn't help but feel a little absurd for humans. Do they know that there is a human who can even destroy the entire blue planet for his own benefit? This is not alarmist. Lin Ning just sensed that there are dozens of high-yield nuclear bombs ready to explode nearly 20 kilometers underground in the dead volcano. The power of these nuclear bombs is self-evident. Their destructive power can simply break through the Earth's crust and affect quite a lot of things. This crazy human Allensmeister hollowed out the underground of the dead volcano. I don't know what technology he used. And he even dug more than 20 kilometers directly, close to the junction of the crust and the mantle. If these nuclear bombs exploded in an instant, then the worst impact would be extremely huge earthquakes. And if it is the biggest impact, maybe the entire land and ocean of Blue Star can be destroyed. Lin Ning does not want this kind of thing to happen. After all, he still lives on this Blue Star. On this Blue Star, there are also many of his subordinates. The survival of mankind has nothing to do with him. But the survival of Blue Star is also related to the survival of him and his subordinates. And it must not disappear like this. If that really happens, even if it is a 5th level or 6th level, it will be useless. After all, if Blue Star is destroyed, everything will be over. And his mutant demon bamboo will also be destroyed at the same time. Can plants enter space without any problem? Lin Ning is not sure. But without water and all the mess, he will definitely not be better off, even if it is a mutant plant. And now, through his perception, he knows that these A-level extraordinary people originally wanted to go back and hurt each other with Alan Smeister. If this kind of thing happens, Lin Ning doesn't know whether this guy will directly explode the nuclear bomb because of this. But he doesn't rule out this possibility. If that's the case, it's really not good. It seems that extreme methods cannot be used to deal with this crazy human. What he should do seems to be a more clever action. And the only ones who can perform this clever action are these humans. If his subordinates kill them, then there is no doubt that this will be the last thing Lin Ning wants to see. Thinking so, he used long-distance movement at the same time. And this time, he used the ultimate power. This ultimate power can also allow him to move a longer distance. However, the price is that the seabed of the entire Pacific Ocean will soon have countless cracks and be torn apart. Even if the seabed where they are located is in the abyss of several thousand meters deep, it is the same. In addition, in this vast ocean, due to the fierce force collision, a more terrifying and powerful reaction force will be generated, thereby setting off more terrifying waves, and even dozens or even hundreds of huge whirlpools in the sea. This time, Lin Ning did have a great impact on the central area of the Pacific Ocean. Under his long-distance movement, this place soon became a hell. The waves were crashing, and a water wall nearly 200 meters high rose, and nearly 100 huge whirlpools appeared on the ocean. The waves rolled, and the blue sea water even turned black like ink in an instant. Lin Ming, who was far away from this ocean, didn't care at all. After all, these are already daily operations. In the central area of this vast Pacific Ocean, the huge waves he raised, even if they reached the land, would probably drop to a few dozen meters high, and should not cause any major losses, even if there is any loss, as long as it does not involve his several important territories: Wantuhai Spirit Realm, Kaifenchen Spirit Realm, and Zhuke Valley Spirit Realm. For Lin Ming, there are actually not many things that make him feel important now, and these spiritual realms he has been in are the few places that he cares about. Long-distance movement. Because of Lin Ming's strength, he can move a very long distance in the ocean, and because he used the greatest strength, this movement even brought him directly to the coast of Neon. If he exerted more strength, Lin Ning felt that he might be able to fly directly over Neon and directly to Tang Kingdom. After all, Neon is so small, it will fly over in a flash. After Lin Ming landed in the sea, he used bamboo roots to balance himself well, but the huge impact force still stirred up a nearly 100-meter high water wall in the sea. Well, this is another tsunami. Lin Ning saw the 100-meter high water walls rushing towards the coast of Neon, destroying a considerable area there again. However, it did not affect the subordinates and the place where the extraordinary people were, which was indeed a distance away from the shore. Using bamboo roots to support from the bottom of the sea, Lin Ning also used bamboo roots to move quickly at this time. The subordinates have been waiting for a long time. On the other hand, Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong, the 5 most powerful extraordinary people in the world, found that all their escape routes had been blocked. Even Wang Su, who had the ability to teleport, had no way to escape from this cage. To be honest, teleportation is a super accelerated process, using the ability to move between 2 points at a super long distance at a speed beyond the human limit. In this process of movement, the spiritual energy is equivalent to a catalyst. This speed is much faster than any airplane or train. But this thing has a certain limit and cannot exceed a certain speed. Otherwise, humans themselves can't stand it. If carrying humans, ordinary humans may be torn apart because of this. Just like when carrying Alan Smeister, it will take a lot of time. He must slow down to avoid any serious injuries to Alan Smeister, and extraordinary people will not have such a thing. After all, the physical strength of extraordinary people is not comparable to those ordinary people, especially these A-level extraordinary people around them, whose physical strength has reached an incredible level. Under such circumstances, Wang Su could also bring them to the Neon in a very short time. However, the space required for this movement is still very large. It is not that you can run away, and it will be limited to the existence of the barrier. Just like now, Wang Su found that there are dozens of barriers composed of various elements around them. Each layer of these barriers contains S-level terrifying power. The surrounding mutants that look extremely ferocious are undoubtedly the S-level demon kings that they have seen in human form for the first time in human history. Chapter 405 Worship. S-level demon king group. At this moment, Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong, the 5 most powerful extraordinary people in the world, knew clearly in their hearts that a demon fruit called fear had grown inside them, even if they didn't want to admit it. Let's take a closer look. The giant panda, which was as big as a hill, had several strange colors on its arms, and they guessed that these colors should have a lot to do with the elements. And the strength of this mutant panda was definitely at the level of S-level demon king. It is even possible that it has already approached a more terrifying level. Wang Su had fought with this mutant panda in Qingcheng City. At that time, he was already an A-level extraordinary person, and there was no difference from now. But the mutant panda was a B-level mutant creature. Moreover, it seemed to be a mutant creature that had just entered the B-level realm, and could not fully use its own abilities. The spiritual energy on its body was not as strong as the current group that even shocked them. At that time, Wang Su could still use his absolute speed to fight the mutant panda on equal terms. But now, Wang Su had no doubt that he could not even survive 0.001 seconds under the hands of this mutant panda. 1 second. How many punches can a person throw in such a short time? Wang Su was able to turn himself into thousands of afterimages, which was to say that he had absorbed all the spiritual stones that Cheng Yu rewarded him with. And then he reached such a level. But what can these thousands of afterimages do? I'm afraid that before he used the power of the afterimage, he had been completely beaten into pieces by the mutant panda. A B-level mutant panda can throw hundreds of punches in 1 second. Now that it has become 10 meters tall, and its fists are like giant hammers, how many punches can it throw in 1 second? Wang Su's conservative estimate is that there are also thousands. These thousands of punches. Even 1,000 A-level extraordinary people can't withstand it. Can the opponent's fist destroy the world easily? Wang Su's cold sweat has soaked through the hooded clothes he wears for a long time. The opponent's strength is far beyond what he can achieve. It obviously didn't take too long. Can the gap between humans and mutant creatures reach such a level? Wang Su looked at the red, yellow, green, and blue colors on the mutant panda's arms, and knew that those were things representing different colors. When he was scouting the battle between the mutant demon bamboo and the black insect mother, the giant panda was not so big at that time. But at that time, the mutant panda could use the extremely shocking ability of the super strong flame fist that could burn a white flame with a very high temperature in the air. Now, what kind of ability element is added to this white flame? Wind element, fire element, water element, ice element, thunder element. Wang Su knew that this world seemed to have no hope. Just now, they should have left here and not gone to fight. But they were still a step slow. When the opponent was at a very long distance from them, dozens of barriers were released around them. This degree of humiliation made them feel deeply their own weakness. They were A-level extraordinary people. But now, just a mutant panda can make them completely doubt their lives and doubt why they have such abilities. They are more like a group of ants who don't know what to do, trying to fight with a group of elephants. It's ridiculous. Wang Su's knees knelt down involuntarily, even if others resisted strongly. Kneeling and not kneeling were just a matter of a fine line. Wang Su looked at the giant wolf that had stood up and the giant wolf next to it, which was even bigger and like a giant beast. Even though his fear now made him more flustered and nervous, he knew that these two mutant wolves were undoubtedly S-level demon kings. Although he was not sure, Wang Su knew that they should be the two giant wolves that had fought with him briefly in the Battle of Qincheng. At that time, his ability could prevent the two wolves from getting close to him. But what about now? He was sure that the two wolf kings could prevent him from getting close to them. Maybe they could even make him die, so that he could understand the huge gap in strength in a very short time. Wang Su couldn't even hold the black double blades in his hands. With a clang, one of them fell to the ground because of his sweaty hands. The absolute suppression of the opponent's strength made him understand what despair was. Zheng Guodong stared at the flame wolf closely. The opponent's ability to control fire is undoubtedly much more sophisticated than his own. He can change the temperature and shape at any time, and even release and retract it at any time and anywhere. Zheng Guodong's ultimate ability is to control nearly 100 fire dragons he created at once. The destructive power of these fire dragons is extremely amazing. If he wants, he can destroy half of a huge city in an instant. However, if this huge flame wolf wants to destroy now, Zheng Guodong thinks it can create 10 times more fire dragons than himself. Or even bigger. If the opponent is serious, maybe it will not destroy a city, but an entire country. The thunder wolf next to the flame wolf, which is covered with black lightning, is probably the same. The lightning wrapped around its body is definitely a more destructive existence. Zheng Guodong can even think that this thunder wolf should have a stronger destructive power than the flame wolf. After all, although the size of this thunder wolf is smaller than that of the flame wolf and the wind wolf over there, the black lightning is definitely an existence that cannot be ignored. Zheng Guodong knew that there was an elemental ability user in the association who also used lightning. The lightning used by the guy could only produce lightning close to the level of dark yellow. After that, this lightning elemental ability user, after reaching the Nine Heavens Tower, even reached the peak of sea level. But after that, he could only produce clustered lightning that could hit targets dozens of meters away. But now seeing this thunder wolf, Zheng Guodong knew that this mutant creature with elemental ability had reached perfection. and it could definitely destroy everything from dozens of kilometers away. And the poisonous wolf, with purple venom dripping from the corner of its mouth, which could even burn through rocks dozens of meters deep, should not be underestimated. Although it is not a power system or an elemental system owner, this body can be regarded as a petite poisonous wolf. And the poison barrier it creates is a terrifying barrier that no creature can pass through. Even if a certain S-level extraordinary person appeared and could destroy this layer of venom barrier, it would probably turn from a human into pus in an instant, without any reason at all. Not to mention, this guy might have a better attack ability. Wait. Wind Wolf, Thunder Wolf, Flame Wolf, Poison Wolf. These seemed to be the monsters that he had seen at the end of the tide of mutant creatures when he attacked the Wanju Sea Spirit Realm for the second time? At that time, he was only a sea-level extraordinary person, and these mutant wolves were not even as strong as himself. But now, the opponent has grown into an S-level demon king. How can this be justified? He continued to refine his own elemental power, and the number of fire dragons he controlled increased from 1 to nearly 100 now. However, compared with these mutant creatures, he felt that his efforts were nothing at all. It can even be said that he was a piece of trash. He was called a genius elemental extraordinary person, and his self-esteem was completely destroyed at this moment. He knelt on one knee like Wang Su. Unwilling? Jealous? None. Zheng Guodong felt that he was more of a surrender now. He felt extremely submissive to the other party's powerful elemental power control. There was even a hint of admiration and confusion. Look at Cheng Yu again. What he was looking at were 4 giant birds that looked like terrifying bombers. One was red, one was snow white, one was black, and one was ochre red. The 4-colored giant birds, each with extremely broad wings and a sharp beak like a giant spear. Both the beak and the claws were more powerful than the sharpest weapons in the world, and could easily smash the super strong bodies of these A-level extraordinary people into pieces. There is no need to doubt this. And these 4 giant birds can be said to be aerial fortresses, integrating firepower and defense, and even shouldering the function of ultra-long distance transportation. Moreover, they seem to have the ability to be almost invisible, which is a nightmare for any human. Not only that, these 4 giant birds also have extremely powerful elemental abilities, most of which are wind element abilities. However, Cheng Yu, who claims to have mastered the wind element to perfection, cannot shake the wind element barrier even with his most powerful ability, the air bomb. The ability to control elements of this intensity has reached the level of God. Cheng Yu's knees softened. He even felt that even if he was promoted to the samest level as these giant birds, he probably couldn't compare with these monsters. There is almost no need to assume this kind of thing. Cheng Yu's self-confidence was also defeated at the same time. Who do you think is faster? It were me. Fei Jun almost squeezed out this sentence from his teeth. Normally, he only said 1 or 2 words. But now, he has no such habit of being frugal with words. The facts were too shocking, and he couldn't help but feel that everything was like a nightmare. Facing the giant cat-like mutant creature with fur like snow-colored satin pointed by Fei Jun, Xing Yu looked at the twisted huge single horn on its forehead and shook his head gently at Fei Jun. The speed when this guy rushed towards them just now was the fastest. If they hadn't stopped attacking suddenly just now, there is no doubt that this snow-white cat-like giant would break through their barrier at the first time, and then let them be killed instantly without even having the opportunity to use their abilities. Is there any other answer to this? Fei Jun, you are just an A-level extraordinary person, and the other party is an S-level demon king. Xing Yu sighed and said, among them, there are obviously some that are inferior to other mutant creatures. One is a golden dragon, and the other is a white mouse standing on the head of the golden dragon. However, even they are probably terrifying guys with A-level strength or above. It can even be said that even the weakest 2 can easily kill these 5 A-level extraordinary people. Now, the strongest existence among these 5 humans. Even if they unite together, there is no possibility at all to escape from the hands of these S-level demon emperors and A-level demon kings. It is even extremely difficult for them to move a little. The most they do may be to kneel down. However, the 5 people are also very surprised why these monsters did not kill them at the first time, but only trapped them here with those barriers. This is obviously not normal at all. If they are so powerful, if they are mutant creatures, then when they see humans, especially these A-level extraordinary people with extremely high spiritual energy, they should kill them completely at the first time. However, this situation did not happen. They just surrounded the 5 of them without any further action. The 5 people looked at each other. What are these S-level demon kings and A-level demon kings waiting for? However, they soon reacted. These quiet monsters. So quiet like pets. Doing nothing here? The fundamental reason should be that they are waiting for something. For example, the monster that has reached the SS level. The mutated plant. The most powerful mutant demon bamboo on the blue planet that once easily killed the black insect mother. These mutant pandas. Wolf kings. Or 4 giant birds like bombers. Even if they are all S-level demon kings. Even if any one of them can easily destroy a country. They still have a common feature. They are all subordinates of the terrifying demon emperor mutant demon bamboo. Could it be that the next one to come here is the mutant demon bamboo that has never been seen before? The 5 people swallowed their saliva at the same time. SS. Etc. This kind of terrifying monster only exists in conjecture. But now seeing these S-level demon kings, no matter who they are, they know that this is no longer a conjecture. How powerful is the mutant demon bamboo that can manage so many monsters? Will they be the first humans on this blue planet to see the mutant demon bamboo with their own eyes? And after seeing it, will they be killed immediately? They don't know. Or rather, from the beginning to now, they have been wrapped up in various problems. And they don't know anything at all. The only thing they can do now is to kneel down and wait for the arrival of the demon emperor demon bamboo. And with a loud bang coming from the east, a black shadow also appeared from the air and immediately fell to the ground. At this moment, the 5 extraordinary people were extremely shocked to see that those arrogant and terrifying demon kings and demon kings were bowing their heads and worshipping the mutant plants with branches mixed with crimson and gold with great respect. Chapter 406 Overlord. At this moment, Lin Ning has moved himself back from the bottom of the sea to the land. And, after calculating the distance, he jumped from the coast flooded by the tsunami. He even flew directly to his subordinates and the 5 extraordinary people. Master. All the subordinates bowed their heads respectfully. For them, the master is everything. And the arrival of the master gives them a new feeling every time. It's nothing else. But the spiritual energy of the master Lin Ning seems to rise to an incredible level every once in a while. Even though the master has just left here for a short time. Even in such a short time, the surging spiritual energy on the master's body has increased by a certain amount. Although, they have a bigger gap with the master because of this. However, there was not a single subordinate who was not excited and happy for their master Lin Ning. Just now, when they were resting at the place where the 2 strange insects were, Qi Ying unexpectedly discovered the figures of 5 humans. And soon, they also made a decision to kill these 5 humans directly. After all, there was clearly no one there before. But now there are 5 more people. After the panda saw it and confirmed that there were humans who could teleport and had killed their partner, the giant monkey Zhui Yuan, they could not suppress their anger and excitement, and instantly rushed towards them from dozens of kilometers away. However, just when they had not decided who would kill these humans, the spiritual language of their master Lin Ning was conveyed in their consciousness. The master Lin Ning told them not to take action and wait for his arrival. So, after each of them used a powerful elemental barrier to trap these humans, they have been quietly waiting for the arrival of their master Lin Ning. Now, after Master Lin Ning came here with extremely powerful momentum, they immediately lowered their proud heads as demon kings and demon kings to greet their greatest master. And this master is also the most powerful and invincible existence on this planet. After countless battles with Master Lin Ning, they have reason to believe that if Master Lin Ning feels bored on this planet, he will probably smash this huge blue planet in a very short time without hesitation. Completely destroy everything on this planet. But Master Lin Ning doesn't seem to care about these. Otherwise, the mutant creatures around the world would have been slaughtered by Master Lin Ning and them long ago. But this did not happen. Whether it is Master Lin Ning or them, they are all mutant creatures chasing the strong. Then, little by little, they raise their own level to a stronger level. For them, being strong has no limit and will never end. Now, Master Lin Ning did not order to kill these human transcendents, whose spiritual energy concentration is not low. He must have his own reasons. They bowed their heads respectfully, waiting for the next order from Master Lin Ning. Raise your heads. Lin Ning signaled his subordinates that they didn't have to do that. Although he could make these powerful mutants extremely respectful to him. This kind of thing also made Lin Ning feel a little refreshed. But to be honest, he really didn't like any red tape. And there were no rules. He just needed to know that his subordinates were loyal to him. Which was enough. No more was needed. He looked at the 5 human transcendents, who were already kneeling on the ground. These humans who had raised their spiritual energy to the level of A were already the most capable among humans. But compared to their subordinates, they couldn't even challenge Bai Qi or Du Shan, Jin Lin, or even Bai Shu Shuiya. Sad? It's really sad. Humans, as the most powerful existence on this planet, have indeed ruled this planet for a long time. And in this era of spiritual energy revival, they did indeed start research and various actions in this area at the beginning. But in a series of actions disrupted by the fake Fang Pingchuan, the entire human race completely lost their way in this era of crazy evolution, and was easily surpassed by the mutant creatures, and finally completely left behind. Lin Ning remembered that before he was born, these humans had been completely handed over to the monsters in the ocean by the mutant creatures in the ocean. And after he completely rose, he was completely driven out of his original home on land, and could only migrate to places without spiritual realms to survive. Lin Ning knew that the total number of humans was reduced by 1/3. If there hadn't been all these tricks by the fake Fang Pingchuan and the interference of the Fate Society, this total number would not have disappeared. With the intelligence of humans, as well as the existence of various weapons and technologies, even if the speed of the spiritual energy recovery was accelerated, the mutants would never be allowed to get ahead of them. But the mutants did it. Lin Ning felt that if he were a human, it would be too easy to completely kill the threat of mutants in the cradle at the beginning. All he needed to do was to use various weapons to launch a massive attack on the spiritual realms with abnormal spiritual energy concentrations at the beginning. There is no better way to deal with areas with dense mutants than to drop a nuclear bomb. As for the extraordinary people, they were managed and assigned uniformly. After determining the spiritual energy levels of all the extraordinary people, they were assigned tasks according to the teams, and went to various spiritual realms to attack the most powerful mutants with human C tactics. Then, when some of these extraordinary people have reached a higher level, let them lead the new ones, so that the team of extraordinary people can grow as a whole. Moreover, at the same time, all countries should cooperate to mine spirit stones on a large scale, and use them in large quantities on extraordinary people. Use the power of extraordinary people to suppress the mutant creatures in the spirit realm, and summarize effective combat levels and combat skills. As for the mutant creatures in the ocean, they boldly bombard them with nuclear bombs. Use spiritual energy concentration detection satellites. Detect their routes, and then destroy them continuously. Let the number decrease sharply. After so many waves, humans will not be forced to the point of extinction by mutant creatures, but will be able to control the blue planet to a new level than before. However, this assumption is just a beautiful assumption. Lin Ning knows that this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Humans, among all kinds of individuals with ambitions and schemes, have now completely fallen into the brink of extinction and the abyss of destruction. Now, the survival of the entire human race may just be a matter of whether Lin Ning wants to or not. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Ning now wants to kill them easily without any effort. Now, these 5A-level extraordinary people have experienced countless battles and considerable growth, and have grown from weak chickens to A-level extraordinary people. However, their speed is too slow, and their strength is too weak. In the process of human crazy internal circulation, they were deeply affected and torn into pieces. Even, they could not do anything. Now, they have been completely trapped here by his subordinates. Lin Ning even feels that this group of people may have given up all hope now. The pride and self-esteem in his heart were probably completely turned into nothingness in front of this absolutely overwhelming strength. Facing these extraordinary people, he also released all his spiritual energy at the same time. The surging and powerful spiritual energy enveloped the entire space and violently impacted everything. And this even made his subordinates completely unable to bear it. They fell to the ground one after another, unable to raise their heads under the pressure of this terrifying spiritual energy. This level of spiritual energy is enough to kill any of them in a moment. This is a real strongman. At this time, the 5 human extraordinary people also put their knees on the ground completely from the previous half kneeling. The spiritual energy on the blood-colored demon bamboo in front of them, which is nearly 100 meters high, is so huge and majestic that even without the spiritual energy detector to detect it, everyone can understand its hugeness. Chung Yu trembled as he took out the spiritual energy concentration detector in his arms. The other 4 people glanced at it and saw that the number on it had reached 999,999. This does not mean that the specific number of spiritual energy of this mutant demon bamboo has reached this point. But it has exceeded the limit of the spiritual energy concentration detector. Maybe it has reached 1 million. Or millions. Or even tens of millions. In comparison, these A-level extraordinary people are like ants. Or even worse than ants. Everyone felt that this terrifying spiritual pressure made them unable to breathe at this moment. The blood-red and golden mutant demon bamboo in front of them, which was a few hundred meters away, made them dare not look up at all. This is not an exaggeration. The opponent's momentum that was enough to look down on the world was definitely not an existence that any human could withstand. The so-called dominant should be like this. Compared with it, humans are more than a little bit worse. It can even be said that humans are nothing in front of it. At this moment, they have been completely succumbed to this powerful force, although they don't want to admit it in their hearts. There is no doubt that the other party has this kind of strength and is powerful enough to make ordinary creatures like them surrender. On the other hand, Lin Ming now doesn't know how to continue. Before, he just wanted to let these humans know that he was coming. And he was coming. Moreover, he also wanted to use his powerful spiritual energy to let the other party understand that the gap in strength is no longer a matter of one level. But what to do next? Lin Ming suddenly had no idea. Can spiritual language be used with humans? Spiritual language was originally just a very special ability for him and his subordinates to communicate. He could accurately convey his meaning to his subordinates through consciousness and exchange various information with them. Although he can perceive the conversations between humans through the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things, this ability does not allow him to communicate with humans. I come later. It seems that since he was reborn as a bamboo, he has always maintained zero communication with humans. However, thinking about it carefully, this statement is not too accurate. The communication between him and humans is fighting. From the Wan Tuhai spirit realm era, to the Kaifenshan spirit realm, to the Suzaku Valley, the Bear Country Fate Society headquarters, Europe, America. Isn't the communication between him and humans just fighting? But it seems that there has been no communication in language. Lin Ming felt that it was not his fault. First, the human side never gave any chance. Second, he could not give the human side any chance. This is embarrassing now. It also made Lin Ming have no way of knowing whether this spiritual language or the ability to rebuild the aura of all things can communicate with humans. At this moment, Lin Ming, the mutant demon bamboo, is facing 5 A-level human extraordinary people. This is the first time he has let humans see his true appearance since he was reborn as a bamboo. But this was not passive discovery. But he took the initiative to reveal his true self to these humans. The purpose was to tell these humans, or even use these humans, to kill the monster named Allensmeister. Killing a human is actually a very simple thing. But in front of Allensmeister, this kind of thing does not exist. Although this guy is actually an ordinary person without any spiritual energy, he has the terrifying ability to destroy this world. His weapons are really weapons. The clustered large-yield nuclear bombs deep between the crust and the mantle. As long as this thing is detonated, the entire blue planet will probably not exist. At the worst, it will completely subvert the current sea and land pattern. If that is really the case, even if he can adapt, there is actually no need to stay on this planet. The sea and land are subverted, and all the creatures are gone. So what else can be said? This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. However, he had no information about how many clustered high-yield nuclear bombs this Allensmeister had buried between the crust and the mantle. Now, this information might be among these A-level extraordinary people. If that's the case, then, getting rid of this most dangerous guy might depend on these humans. Although he didn't want to have any dealings with humans, it seems that even if he didn't want to, he had to do so. However, now this situation is stuck. How to ask these humans? After all, no matter what he wants to do, he must start from this step. Otherwise, he really has to find a way to write something. Plants can write. Isn't this just telling these humans that I was also a human before? It's simply idiotic. Okay? Lin Ming would never do this. However, if there is any place where the spiritual language can be used. Thinking of this, Lin Ming gathered the spiritual energy and used the spiritual language at the same time. These humans are also in his spiritual field. To put it bluntly, humans are also animals. And even extraordinary people are actually similar to mutant animals. It's just that I and my subordinates are connected by spiritual liquidation. But can humans be like this? Chapter 407 All under heaven are ants. Lin Ning did not know whether this spiritual language could be as powerful as he expected. Can it spread in the consciousness of these humans without relying on the demon Jade, so that it can communicate with him? But just thinking about it, things will not move forward. Being able to communicate normally with these humans is the key to Lin Ning conveying his ideas. Then, it seems that he can only try it. If it really doesn't work, he really has to give these humans his own demon Jade. After all, his subordinates have established a conscious connection with him because of the power of this spiritual language. However, this is simply unacceptable to him. But if there is really no way, then this is the only way. Now, he can only start. After Lin Ning asked his subordinates to be quiet, he also turned all his attention to those extraordinary people. He tried hard to connect his spiritual language to the consciousness of these humans. However, at this moment, Lin Ning saw that these humans suddenly raised their heads at the moment he had just used spiritual language to convey their consciousness. Moreover, each of them had an expression of complete disbelief on their faces. They all seemed to be saying, "Impossible." On this side, whether it was Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yufeijian or Zheng Guodong, the voice full of domineering and unquestionable oppression in their minds at this time shocked them all in an instant. What is this? They looked at each other, and at the same time realized that it was not only in their consciousness that they heard this terrifying voice. What is this? Who is it from? Although they each had their own guesses, in the end, they all looked directly in the direction of the front. Yes, it is the mutant demon Bamboo. How can it? Sweat kept sliding down from the forehead and soaked the clothes on the back. They couldn't believe that a mutant creature could be so powerful that it could even communicate with humans. What exactly is this level of intelligence and such a powerful ability? Is there anything it can't do? Moreover, it seems that this is not heard by the ears, but transmitted to the brain, or even transmitted in the consciousness. What kind of ability is this? Several extraordinary people are now completely in chaos and fear. They know that next, maybe something they can't imagine will happen again. Can they hear it? Lin Ning only looked at the expressions of these humans and their current demeanor, and knew that his thoughts had finally become a reality. If it weren't for this, then these people wouldn't have said that kind of doubt, and the astonishment and surprise on their faces now, or even the expression of doubting life. However, Lin Ning also felt that after his spiritual language was transmitted to the hearts of these humans, it must have had a very strong impact in their hearts. Who is it? At this moment, the 5 human A-level extraordinary people were asking the voice in their hearts. Although they all knew very well that the voice in their consciousness was definitely the mutant demon Bamboo. Moreover, even in reality, they were indeed faced by this SS-level terrifying creature. Humans. Lin Ning's voice continued to penetrate the consciousness of these humans, and reached the minds of each of them. The 5 humans looked at the mutant demon Bamboo again. Now, they no longer had any room for thinking. Nor did they have any other ideas. They were trapped by dozens of layers of barriers. And now they could only do this. It was even extremely difficult for them to die. And these barriers were made by the subordinates of the mutant demon Bamboo. Not the mutant demon Bamboo. If it was this terrifying guy, I'm afraid there would be hundreds of layers of barriers, or even more difficult to deal with. At this moment, Lin Ning was also a little hesitant. What should I say next? He felt that he was at a moment where he had to show off. But he also found that if he failed to show off, he might lose face. And these humans have seen the market. If they mess up, I dare not imagine it. Lin Ning thought about it, and finally continued to use spiritual language to say to these extraordinary people, "You now have no chance of leaving here." The 5 people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that this mutant demon Bamboo would say such a thing. Nonsense. We want to escape. But now, we can't even move a little bit. You are a mutant. No. You are the most powerful mutant creature in the world. At this time, Wang Su suddenly said this sentence to the mutant creature in front of him in his consciousness. But he unexpectedly found that the other 4 people also heard this sentence. They all widened their eyes and looked at him. Lin Ning also discovered this wonderful thing at the same time. But he did not show any further action. What exactly does this Wang Su want to ask? However, being able to talk to him at this time seems to be a bit underestimated by him. Lin Ning waited for his next words. At this time, he could not express more. Let's see what the other party wants to say first. We are human transcendents. It is indeed purely accidental to come here. We have no intention of being enemies with you. Wang Su continued to speak to the mutant demon bamboo in his consciousness. He knew what he was talking about. He also knew that he could not be killed here. If any of the 5 of them were killed, or even if all of them were killed, it would be a very painful blow to the future survival of mankind. After all, they are the 5 strongest extraordinary people on this planet. None of them can be missing from Fang Pingchuan's side. For the sake of mankind, for the survival of the entire human race, they must survive. However, at this moment, they have no chance of escaping. And even how to die is not something they can choose. Now, Wang Su is thinking about how to persuade this extremely powerful spiritual energy to let the most powerful mutant creature in the world let them go. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not worry about the lack of firewood. Wang Su knows why this sentence is. Although I did kill your subordinates before, I really had no way at that time. Wang Su continued to test. He knew very well that their situation was very bad. Especially, the mutant demon bamboo in front of him might settle old and new accounts together, instead of the other party taking the initiative. It would be better for him to speak out first. At this moment, Wang Su was drenched in sweat. He had actually made the worst plan. He had indeed hurt the mutant bamboo and killed its subordinates. This might be the fundamental reason why the mutant bamboo imprisoned them. Maybe the other party wanted to catch all 5 of them. Wang Su now just wanted to preserve Fang Pingchuan fighting power as much as possible. Even if someone really had to die, it would be him. So, let's draw the other party's anger to himself. Wang Su had no choice now. If you are here to seek revenge today, then I am willing to let you kill me as you please. But please let my companions go. Wang Su's consciousness was transmitted to the other party's consciousness, and also appeared in the consciousness of the other 4 people. Wang Su, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Don't think about dying alone. We must die together. The other 4 people all knew that the probability of survival was small, and the chance of death was high. After all, they were surrounded by so many powerful mutant creatures that they could not fly away. It was simply impossible to leave here alive. However, Wang Su directed the anger of the mutant demon bamboo to him at this time, wanting to sacrifice his life in exchange for their freedom, which they absolutely did not accept. Humans can be knocked down, but they cannot be defeated. Lin Ning sensed their conversation and was surprised that although they had completely surrendered physically, they were still resisting psychologically. However, this was not a big deal. Wang Su's words surprised him. Human, you killed my subordinate, the giant monkey Zhui Yuan, and I have never forgotten this hatred. Lin Ning first wanted to tell this human that he had never forgotten this matter. I will take your life sooner or later, but not now. The 5 human transcendents looked up suddenly. What? What does this sentence mean, exactly? Humans, you are weak. I believe you are already very clear about it. In the eyes of me and my subordinates, you are all weak ants. Not worth killing at all. Even if you 5 are the strongest among humans, it is still the same. The survival and continuation of the entire human race, or even its extinction or complete destruction, have nothing to do with us. Your lives are not important. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Ning looked at these humans, who took themselves too seriously, and found it extremely ridiculous. Indeed, he would avenge his subordinates sooner or later, but definitely not now. If Blue Star is destroyed, then everything else would be useless. In the current situation, he needs to rely on the power of these humans. Even if their power is really only a little bit. Even if they can't help at all. Whether it was Alan's Meister or the fake Fang Pingchuan. As long as he could use these 5 extraordinary people and the real Fang Pingchuan, Lin Ning could temporarily put aside the hatred and contradictions between them. If he couldn't do it even after drinking a little more, what kind of tyrant was he? Lin Ning wanted to let these humans know that what he was going to do was definitely not a trivial matter like revenge. As for their lives, it was not a very important matter. Now, he wanted these humans to understand that now was definitely not the time to deal with these simple trivial matters. At this moment, the 5 extraordinary people looked at each other. What exactly did this mutant demon bamboo want to do? The survival of humans was not important. And he didn't plan to avenge his subordinates now? Imprisoning the 5 of them. But not to kill them. But seemed to have something else? What happened? What should they do? The 5 people were already in confusion and endless questions. After all, they had never thought of such a development. In particular, the most surprised one was Wang Su. Wang Su had just prepared to be brutally killed by the other party. But now, it seems that things are not going to develop in this way. Giant monkey Zhuiyuan. I remember this mutant creature that I once killed. And it is also the name of your subordinate. Wang Su took a breath. He knew that he had to figure out the whole thing. If it is not a personal vendetta, then what is your purpose? Wang Su's words represented the common will of the 5 people. They all wanted to know what this terrifying demon emperor mutant demon Bamboo wanted to do. But one thing is certain. That is, it is definitely related to using them. If this is the case, what will they be used for? To kill a large number of humans? To kill the real Fang Pingchuan? Or to become its lackeys and help it destroy the entire human race and destroy the Blue Star? If that is the case, they will not agree to such a thing at all. If it is really such a thing, they would rather die here than agree. But the mutant demon Bamboo just said it. These humans are just like ants. Whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with them. It has no interest in caring whether humans live or die. Then, it should not want them to do things that harm humans? The 5 people were suspicious. Purpose? Lin Ning felt that this conversation was too long. However, he knew that he had to be patient. My purpose is very simple. Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun. I know everything about you 5 people. Hearing that the mutant demon Bamboo suddenly and accurately said their names, the 5 people were immediately shocked. Actually, it even knew such a thing? How high is the intelligence of this mutant demon Bamboo? At this moment, the 5 of them couldn't even say a word. It was because they originally thought that this mutant demon Bamboo could not know such things. But now it seems that this mutant demon Bamboo probably knows more than just the name than they thought. I even know quite well the abilities of each of you 5 people, and what you want to do next. I don't want to beat around the bush. Nor do I want to guess riddles with you. Allensmeister, this human, is not an existence that you can deal with easily. Lin Ning knew that he couldn't let this useless conversation continue. He wanted efficiency. Moreover, he really had to get rid of this human. Allensmeister, as soon as possible. The longer this matter was delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Not to mention that Allensmeister already knew about the real Fang Pingchuan. These 5 extraordinary people could expose their flaws at any time, making everything worse. Even if these 5 people didn't appear in Neon by chance like now, he would definitely find an opportunity to imprison these 5 people like now after killing the alien beast group. It can be said that this coincidence really saved him a lot of trouble. Now that he has told the story of Allensmeister, what expressions will these 5 people have when facing him? Chapter 408 Ending. Allensmeister, if we must name this human, among all the human beings, there should be no more than 10,000 people who know the true identity of this person. Although this person has the 2 extremely exaggerated names of being the famous Death Merchant and the End of World Intelligence. But in the eyes of ordinary people or ordinary extraordinary people, this person is just a very rich businessman. But as long as people know the true identity of this person, there is no one who does not associate the word devil with this person. Before the era of spiritual energy revival, Allensmeister was the owner of a terrifying business empire that almost controlled about 20% of the world's business, and at the same time had a powerful wealth that could almost rival dozens of countries. This person is usually very low-key, and basically not many people know that this bastard actually invested a lot of his wealth in military facilities. After the era of spiritual energy revival, this person has been constantly using his wealth to purchase countless spirit stones, and then constantly storing them all over the world. According to legend, whether it is the various countries, the supernatural organizations of various countries, or even the Fate Society, they all have extremely close ties with him. By dealing with many forces, this Allensmeister has even earned more wealth and funds than before. Now, although he is an ordinary human who can no longer be ordinary, he does not have any spiritual energy. But he is the most terrifying one in the world. One of his decisions can even destroy more than half of the human race. This is not alarmist. As the one who knows this most clearly, Wang Su knows the horror of Allensmeister. This bastard may be able to bury the entire human race at the moment of his death. You mean? Allensmeister. Wang Su took a deep breath. To what extent does this mutant bamboo know the secrets of this world? How much does it know? Even Allensmeister knows. And knows that the purpose of these people is to deal with this person. This mutant bamboo. And its horror. Allensmeister has the power to destroy the entire Blue Star. I think. Wang Su. You know this? In fact, the 5 of you including Fong Pingchuan, who is far away in the blue country. Also know this, right? Lin Ning knew that he had to let these 5 people know that he knew more than these 5 people guessed. You even. Wang Su was speechless. It knows the whereabouts of the real Fong Pingchuan. Then, it also knows the whereabouts of the fake Fong Pingchuan. So, everything. It probably knows everything. Is it omnipotent and omniscient? This hateful mutant bamboo. At this moment, Wang Su and the other 5 people felt that the mutant creature in front of them had exceeded the scope of all their cognition. Moreover, the other party even knew where Fong Pingchuan was, but did not go directly to kill him. What does this prove? The real Fong Pingchuan is the most important person in the world at present. He is the true light of mankind. The light that can illuminate this dark era. This mutant bamboo must know this. But it did not kill Fong Pingchuan, who had almost no defense. This further proves that they, humans, are really nothing in the eyes of this extremely powerful mutant creature. Survival or destruction. This mutant creature will not pay attention. After all, there is no need. But it unexpectedly cares about the safety of this blue planet. But think about it carefully. This is indeed the right way to think. After all, no matter how powerful this mutant creature is, it is still a plant living on this blue planet. Even if it is mutated, it is still just a plant. Without soil, air and water, this mutant plant may not be able to survive. And this may also be the condition for this guy to be completely destroyed. However, if the blue planet is destroyed for this reason, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Now, if what the mutant demon bamboo said is true, then it will not attack humans. Maybe in the future, this guy will rule the blue planet, and then humans can do whatever they want. Several people were thinking wildly. But they also knew that this mutant demon bamboo was now close to a realm of omniscience and omnipotence. Ordinary humans may not know about Allensmeister affairs, but this mutant demon bamboo actually knows everything. And it's probably not just that. This mutant demon bamboo knew the names of the 5 of them. Allensmeister, and the real Fong Pingchuan was in the Bulu country. And the one in the Tang country was actually a fake. What else does it know? How much does it know? Now, the doubts and shocks in everyone's hearts have become bigger and bigger. They also have a biggest question. How did it know? However, since this mutant demon bamboo mentioned the threat of Allensmeister, does it mean that what this mutant demon bamboo said before should be that it wants to cooperate with them? This is a bit outrageous. Whatever happened to the real Fong Pingchuan, whatever his significance to the entire human race is, I don't care. And I don't think it matters. What human light, in front of Allensmeister and the fake Fong Pingchuan, is always dim. You should know this very well. Lin Ning wants to let these human transcendents know that what it pursues is not the so-called human destruction that these humans are considering. It doesn't matter whether there are humans on this planet or not. Humans are just one of the lives that remain on this planet. Just like thousands of animals, plants, insects, and aquatic creatures. But humans are extremely arrogant and think that they are the masters of everything else. They obviously only have a certain advantage in numbers and size. And they have created civilization. But to be honest, Lin Ning feels that all creatures, even himself, are just like bacteria jumping on this blue planet. What they say about domination and domination are only for other creatures. Whether humans are the masters or he is the master, this planet is still this planet. Jumping bacteria are just bacteria. But some bacteria actually think that they can destroy this planet just because their own safety is threatened. And if they want to do so, this bacteria has no need to survive. Allensmeister, this human, is simply unreasonable. This person must be eliminated. But now there is a difficulty in front of him. And also in front of these 5 extraordinary people. That is, as long as they anger Allensmeister, or simply kill this bastard, the consequences will be absolutely fatal. For this blue planet, Lin Ning didn't know how many nuclear bombs, like the one buried deep in the dead volcano, were there in the world. But he knew very well that after these nuclear bombs exploded, it would be a disaster for all creatures. Even the land and sea would be reversed, and the entire earth would turn into a sea of fire. This kind of thing is not alarmist, but it is very likely to happen. For this reason, he must cooperate with these humans. They must know something about Allensmeister that he doesn't know. For example, how many places has this bastard buried nuclear bombs? You? What did you say? Wang Su gritted his teeth. This mutant demon bamboo knew too much. It even knew that Fang Pingchuan was the light of mankind. And not only that. It was right. Indeed. Allensmeister and the fake Fang Pingchuan were the two worst unstable factors that affected the future of mankind. Allensmeister could physically destroy mankind, while the fake Fang Pingchuan would plunge the entire human race into endless chaos. But, in the end, they will make the human beings, who are already on the brink of destruction, slide one step closer to the abyss of destruction. The fake Fang Pingchuan can be put aside for now. But the human being Allensmeister must be eradicated as soon as possible. Humans who are too arrogant will be destroyed around them. Lin Ming continued. He knew that Wang Su and his men must have intelligence that he didn't know. And this information was what he wanted. Allensmeister is not an existence that can be easily dealt with. Even you who are almost omnipotent will definitely. How many places around the world does he have nuclear bombs? Tell me. Lin Ming interrupted Wang Su's self-righteous muttering. In this world, there are really not many things he can't do. If he knew the exact location, then he could indeed eliminate these nuclear bombs one by one. After all, now he has a huge network of spiritual bamboo clones that can almost connect the entire blue star, and the connection between the root systems. Each spiritual bamboo clone has the powerful ability to sense the existence of everything within its own range of 3,000 kilometers. This also allows Lin Ming to have almost all the information of all areas with humans in his mind. If according to what Allensmeister said when threatening Wang Su, if he was killed, almost half of the world's human beings would be buried with him. Then these nuclear bombs should be buried underground in various human gathering areas around the world. But now, what Lin Ming can be sure of is that there is a nuclear bomb deep in the cave of the dead volcano on the island he just visited. Lin Ming is not sure about the rest of the places. You even. Wang Su's heart seemed to be hit hard. The mutant demon bamboo even knew this. However, he also understood the purpose of the mutant demon bamboo this time. I know almost all the places where Allensmeister hides nuclear bombs. I can tell you all the information. But I also have conditions. With common interests, Wang Su knew that he must put aside all prejudices and dissatisfaction. What's more, he didn't have any choice. But even so, he still wanted to fight for the benefits as much as possible. After all, he didn't completely believe in this mutant demon bamboo from the bottom of his heart. Humans have been the most special group of existence on this planet since millions of years ago. In this era of spiritual revival, it has become extremely chaotic because of the fake Fang Pingchuan and the Fate Society. Allensmeister. However, humans still have more hope and have not reached the point of extinction. Now, the concentration of spiritual energy in this mutant demon bamboo is enough to wipe out the entire human race from this planet. In order to prevent this from happening, he must do something. Conditions? You still want to make conditions with me now? Human? Lin Ming thought it was ridiculous. At this time, are you still arguing? If it were him, he would immediately decide to agree to cooperate. How could he still make conditions to each other? This Wang Su head is really a blockhead. Yes, mutual benefit. Have you heard of it? Wang Su calmed down. He knew he had to insist. I have all the information you want. And if you want this information, you have to agree to one condition of mine. The other four were also in a state of confusion. You are still negotiating conditions at this time? We are facing a common enemy. Are you crazy to negotiate conditions? Wouldn't it be better to quickly eliminate the common enemy? However, they also knew that Wang Su must have his reasons for existing. Lin Ming was a little impatient. What was going on with this person? Tell me about it. I want you to promise not to attack us humans. And to promise that we will not be extinct because of you. Wang Su was panting heavily, and his body was covered with sweat. The other party was a demon emperor like SS. He had spent all his strength to say those words just now, even if he conveyed them through consciousness. Nevertheless, even so, he had to say this first. This is a prerequisite if he wants to cooperate. In fact, Wang Su also understood that the other party had to cooperate. Otherwise, they would have been killed in the first second. How could he have a chance to argue here? He was now waiting for the answer of the mutant demon bamboo. Are you kidding? At this time, Lin Ming was suddenly furious. No. The five people knew, especially Wang Su, that he seemed to have messed up. Humans really can't escape the disaster. Wait. No. Maybe. I've already said that you humans are just a group of ants. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I don't want to repeat what I said. You're using this to negotiate with me. Is there something wrong with your brain? Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Fei Jun and Zheng Guodong were all stunned at this moment. What the hell? Is this mutant demon bamboo serious? They always thought that it was just something the mutant demon bamboo said casually when it wanted to negotiate with them. And it would probably regret it later. But now, after hearing it repeat itself and saying it again with a stronger tone, they had to believe it was true. This SS-like demon emperor promised not to attack humans. If this is true, then there is new hope for the future of mankind. However, humans, you must also remember that this promise is based on the premise that you will not belittle yourself and want to counterattack me when you are fully grown. If you betray me at that time, I can make you disappear from this planet without any pain. Ants. Chapter 409, The Realm of Gods and Ghosts. At this moment, all the A-level extraordinary people were sweating profusely. They once again felt what oppression was, what fear was, what it was to be helpless. The voice of the mutant demon bamboo entered their consciousness, carrying with it an extremely strong spiritual pressure and an unquestionable sense of terrifying oppression, which really made the 5 extraordinary people feel exhausted just by listening to these words. However, they also reached an agreement with the mutant demon bamboo. That is, as long as they did not take the initiative to attack, the mutant demon bamboo would not do anything to humans. This, for the human side, is no loss at all, and it can even be said that it further guarantees their safety and survival. From now on, they will no longer worry about what this mutant demon bamboo will do to humans, but can concentrate on solving internal conflicts. After killing Allensmeister and the fake Fong Pingchuan, then in this world of spiritual energy revival, the fate of mankind will completely usher in a major reversal. Hope. Hope is here. Although the 5 people tried to restrain their expressions, they still saw the same state of mind on each other's faces. On the other side, Lin Ning felt that these extraordinary people were too naive. The reason why humans have forced themselves to this point is not mainly due to the influence of the mutant creatures. Whether it is the spiritual energy revival or the mutant creatures, they only play a supporting role in the highway of human beings entering destruction. As for the main reason, the root cause is still their own expansion and their desire to control everything. This is the case with Allensmeister, who needs to be solved urgently. This is also the case with the Fate Society, which is composed of a group of unknown supernatural beings. Aren't they trying to build a world with only supernatural beings? The fake Fong Pingchuan is trying to play with the entire world's humans, mutant creatures, and all life at will. As for the real Fong Pingchuan, this guy can be said to be the one who hides the deepest. Lin Ning feels that even if he will not take action against humans, humans will sooner or later be killed by this so-called light of humanity. This is not his random thoughts or alarmist remarks. What the real Fong Pingchuan is doing now is definitely not a simple great move to save humans from the crisis of extinction. This person has a very deep scheming, which can be seen from the fact that he can easily turn these 5 strongest supernatural beings in the world into his own forces and willingly serve them. Moreover, the strength of this person's means can indeed be seen from the fact that he can control the European countries, easily persuade them, and then destroy the huge spiritual realm. If this person really kills Allensmeister and the fake Fong Pingchuan, and leads the human race to reverse the era of spiritual energy revival, what will his future be like? Leader. Moreover, the ability to heal everything, and the ability to summarize and reason through various information, and then come up with a very correct answer, can be said to be extremely powerful extraordinary power. And this is the ability Fong Pingchuan has when he is a B-level extraordinary person. What if he upgrades his level and reaches A level or even S level? Lin Ning has no doubt that this guy will definitely use a large amount of spiritual stones to increase his spiritual energy concentration to a new level. Every time the extraordinary people on the human side upgrade their level, they will awaken new abilities, which will be even more powerful. And no matter how bad Fong Pingchuan luck is, he should definitely have some ability to attack. At that time, this guy will also reveal his true face, holding the anti-spiritual shielding device, and completely turn the entire human race into a large group of no extraordinary people. Even if it was just a guess, Lin Ning felt that it was almost certain. This was also a rule. As long as one had power, he could not get rid of this. The strong and the weak would fight against each other, and without enemies, they would definitely intensify internally. What would happen to these 5 extraordinary people at that time? It was not difficult for Lin Ning to think of it. Although they might feel that the dawn of hope for mankind had just been born, Lin Ning felt that the dark future seemed to have been determined from the beginning. A more chaotic future than now. However, even so, it had nothing to do with him. Maybe before that, these humans who were seeking death would want to attack him actively, and he would send his subordinates to kill them. Can we continue the conversation? At this time, Wang Su took a deep breath and said, at this time, Lin Ning could see that these 5 people no longer had the pressure they had before. There were no more concerns. It was just a trivial promise to him. And this group of people was like this. It's really interesting. Tell me, how much do you know? Lin Ming urged. This kind of conversation is enough. Almost enough. If we keep procrastinating, the alien beasts over there will become more and more difficult to deal with. Wang Su and the other 4 looked at each other and nodded affirmatively. I have been with Alan Smeister for many years. And I have also been searching for all the information about Alan Smeister. Except for one place. I know where all the nuclear bombs or other heavy weapons he buried are. Lin Ning was very surprised. This guy is good? He actually knows the location of almost all the nuclear bombs? This is a pleasant surprise. After all, Lin Ning only knew the one in the center of the Pacific Ocean before. For the rest, he just guessed that they should be in human gathering areas. And according to what Wang Su said, if he knows the location of almost all the installed places in the world, then it seems that most of them can be determined in a very short time? There is only one unknown place? Lin Ming asked again. To be honest, he now has a rather bold guess. If that's the case, then everything will be easy. Yes, there is only one left. The rest of the locations are 953 in total. Although not all of them are nuclear bombs. Each one is deep underground in a huge city. As long as Allensmeister encounters something unexpected, or he cannot go there within a certain period of time, the place will be detonated instantly. Wang Su answered immediately. He knew that in order to deal with this most difficult enemy, he had to tell everything about the mutant bamboo in detail. This is a necessary condition for cooperation. What the other party wants is the death of this human who can destroy the entire blue planet. Nothing more. He has no need to hide this matter. If you want, I can take you to any place to find the exact location of those nuclear bombs or heavy weapons. Or tell you the location of these exact locations. But I also want to say in advance that unless all the places are found, Allensmeister will also detonate the last one left. And the location of the last one may be at the edge. Or it may be under your feet. Wang Su continued. He took a deep breath and waited for the answer of the mutant demon bamboo. For so long, he had indeed searched for quite a few cities, and used various means to constantly explore everything about Allensmeister. Although on the surface, he had always pretended to obey Allensmeister. Deep in his heart, he still wanted to kill this madman who could destroy the world as soon as possible. Thanks to Fong Pingchuan, he did get quite a lot of help. Otherwise, he would not be sure that there were a total of 953 places with buried dangers. However, there was indeed only one place. And no matter how he collected information, he could not find its location. It was not that he didn't want to, but he really couldn't find it. I understand. Lin Ning sensed Wang Su's thoughts, and knew that this guy was not lying. 953 places. Speaking of which, what kind of madman could do such a thing? Then tell me all the buried places you know. Lin Ming ordered. Wang Su took a deep breath. He recited them by heart, and told the mutant demon tribe the locations of the 953 places at the fastest speed. The first place is in the northeast corner of Belmont City, in country, under an angel statue. The second place is located at the same time, Lin Ming also used the spiritual bamboo clones to let their roots gather bamboo roots according to the location mentioned by Wang Su, and at the same time made all the marks. The 953rd place is located in Olive City, Tang Country. Now it has become a ruin, but the amount buried there is the largest. If it is not handled, it will also cause extremely terrible casualties in the surrounding giant cities. After talking about these 953 burial sites, Wang Su almost fainted. After all, this is indeed extremely energy-consuming and brain-consuming. But in order to kill Allensmeister one day, he has been trying to force himself to remember these places in the depths of his mind. Now, he has told the mutant demon bamboo everything. Next, he also wants to know to what extent the mutant demon bamboo can do. After all, his original idea was to unite all the forces that could be united and eliminate all these weapons at the same time. But this kind of thing is too difficult. After all, the fake Fong Pingchuan is still an unstable factor, and he can't do this. Otherwise, Maybe the guy will come out and make everything meaningless. And there is another point. That is the last burial site. I heard from Alan Smeister that once it is detonated, it will destroy more than half of the human race. As for where the last burial site is, he has no clue at all. Now, he has done his best. Next, he can look at this mutant demon bamboo. If it can, are you sure it is these 953 places? Lin Ning finally marked each one and breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Tzu didn't tell us about these burial sites, no one would know how crazy this Allensmeister is. In almost all places where human activities exist on this blue planet, this bastard has placed nuclear bombs or various weapons with extremely strong explosive power, enough to destroy an entire city. Underground. Not only are they extremely concealed, but they are also places that no one can imagine. Even if one explodes, it can destroy an entire city or an entire region. Lin Ning has no doubt that what Alan Smeister said to Wang Tzu, it can destroy more than half of the human race, is wrong. This guy is thinking that if something happens to him, the entire human race will be buried with him. Although some weapons are buried far away from human cities, they are all near some big rivers. Once they explode, the downstream will also be destroyed. This intention is so cruel and terrifying. However, Lin Ning confirmed one point again. It is also a fact that he boldly guessed and carefully verified before. Among these 953 burial sites, there is no one in the crust and mantle of the extinct volcano on the island in the Pacific Ocean that sealed the alien beast group that he had just visited. I am sure that I have monitored all of Allensmeister's actions, and his subordinates are also monitored. The information we have can confirm that he has a total of 954 burial sites. But if the remaining one is not found, then even if all the others are destroyed, it will be useless. Wang Tzu clenched his fists. This is also the point that Allensmeister is even more difficult to deal with than the fake Fang Pingchuan. If even one of the 954 places is missed, then all the previous efforts will be wasted, and there will be no way to save the situation. Then, I understand. Lin Ning is finally sure of one thing now. He can finally get rid of a major enemy now, and the most dangerous, troublesome and difficult one to deal with. Allensmeister will be completely destroyed today. Then, what do we do next? Wang Tzu and the other four are now waiting for the next instruction from the mutant demon bamboo. For them, everything they can say has been said, and everything they can do has been done. And they got an incredible promise. The mutant demon bamboo promised them that it would not attack humans, provided that humans would not actively attack it. Although it is said that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. But they can trust this mutant demon bamboo. Otherwise, this mutant demon bamboo would definitely end their lives instantly after he just said the burial locations of all the weapons. But the mutant demon bamboo did not do so. This means that the promise made by the mutant demon bamboo counts. This point is even more important than anything else. Moreover, if this mutant demon bamboo can kill Allensmeister at the same time, Wang Tzu, Chengyu, Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun, Lin Ning called out the names of these people as A-level extraordinary people. You are also the strongest human beings in this world. The 5 people did not dare to look up. The mutant demon bamboo was so powerful that they could not look straight at it. But they were very confused. Why did the mutant demon bamboo not continue the previous topic, but suddenly called out their names? Next, I will give you some tasks. And my ability is that you can hear my voice, like now even if you are anywhere. Several people were shocked. Can it be heard anywhere? Has this mutant demon bamboo reached the realm of gods and ghosts? However, they did not have much time to continue to be surprised. It was just because the next words of this mutant demon bamboo made them even more unbelievable. Wang Tzu, when you go back and hear my instructions, kill Allensmeister immediately. As for how you want to kill him, it's up to you. Chapter 410 Joint Destruction. At this moment, the 5 extraordinary people were stunned. Or rather, they were so shocked by the words of the mutant demon bamboo that they couldn't believe their ears. What happened? What could make this mutant demon bamboo say to kill Allensmeister directly, when the 954 weapons buried that were enough to destroy the entire human race had not been destroyed? They were asked to kill the devil immediately? Excuse me. We don't seem to have any capital to kill that person. Wang Tzu didn't understand what this mutant demon bamboo was thinking. Why did it make such a decision? Why? Even if it could really destroy all the weapons in the 953 locations, what would it do with the remaining one? No capital? Wang Tzu, just do it. You just need to tell me how long it will take for those weapons to explode after Allensmeister dies. Wang Su and the other 5 looked at each other. So confident? Could it be that this mutant demon bamboo knows the location of the last one? Within 12 hours. Wang Su gave the exact number. But he also had doubts in his heart. In 12 hours. 954 locations. All over the world. Destroy all the buried objects in these places. Destroy them in such a short time? What a joke. Even if this mutant demon bamboo has become powerful to a certain level, such a thing is absolutely impossible. You just do it. If the world is destroyed, it must be that you don't know all the buried places. That's all. Lin Ning did not question it. To these suspicious humans, his attitude also explained everything. He really thought so. I can guarantee the accuracy of my information. Wang Su still couldn't believe this mutant demon bamboo. But can you guarantee that those things will not destroy the world? He couldn't believe that the other party had this ability. In 12 hours. 954 locations. What a joke. Does it know how big the blue planet is? Although these burial sites are on land and near the sea, it is impossible to completely demolish and destroy them all in such a short time. But this mutant demon bamboo still told them that it could kill Allensmeister. This kind of thing is too ridiculous. Could it be that this mutant demon bamboo wants to perish together with humans and this blue planet? I told you to go. So go. Don't be ungrateful. Just because I let you do it doesn't mean I can't do it. As long as I want. It will only take a moment to destroy the entire human race. Bargaining with me here. You are too bold. I want this blue planet to be turned into a Death Star. And this kind of thing is even easier. Don't challenge my patience. Ants. The majestic and surging. Extremely huge amount of spiritual energy formed a terrifying spiritual pressure. Under this spiritual pressure, even if it is surrounded by dozens of layers of barriers, it can isolate a lot of external damage. But this spiritual pressure and the extremely terrifying sense of oppression directly caused the 5 people to fall to the ground from a half-kneeling position. They were completely lying on the ground. Even if they wanted to get up, it was impossible. This was not only due to the effect of spiritual energy, but more importantly, it was the effect of the unquestionable and terrifying ruling power. You have to know that they are A-level extraordinary people. This is the world. When they thought so and tried to resist this invisible pressure, they saw that the terrifying demon emperors and demon kings who had just left them no chance to fight back were now lying on the ground trembling, not daring to raise their heads, let alone any movements. It was like a pet that was deeply afraid of its master, just like an ant was afraid of a giant elephant. Despair. Fear. They instantly became the dominated under the rule of this absolute ruler. What's the answer? Lin Ning's spiritual language was still bumping in everyone's minds, giving them a splitting headache. I understand. I understand. Wang Su tried hard to convey his submissive voice through his consciousness. But he had to use all his spiritual energy and strength to do this. After squeezing out this sentence, he fainted. Very good. Lin Ning sensed the spiritual energy of these 5 human transcendents, and was quite surprised to find that they were almost exhausted by his spiritual pressure. He immediately sensed everything within 2,000 kilometers nearby, and soon found some spiritual stone veins, with not too high spiritual energy concentration on the seabed more than 1,700 kilometers away. In normal times, Lin Ning would not even look at these degraded spiritual stones. But now, these things can indeed restore some spiritual energy to these humans. Moreover, the remaining ones can also be used by his subordinates. However, he also noticed that it seemed that it was not so easy to find spiritual stones with more concentrated spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not need to attack any super strong mutant creatures. Wouldn't it be great to use spiritual energy to search for blue star spiritual stones directly? But the fact is that the reserves of these spiritual stones are too scarce, or even non-existent. Lin Ning did not spend much effort to collect the spiritual stones on land and in the ocean. After all, there are too many more important things than finding those few spiritual stones from countless rocks. For example, what he has to do now. After fishing out a large number of D-level spiritual stones from the deep sea, Lin Ning threw some of them to the side of the human transcendents, and rewarded the rest to his subordinates. Soon, as the 5 people absorbed the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones, they also recovered at the same time. At the same time, they all felt that the spiritual pressure on their bodies disappeared in an instant, and they felt much more relaxed. Go now. Then wait for 12 hours. Lin Ming gave the order again. He didn't take these human transcendents seriously. However, these humans did play a certain role in killing Allensmeister. Lin Ming signaled all his subordinates to remove all the barriers. Now, Wang Su, you can take them away. But you must remember what you said today. I understand. Wang Su took a deep breath. Since this mutant demon bamboo can so surely let them kill Allensmeister, it must be able to destroy those buried weapons. Now, even if he doesn't believe in this mutant demon bamboo, there is nothing he can do. Let's go. I think we don't seem to have to gamble. This mutant demon bamboo can do much more than we think. Xingyu sighed. Killing Allensmeister is naturally a good thing. However, everything that happened just now also made them, and even the entire human race, deeply understand that from now on, humans will live under the shadow of this mutant demon bamboo. Although he was unwilling, there was absolutely no way. The level realm was too different. Xingyu shook his head. The mutant demon bamboo in the distance really didn't look too powerful from the outside, but its terrifying strength and overwhelming power were beyond the reach of these extraordinary people. Moreover, not only that, the mutant demon bamboo should still be a mutant creature of the SS and other demon emperor levels. But this is not the end. Perhaps it won't take long before the mutant demon bamboo will continue to raise its level realm to an incredible level. By then, they will face deeper despair. The best fate of mankind is to linger under this mutant demon bamboo. Nothing more. Xingyu doesn't think he is a pessimist. But now the situation of such a huge gap in levels makes him have to think so. Humans, in the constant internal struggle and involution, have lagged behind mutant creatures from the beginning. And with the progress of the era of spiritual energy recovery, this gap is getting bigger and bigger. Now, the mutant demon bamboo has grown into a powerful monster that they can't keep up with at all. And it will become stronger and stronger. As the most powerful extraordinary people among humans, they could have done a lot. But now it seems that there is nothing they can do. Let's go and kill Allensmeister. Chengyu took a deep breath. No matter what, survival is better than extinction. Isn't it? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no worries about firewood. Fei Jun also nodded. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Zheng Guodong had another idea at this time. At this time, even if Allensmeister and the fake Fang Pingchuan are killed, humans will not make any progress at all. They will still be in internal friction and eventually usher in destruction. A dreamlike voice flowed through the consciousness of the mind, but soon disappeared. As Wang Su used his ability, these people also disappeared one after another. In the end, they all returned to the Doomsday territory. And there, Allensmeister, as if welcoming them, stood outside the gate, with a rather strange expression on his face. You are a little slow. He raised his eyebrows. Although these people's faces were full of fatigue, and their clothes were also damaged, it seemed that they had been through a battle. However, it took too long to go. Allensmeister felt that something was wrong here. Chengyu, tell me everything that happened, he shouted angrily. No one can disobey his orders. No one. Especially this Chengyu. Since he has become a dog, he should be a pet dog that can be called and dismissed at will. Chengyu and the other four looked at each other, took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and glared at Master. Master, what if I don't want to? Allens was stunned for a second, but his expression twisted immediately. Chengyu, are you looking for death? Chengyu smiled and ignored him, but looked at Wang Su. The people are not all here yet. Thank you for your help. Wang Su nodded, yes. He disappeared in an instant, and immediately appeared with a young man. And this young man was Lu Feishu. At first, he was confused, but soon he was shocked. Read our minds. Read them. You can read what we are thinking in our hearts. Right? Then tell your dog master. Chengyu grabbed Lu Feishu's collar, his face wide open with anger. What? What? Lu Feishu opened his eyes wide, looked back at Allensmeister, and swallowed his saliva. He knew that everything seemed to be in chaos. Chengyu, didn't you already? Wait. You can actually hide your ability from me. What's going on? You are not. Lu Feishu couldn't believe it. Chengyu had clearly become a dog of Allen's masters. Why is he like this now? Moreover, through his ability, Lu Feishu discovered that the reason why Chengyu had told masters where Fang Pingchuan was before was because Chengyu and others had expected that Lu Feishu had long been masters' man and had read their minds in advance. They took advantage of this and played a trick on masters. Master, Masters. They all knew. Lu Feishu looked back at Masters in panic. They all knew about us. Masters. And Chung Yu. This bastard. Deceived you? Alan's master sneered in a low voice. Picked up a cigar and lit it. Cheat me? He exhaled a puff of smoke and raised his eyebrows. You are very brave. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? How could you not know? Alan's masters. The evil you have done is too serious. Wang Su stared at him. You are too extreme. Oh! Alan's masters couldn't help laughing. My evil is so deep? I am too extreme? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Wang Su. You are amazing. Although I really want to make myself feel that what you 5 people are doing now is an April Fool's joke on me. But now is not April 1st. And you have captured Lu Feishu. It seems that you want to confront me. Right? He was puffing out smoke. But there was no tension on his face. For him, this is still a small scene. And it is too stupid for these people to do this now. Yes. Let's show our cards. Alan's master. Your days are over. Chung Yu looked at Lu Feishu and spat at him again. No. It should be said that the days of both of you are over. Oh. Really? It seems that you already know that this dog is my pet? It doesn't matter. Master leaned against the giant tree next to him. I ask you again. You are provoking me now. Right? The 5 people looked gloomy. They knew that there was no way to turn back now. The mutant demon Bamboo told them that they could rest assured that it had completely controlled the 954 burial sites. Moreover, after Alan's Meister is killed, all the weapons buried in these burial sites can be destroyed within 12 hours. So, why don't you do it? What are you waiting for? Suddenly, Wang Su and the others heard the voice of the mutant Bamboo in their minds. This is... They looked at each other, and were once again impressed by the powerful ability of the mutant Bamboo. Can this ability be used to affect a place thousands of kilometers away? It's so terrifying. However, the mutant Bamboo's urging is probably because it has to do something. So it's like this? But they don't have any time to hesitate. No. We didn't provoke you. Wang Su took a deep breath. In an instant, 2 black double blades were placed on Alan's Meister's neck. We want your life. Alan's Meister smiled and crushed the cigar on the black double blades. Did you make a mistake? Your reckless behavior now means that the world population will be reduced by half. Do you understand? Or, let the entire human race be destroyed along with you. Chapter 411 Dark Ages. Alan's Meister smiled. Although the black double blades were now on his neck, he was not panicked at all. He even found it funny. Wang Su should be the one who knew best what kind of weapons he had among this group of people. Weapons all over the world. As long as he lost contact for more than 12 hours, and did not use the password to activate the central control panel that controlled those weapons, then the whole world would fall into catastrophe. In the eyes of Alan's Meister, the world with him is the real world. If not, then there is no meaning at all. If he died, then the whole human race would have to be buried with him. In the doomsday of this era of spiritual energy revival, Alan's Meister had already left a way out for himself. It can even be said that he had already left a way out for all humans on this blue planet. And even the entire blue planet. Destruction. Total destruction. The time when the end of mankind comes is not determined by the demon emperor of some mutant creatures, nor by the real and fake Fong Pingchuan, nor by the bullshit fate of the extraordinary people. He, as the person with the most deadly weapon in the world, is the terminator of this world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Alan's Meister laughed wildly, and his voice gradually became distorted. Wang Su, you are touching the reverse scale of the dragon. I told you a long time ago. Don't disobey me. Now, the worst result of what you do is that half of the human race will disappear. You will become the biggest sinner in the entire human history, and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. He didn't even look at the double knives on his neck, but jokingly waited for the extreme regret and despair expressions of this group of people. This expression is what excites him the most. Alan's Meister's laughter became extremely unpleasant, and his face became distorted because of this wild laughter. But he laughed and laughed. Suddenly found out. The expressions on the faces of the 5 extraordinary people remained unchanged. His shrill laughter gradually stopped. What are your expressions? He said. And he roared. What expression? Xing Yu looked at him coldly. Your regret for the destruction of mankind caused by your current behavior. Your painful despair caused by this stupid behavior. Your confusion. Frustration. Powerlessness. Allensmeister roared loudly. However, he did not see such expressions on the faces of these people. He also did not see that these people became extremely negative because they knew it would happen. They still looked at him coldly as before. It was like looking at a madman who was yelling and screaming on the street outside the glass window. Allensmeister was panting. His neck was cut a little because of the violent movement when he roared just now. Blood continued to flow from the wound like sweat. The pain, the numbness after the madness, and the incomprehension of these people's current behavior made Allensmeister fall into an extremely strange complex emotion. What on earth made these people still so calm? Answer me. Why don't you despair? Suffer? Or regret? Why? Xingyu smiled lightly and shook his head. Allensmeister. It's strange. We relied on the assistance of a guy who was once an enemy, but is not an enemy now. Its ability is enough to make everything you do seem like playing house. Allensmeister was stunned at this moment. The crazy look just now was like being branded on his face. And it was still. Once an enemy, can bury those of mine. Allensmeister whispered, as if chanting something. He quickly thought of a possibility. Change. Mutated demon bamboo. His voice suddenly became a little dazed. Xingyu and others looked at each other. No matter what. This person is still the end of intelligence, and the almost omniscient person. He has extremely developed intelligence analysis capabilities, and the ability to summarize various intelligence in the right direction. Although he is not a superhuman. These 5 people all understand that this human ability in this regard is even stronger than that of ordinary superhumans. However, this person has the craziest brain in the world, and the most twisted thoughts in the world. Allensmeister's ability is beyond doubt, as he can guess that the enemy that can turn his buried weapons into useless things in an instant is the mutated demon bamboo. Even if this person is a complete lunatic, everyone can't help but feel that this person can figure this out in such a short time, which is indeed different from ordinary people. Yes, it is it. Xingyu nodded. For the common enemy? We temporarily cooperate. Ha! Temporary enemy. How funny! You are just forced by the mutant demon bamboo to kill me. Right? Your current status is even worse than that of a dog. Ha ha! Allensmeister laughed wildly, completely ignoring Wang's black lacquer double blades on his neck. And the blood on the wound couldn't help but tremble and drip down. Whatever you think. At least mutant creatures are much more normal than you. A lunatic. Xingyu sighed. Allensmeister is right. They had to do this under the pressure of the mutant demon bamboo. But this is what they have always wanted to do. At least, without this lunatic, the world will become much more normal. No one will bury so many dangerous weapons in almost all places where humans are, just to become his own amulet, and then use it as something he can use to threaten others. Madman? I am the most sober person in the world. You crazy people actually believe in a non-human thing. It won't destroy humanity. As long as we kill you. Chengyu pointed at the tip of Allensmeister's nose. It is more trustworthy than you. That's right. Fei Jun also answered. Zhang Guodong didn't say anything. He saw that the others had all swarmed out of the Doomsday territory. And these people also looked at them with extremely puzzled and confused eyes. Stop it! What are you doing? Xingyu! Stop them! Is it time for internal fighting now? Stop it! Old Tian and the others shouted loudly. Although they didn't understand the situation, they were still scared by the sight of Chengyu grabbing Lu Feishu and Wang Su holding 2 knives on Allensmeister's neck. Internal strife? Xingyu stared at Old Tian. If it was really an internal strife, would we do this? Then what are you doing? Why don't you sit down? Want to talk? You young people are so impulsive. This kind of thing. Mr. Tian. Fei Jun made a gesture to make Mr. Tian shut up. Whose words are most effective here? It's definitely not you. You? What did you say? Mr. Tian was instantly furious. Fei Jun. You? Mr. Tian. Don't jump to conclusions without knowing anything. If I tell you that killing these 2 scum of humanity will save the entire human race, do you believe it? Xingyu said calmly. But he did not keep his eyes on Mr. Tian and others. Allensmeister, do you have anything else to say? Let me tell you first. Even if you beg for mercy now, you will die. We don't want to waste any more words. Xingyu glared at Allensmeister. That's enough. The sooner this man is killed, the sooner everything can be ended. Those who are not my people must have different hearts. Don't you understand what Yu Tang was said? You actually believe in the so-called promise given by some mutant creatures. Mad. You are all crazy. Mad. A head flew into the air. And then it fell to the ground again. And the expression on its face was still that crazy and twisted smile. Aaron's Meister eyes, even after death, stared at the five people. He seemed to say, I want to see you betrayed by the mutant demon bamboo and destroyed by it. With a bang, Alan's Meister body also fell to the ground. And a large amount of blood flowed out, slowly flowing along the slope to Chung Yu's side. The ultimate villain of a generation is finally dead. He is really dead. No. It's none of my business. Yes. It was that bastard Alan's who forced me to do it. I'm not a traitor. I'm not. Old Tian. Old Tian. Save me. They're all crazy. They're all. The sharp knife pierced his heart. Lu Feishu opened his eyes wide. And instantly shit and peed all over the floor. And stopped moving. Wang Sa put away the black lacquer double blades, shook a little, and sat down on the ground. For a long time, the conspiracy between Alan's Meister and the competition between him and him finally came to an end. It's actually too early to say so. After all, the mutant demon bamboo has not been able to destroy the weapons in the 954 burial sites. In 12 hours, everything will end. Whether it is the end of the world, or the end of the Alan's Meister incident that shrouds the world. The answer will be completely revealed at that time. Xingyu, Fei Jun, and Chung Yu also felt relieved and sat on the ground. They knew that this was all they could do. After killing Alan's Meister and Lu Feishu, there is one less dangerous person in the world who can make humans fall into the crisis of extinction. Now the other person to deal with is the fake Fong Pingchuan. Then, you explain to me. I want a complete explanation. Old Tian anger did not disappear with the death of these two people, and even became more crazy and excited. Yes. Why did you kill Lu Feishu? Lu Feishu is our partner. Don't think it will end like this without an explanation. Seeing that their former partners were inexplicably killed, these people knew that it must be related to Alan's Meister. But no one could think of the reason why he could be killed. After all, these five people have always been doing things alone and mysteriously. And even Old Tian doesn't know what they are doing. Now, seeing Lu Feishu being killed, they also took the opportunity to attack the five people. Explain? No need. Wang Sa took out the black double blades again. There are some things you can know, and some things you can't. What did you say? Old Tian was even more angry. Since you and this bastard came, our entire team has been split by you. Xingyu and the others were not like this before. Xingyu shook his head. Old Tian. Wang Su is right. We can't explain many things clearly now. I just need to tell you that this Alan's Meister wants to destroy the whole world. And Lu Feishu is a spy he has planted in our team for a long time. That's all. Everyone is dead. You can say whatever you want. Right? Old Tian spat. I felt before that the five of you always get together and whisper something. If you have nothing to hide, can you do this? What else can an ordinary person like him do if Alan's Meister wants to destroy the world? The five people looked at each other. They remembered what the mutant demon bamboo said in their minds before they left. As if talking to himself. Even if we kill Alan's Meister and the fake Fong Pingchuan, humans will not make any progress. They will still be in internal friction and eventually face destruction. This sentence confused them for a moment. At that time, they thought it was their own hallucination. But now, seeing the appearance of these people headed by Tian Lao, they suddenly realized that perhaps the end of mankind will not have a bright future as they imagined. However, the light of hope that can bring humans to the real hope is still there. There are too many things that ordinary people can do. As extraordinary people, we should understand not how powerful our power is, but not stick to this point, knowing that we may not be able to do as much as some ordinary people. Zheng Guodong was silent for a long time and said this. Tian Lao paused, but then returned to his previous appearance. Destroy the world? Who knows what the truth is about what you did? Now that Lu Feishu is dead, we want an explanation. Xingyu opened his mouth, and finally shook his head and sighed. There is no way to convince these people. He could see that Mr. Tian wanted to take this opportunity to overthrow him. Fei Jun, Zheng Guodong, and Chung Yu control over the entire 9-layered heaven tower by using the death of Lu Feishu. They couldn't tell anyone about the real Fong Pingchuan in the Bulu country. This was the most basic common sense. Who knew if there were any spies pretending to be Fong Pingchuan among the remaining people? Or were they the remnants of the dead Allensmeister? Now, no one wanted to believe it. Since Mr. Tian was so aggressive, they had no reason to stay here. No need to explain. Wang Su also saw what Xingyu and the others were thinking. At this time, they had other important things to do than to fight for who had the final say, and whose words were more effective in the 9-layered heaven tower. Let's go! Xingyu also nodded. Gusts of wind blew, and the figures of 5 people disappeared from this doomsday territory, leaving behind a group of still indignant 9-layered heaven tower, and also a person who got the status he wanted. They were going to Fong Pingchuan, known as the light of humanity. They had to tell this place of light that could lead humanity out of darkness everything they knew. Without Allensmeister, this light should be brighter than before, and only after 12 hours could they verify whether hope really existed. Chapter 412. Never see you again. At this moment, Lin Ning has returned to the place in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The collection of strange beasts imprisoned by his hundreds of layers of barriers is still there, and cannot move at all. Not only that, Lin Ning also found that in this short period of time, hundreds of thousands of strange beasts have gathered on the edge of the outermost layer of barriers. Originally, Lin Ning thought that these were enough for Silver Dragon Qi Chun to completely destroy them. But now it seems that this is unlikely. After all, this number is too much. Before coming here, Lin Ning also took a long detour. He ran to Tuolu, as well as the southernmost and westernmost parts of the Pacific Ocean, and set up many Lingzhu clones there. Now, Lin Ning can completely sense the entire Pacific Ocean with his own power. Even the spiritual bamboo clones are connected to the spiritual bamboo clones far away in the southern United States, as well as in the United States and Tuolu, completely connecting his bamboo roots and various spiritual bamboo clones, and taking the entire blue star into his pocket. What kind of concept is this? As long as Lin Ning wants, then anywhere in the world, as long as he wants to sense the place, except for a few lands, such as the extremely cold South Tuolu, he can sense all places. And not only that, these places that are fully sensed by his ability to reconstruct the aura of all things are also places where subordinates can completely ignore anything and hide their aura at will. Because of this, Lin Ning can accurately sense the locations of the 954 weapons buried by Allensmeister in this world. Among these 954 locations, the only one that is not on land or near the sea is on this small island in the central part of the Pacific Ocean, at the bottom of the extinct volcano. That large number of clustered high-yield nuclear bombs is also the most powerful, and the most hidden and dangerous among all the burial sites. It is buried between the crust and the mantle, and the explosion power of this large yield is enough to cause a huge tsunami of hundreds of meters, and an earthquake of unimaginable degree. Therefore, Lin Ning also wants to start from this small island and destroy these Allensmeister masterpieces, one by one. Of course, by the way, the alien beasts must be killed together with this collective alien beast. Master, there are too many alien beasts. I can't kill them all. At this time, Silver Dragon Qi Chun also reported to Lin Ning. It has never rested since Lin Ning left until now, and has eliminated a large number of alien beasts. However, the fatigue and the massive consumption of spiritual energy also gradually made it unable to do it. Lin Ning bamboo roots extended from there, and then secreted some demon xiong. After the dragon drank some, it became a little more energetic. Qi Chun, go to the place I said, and then wait for my next order there, Lin Ning said, and the bamboo roots rushed in all directions. The hundreds of thousands of strange beasts in his outermost barrier were also swept by an unimaginable number of violent whirlpools in the sea, and there was a lot of black light in the whirlpool. However, this movement did not last too long. After Lin Ning used the bamboo roots to destroy these hundreds of thousands of strange beasts almost in an instant, he also sensed all the places in the world again. It seems that the strange beasts are really gone. Lin Ning was very surprised, which was beyond his expectation. Although this strange beast collection has been absorbing a large number of strange beasts for its use, forming its layer after layer of spiritual shell. But after this guy was trapped by his own barrier, the alien beasts from all over the world gathered, and were destroyed by him in one fell swoop. In this way, the only alien beast left in the world is this guy. Lin Ning knew that he would not have to deal with alien beasts anymore. This thing is really annoying. The hundreds of thousands of alien beasts just now only gave him less than 100,000 total evolution points. It seems that nearly half of them did not even give him a single evolution point. If it is even an entry-level mutant creature, the evolution points will be 300,000 or 400,000. Killing these alien beasts, there is really no sense of accomplishment. It was also when Lin Ning wanted to completely wipe out the alien beasts that tried to break the barrier, come out from it and attack him. The human side also immediately received good news for him. Allensmeister was killed. This madman who wanted to destroy mankind and Blue Star was finally killed by those extraordinary people. Killed together was Lu Feishu, who sold out everything for the sake of profit and defected to Allensmeister. Although it was not important to Lin Ning whether this guy was dead or alive, his death seemed to have a considerable impact on the entire human race. If this guy could survive, then when Wang Su, Xing Yu and others faced the real Fang Pingchuan, they might find a madman who was far more twisted than Allensmeister. Although this was just his guess, the situation was indeed developing in this direction. After getting rid of all the obstacles, Fang Pingchuan would eventually show his hidden fangs and let the human world fall into chaos again. However, this had nothing to do with him. What humans were like was just a group of ants fighting. What Lin Ning was paying attention to now was something of a different dimension from them. In other words, ants only cared about eating and drinking. And who was the king? But now he can let the ants have nothing to eat or drink, and decide who is the king at will. If the ants want to influence him and crawl under his feet to bite him, then he can simply kill all the ants together. It's that easy. And that quick. However, Lin Ning doesn't want to care about the ants now. What he has to do now is to eliminate the threats one by one, and then kill the last fake Fang Pingchuan. The next thing should be to confront the system head-on. Before that, there are some small things to deal with. The first is to destroy the weapons in these 954 burial sites. This must be completed within 12 hours. Although Allensmeister said that these things will be activated one by one within 12 hours after his death. But Lin Ning doesn't know when this guy last activated the password. So, he must do it as soon as possible. In particular, these burial sites are basically underground or near the sea. Even if he orders his subordinates to do it, it is not so easy to destroy these weapons. Compared to this, his subordinates have more important things to do. That's the second point. When destroying those weapons, they also pulled out the blood demons that were wreaking havoc in the underground of Tang State, and their number was increasing. Then they used them as targets for their subordinates to train and eliminate them in one go. Similarly, the poisonous mushrooms of the corrupted emperor in Filipino land also suffered the same fate. Lin Ning didn't want to deal with these things. He just pulled them out one by one and threw them to his subordinates to solve. For him, the main thing was to do the main thing. Some minor, even trivial things, could be left to his subordinates to do. At present, killing this collection of alien beasts, and then getting those large-yield cluster nuclear bombs were his main tasks. Moreover, Allensmeister had been killed. From now on, there was not much time to waste. Lin Ning bamboo roots instantly rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and then went directly to the alien beast group. At the same time, thousands of bamboo branches grew on the bamboo roots, and there were hundreds of thousands of leaves on these bamboo branches. The red and gold mixed leaves all rushed out as Lin Ning continued to stimulate the spiritual energy, and directly attacked the alien beast group. Then, the leaves and the blast swept out by the storm easily penetrated the shell composed of the alien beasts on the outermost layer of the alien beast group that was about to reach the 7th level. Boom! The continuous roar almost covered everything. The alien beast shell of the alien beast group was constantly broken and disappeared under the bombardment of the blast. Not taking elemental attacks, even this blast is enough to kill you, Lin Ning thought to himself. Just this explosive storm attack was enough to make it unbearable. If it used million explosive bamboo sword sea or absolute prison crazy song dragon crying formation, wouldn't it be reduced to ashes? The reason why Lin Ning didn't use these two abilities was not only because he thought it was better to kill a chicken with a butcher knife, but also because he didn't want these two attacks with stronger explosive power, greater power, and extremely wide range to attack the alien beast group while directly affecting the dead volcano, and finally causing the cluster-type large-yield nuclear bomb to explode due to the excessive energy explosion. Then Allensmeister would have been killed in vain. Another point is that the secret of this alien beast group was also taken into consideration. Lin Ning always felt that this alien beast group was too abnormal. First of all, the time period when this thing appeared was neither before nor after. But at this time, which was really strange, if such a thing had existed for a long time, Then the strange beast would have been absorbed by it, so that such a thing would not appear later. Maybe he would encounter this terrifying guy whose spiritual energy concentration even reached the 7th level too early. Is this a fake Fong Pingchuan weapon? Is it the same guy as the black insect mother? Or does this thing have nothing to do with him? Lin Ming guessed. However, when it comes to strange beasts, no matter when, the one who has the most say in this regard should be the Destiny Society. The Destiny Society. The headquarters was simply penetrated and destroyed by him. And the President Adenauer was also killed by him. Afterwards, he even led his subordinates across the vast North Ocean and came to the United States of America, and completely destroyed the research institute established by Bei Fulai there. And Bei Fulai was killed by him in this battle. Logically speaking, there was no possibility for the Fate Society to do anything about this. After all, they had been completely destroyed by him. But now, Lin Ning suddenly thought of a possibility. There was a person whose life or death was unknown. And perhaps he had some special connection with this monster that could attract alien beasts. Alexandra possessed the ability to reverse summon and control alien beasts. It can be said that in this world, only this human being had such a strange ability, making friends with alien beasts. At least Lin Ning had never seen any extraordinary person in this world. Now, seeing this monster that could attract alien beasts, he also thought of this crazy extraordinary person. Maybe there was this possibility? As the explosive storm continued to blow away and shatter the layers of alien beast shells on the body of this extremely huge monster, Lin Ning was also looking forward to his guess in his heart. Whether it would be a reality. If the shell is peeled off, is the one inside this crazy and missing extraordinary person? Lin Ming thought so. And at the same time, he was carefully sensing this collection of strange beasts. This guy is really a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It reminded Lin Ming of the strange beasts that devoured Shui Yuqing 3rd Tower of the 9 Heavens Tower when he was in the 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm. They were all very high level. But in fact they were very weak and could not even attack. They could only scare people with their size. It's exactly the same. Lin Ning felt that this guy's current appearance was really that feeling. However, Lin Ning did not stop his action of removing the shell of this guy, but became faster. It must be killed quickly, and then all those cluster nuclear bombs will be pulled out from the bottom of the crater. Then, the remaining 953 in the world will be dealt with together. In that way, the trouble caused by Allensmeister will be truly solved. Bang! It didn't take too long for Lin Ming to finally completely blow off the innermost shell of this thing. And one of the huge alien beasts that was more than 10 meters tall finally revealed its true appearance. Moreover, Lin Ming immediately verified his guess. There was indeed a human figure inside. However, this human was already blurry. But judging from the clothes, it was exactly the same as the person he remembered. It's this person. Alexandra. It's really this extraordinary person. Lin Ning couldn't help but applaud his forward-looking guess. This thing really swallowed this extraordinary person and finally became like this. If not, it wouldn't have such a strong ability to attract alien beasts. It wouldn't be so stupid that it could only be peeled off the hard shell formed by the alien beast outside bit by bit and finally destroyed. Lin Ming bamboo roots turned into countless thorns shining with black light, and instantly grabbed the alien beasts that had no defensive elemental power. And in this moment, the dark elements instantly swallowed them completely. The island once again returned to its former tranquility. Lin Ming also knew that the last alien beast had also disappeared. There would be no more alien beasts in the future. And this disgusting thing finally came to an end here. So, next, it's time for this nuclear bomb and the rest of the things buried by Allensmeister to be taken out and destroyed. Chapter 413, The Dust Has Settled. The person surrounded by the strange beasts was, as Lin Ming had expected, a human named Alexandra. This is not difficult to understand. After all, the first time this strange beast group appeared was when he killed the remnants of the Fate Society in America. Of course, among the remnants of the Fate Society, there was not only the most difficult one, Bei Fulai, but also Alexandra, who could control the strange beasts and summon them in reverse. Alexandra's ability was to summon strange beasts, and the ability of this strange beast group was to summon countless strange beasts from almost all over the world to her location. Wasn't it? When you think about it this way, it makes sense. Lin Ning guessed that Alexandra seemed to have been seriously injured in the headquarters of the Fate Society in America. After that, She began to use the action of attracting strange beasts and making them become part of herself to prolong her life. And in contrast, her ability to reverse summon seemed to be lost as a result. Otherwise, this person must be running all over the world, and it is impossible to catch him. As a result, after absorbing the alien beasts continuously, she also sacrificed all her human sanity and finally became a complete monster. However, it is also good. Gathering all the alien beasts in the world around him also saves Lin Ming the time to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, considering the reproduction and distribution of the alien beasts, he really needs to spend some effort to kill all the alien beasts. At this moment, after there is no threat from the alien beasts, the next thing to do is very simple. That is to destroy the heavy weapons left by the death merchant Alan Smyster in various places in the world. And the first thing to be destroyed is the cluster nuclear bomb group buried at the bottom of this extinct volcano, between the crust and the mantle. If this pile of destructive weapons here is destroyed first, the rest of the place will be nothing at all. Moreover, the weapons in other places have been located after Wang's disclosure and his own exploration. It would not take Lin Ming much time to completely eliminate them all. Next, Lin Ming bamboo roots quickly moved from the cracks in the rocks at the bottom of the ocean to the direction of the dead volcano. As the bamboo roots moved in the cracks in the rocks like a broken bamboo, they finally easily drilled into the hollow of the dead volcano. In this way, Lin Ming quickly used the bamboo roots to continue moving downward from the hollow. Lin Ming also noticed that there were indeed many human buildings or man-made objects in this huge hollow. These must have been the necessary things that Alan Smyster used to maintain these nuclear bombs when he built this place. Bypassing the layers of lines and various machines, Lin Ming bamboo roots quickly reached the location of the nuclear bomb. It was a flat object placed on a protruding rock. There were 15 of them, although I don't know what's the significance of this number. If they explode collectively, it's quite easy to destroy the island and cause a very strong earthquake, or even a more terrible disaster. Not to mention, their equivalent, in Lin Ming's opinion, should be absolutely not small. However, according to Lin Ming's observation, there should not be many ways to easily detonate these nuclear bombs. Perhaps because they are placed too deep. The nuclear bombs should be detonated by these wires and lines. Lin Ming can sense that there is a strange timer at the top of this dead volcano, and the time displayed on it is more than 13 hours. For Lin Ming, it won't take 13 hours to destroy these nuclear bombs. Zhu Jin quickly filled everything in the dead volcano at a very terrifying speed. And then he heavily wrapped the dead volcano, all the buildings inside, and the most important nuclear bomb cluster. The next step is very simple. Lin Ming instantly released the dark element shadow space attack, accompanied by the release of strong black matter. The entire island, including the dead volcano itself, was completely eliminated by the shadow space. This was Lin Ming's ability of multiple ability copying to copy the dark element attack obtained by the Siro shadow, which is also his most frequently used ability, unless the opponent is the kind that is not susceptible to elemental attacks. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to withstand this attack. As most of the island disappeared, a huge amount of seawater also poured into the remaining hole, and Lin Ming did not stay in this place for long. He had to go back and destroy the remaining nuclear bombs and other powerful weapons one by one. He did not hold back on long-distance teleportation at this time, and headed to the direction of America, which was the closest to this place. At the fastest speed, the bamboo roots that could extend to a very long distance easily destroyed the nuclear bombs there after he arrived near America. By the way, Lin Ming also destroyed all the resistance there. For him, those things had no value at all, whether it was weapons or humans. The faint light emitted by this former beacon country was now completely extinguished. In the next few hours, Lin Ming copied the gourd and quickly eliminated all the threats with bamboo roots. And in front of Lin Ming, who finally returned to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, the only place where the buried weapons were not eliminated by him was under Shangjing. There were also countless spiritual energy shielding devices around Shangjing. And in Shangjing, there was another threat that he needed to eliminate. Fake Fang Pingchuan. For Lin Ming now, this fake Fang Pingchuan is not something that must be eliminated at this time. However, if this guy can be killed while eliminating the threat left by Alan Smyster in Shangjing, it would be great. The bamboo roots spread rapidly. For Lin Ming, who has now reached the 5th level and is about to enter the 6th level, this so-called spiritual energy shielding device that can shield all spiritual energy is actually just a pile of garbage. Destroying them is actually not complicated, let alone difficult. Moreover, Lin Ming is not completely unprepared. The two parasitic mutant creatures he killed in Neon before gave him not only the huge evolutionary point income and spiritual energy income. In addition, the tissues on their bodies have the function of anti-spiritual energy shielding device. Chapter 414, Rage. Having the body tissues of the two mutant parasites with similar abilities as the anti-spiritual shielding device. Lin Ming is equivalent to having a trump card that can deal with the spiritual shielding device. Facing the spiritual shielding devices scattered all over Shangjing City, Lin Ming does not even need to lift the ground or dig it out. What Lin Ming did was to use the root system to easily break through the underground and reach the last weapon buried by Allensmeister in the underground of Shangjing City. At the same time, he was also sensing the location of the central area of Shangjing City. Will the fake Fang Pingchuan take any action due to his actions this time? Lin Ming waited and saw. At this moment, suddenly, a cloud-like existence suddenly began to condense in the south of Shangjing City. At the same time, the cloud floated higher and higher into the sky, as if trying to escape. As the cloud rose, more black gas masses gradually gathered again. Lin Ming discovered that these clusters of energy bodies were constantly increasing their spiritual energy at a very fast speed. Black insect mother? No. This should actually be the final energy collection of the black insects owned by the fake Fang Pingchuan. After all, last time, Lin Ming had completely wiped out the black insect emperor, and the remaining ones are nothing at all. Is this the fake Fang Pingchuan dying struggle? Or is this actually another trick of that bastard? Which one it is? We have to try it specifically to know. Lin Ming bamboo root rushed to the black cloud in the sky at the fastest speed. At the same time, he was also watching the fake Fang Pingchuan in Shangjing, who was unknown and could even block his perception. Boom! A sea of millions of bamboo swords. Tens of thousands of bamboo branches flew into the air, each forming a huge whirlwind. And in the whirlwind, there was a fierce murderous aura composed of extremely terrifying sword winds. In a moment, this seemingly huge black cloud that had risen to the sky was completely turned into powder under this attack. Although the system has not prompted yet, Lin Ming knows that the last remnant of the black insect has finally disappeared. Lin Ming can now kill his former rival in a very short time and in the fastest way. This has to be said to be a more powerful progress. The dust has settled. Lin Ming also sensed where the fake Fang Pingchuan should be. In the most central combat laboratory in Shangjing. But there was no one sitting in a seat or standing next to the big screen who could command everyone. This guy disappeared. Lin Ming carefully sensed everything in Shangjing City. He only sensed the panicked crowd in the combat command center, and the panicked running figures of all humans in Shangjing. This is wrong. Lin Ming knew that this fake Fang Pingchuan had probably used a trick to blend into the crowd, and then tried to use this trick to avoid his pursuit. Indeed, even though Lin Ming had previously eliminated ordinary people and irrelevant personnel one by one through his powerful perception ability, he was specifically looking for this mysterious guy. But what he didn't expect was that this guy had thought of this from the beginning, blended into the ordinary people, and used him to attack the black insect mother body to create a sense of panic, and then disappeared into the crowd after this completely chaotic situation occurred. He really deserves to be him. Lin Ming couldn't help but feel speechless about this person's cleverness. After all, in this way, he really had no way to find the location of the fake Fang Pingchuan he wanted from these people. Even if all these humans were eliminated, it would probably be the same result. Lin Ming found that he seemed to be able to only exclude the last heavy weapon buried in the underground of Shangjing City, the legacy left by Allensmeister. According to the original plan, this matter couldn't be simpler. Lin Ming bamboo roots easily dug out a very wide passage underground, and then pulled out several nuclear bombs with timer functions from the underground, and then dragged them out of the wide passage he dug. However, this time Lin Ming did not detonate them like before. Keep them. Maybe they will be useful at some point. He thought so, and stopped all his actions. Now, after the various heavy weapons buried by Allensmeister, the only one that could threaten his survival, were completely destroyed, Lin Ming had no worries at all. There is actually not much he can do now. When he eliminated the heavy weapons left by Allensmeister in various places, he also deployed his spiritual bamboo clones all over the world again, using extremely long bamboo roots. The entire blue planet, except for some extremely cold areas that cannot be touched by him, has become a whole with him. and is heavily wrapped by his bamboo roots and spiritual bamboo clones. The powerful reconstruction of the aura of all things. Ability senses everything on this planet. At the same time, the ability of aura force field shielding also turns the existence of him and his subordinates into useless scrap metal for all the aura detection machines made by humans. It can be said that now on the entire blue planet, he is the largest plant, and at the same time, the most powerful mutant creature. Next, Lin Ning wants to convey his consciousness to the ears of those extraordinary people through the consciousness field covering the entire world. Tell them that he has completely eliminated all the heavy weapons laid by Allensmeister. And what they have to do next is to help him find the location of the fake Fong Pingchuan. However, he also noticed that the 5 people seemed to have something to solve. And it seemed to be a very important matter. At this time, Wang Su, Cheng Yu, Xing Yu, Fei Jun, Zheng Guodong and others were in front of the real Fong Pingchuan in the country of Bru. At this time, the voice of the mutant demon Bamboo came into their consciousness. Although what it said was extremely important, they had no time to care about anything else. The real Fong Pingchuan in front of them couldn't believe that they actually obeyed the order of the mutant demon Bamboo to kill Allensmeister. Why did you do this? The expression on Fong Pingchuan's face told them that he was very angry. Very angry. It even seemed that he was not happy about this matter at all, and didn't think that this matter was a very important matter for all mankind. It seemed that Allensmeister's death was something he couldn't accept. Chapter 415 does not exist. You actually obeyed the order of the mutant demon Bamboo and went to kill Allensmeister. What on earth is in your head? To the surprise of Wang Su and others, Fong Pingchuan was furious with them because of this. They could see that Fong Pingchuan was extremely angry now. Or rather, he felt that their decision was unreasonable. This is the best choice for us, isn't it? Xing Yu suddenly remembered something. He looked directly into Fong Pingchuan's eyes. If we don't do this, then we will always be controlled by Allensmeister, and everything will become uncontrollable. I agree. Allensmeister has Lu Feishu by his side, and we have no secrets from him at all. Moreover, as long as Allensmeister is in this world for one day, the time bombs he buried all over the world may explode at any time. Cheng Yu also didn't understand why Fong Pingchuan was angry. Obviously, after Allensmeister was killed, not only them, but also Fong Pingchuan himself, and even the entire human race would have no worries. You know, that despicable person will definitely use this to threaten them until all the enemies that this bastard thinks are enemies are eliminated. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Fong Pingchuan rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. The look on his face made Xing Yu feel that what they did made him extremely disappointed. I can't understand it. I think it's understandable. Wang Su had heard the middle-aged man in front of him say countless times how dangerous Allensmeister was. As long as Allensmeister was eliminated, the world would be saved. What do you understand? Once Allensmeister died, this double-edged sword was also destroyed at the same time. What else can we do to balance the mutant demon Bamboo? Nothing. Fong Pingchuan roared. The 5 people looked at each other and saw the answer from each other's eyes. Master Fong Pingchuan, you seem to have made a mistake in one thing. Wang Su sighed and finally said, Mistaken? Fong Pingchuan was furious. I was wrong? Yes, you were wrong. Xing Yu continued. The mutant Bamboo is no longer a piece of trash like Allensmeister. It is a counterbalance. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was the truth. Those weapons, like nuclear bombs, were nothing to the mutant Bamboo. Moreover, can the mutant Bamboo not take the burial sites of 954 heavy weapons seriously? Are you crazy? What level has that bastard plant reached? It's just S level. Or SS level. No. Fong Pingchuan. I don't know why. The information we know seems to be completely different from yours, Cheng Yu said. And he also felt that Fong Pingchuan was a little out of control today. The leader who was originally calm, extremely wise, and had the demeanor of a general was really out of style at this time. He can't be compared with the impression of the light of mankind at all. Even Cheng Yu had the illusion that this guy was the fake one far away in Shangjing. Different intelligence? Fong Pingchuan was stunned and looked at Wang Su. How much have you reached? Wang Su closed his eyes. More than a dozen subordinates of the mutant demon Bamboo are already at the level of S or A. This is what we have seen. We don't know how many other unknown ones there are. What? What? All of the subordinates of the demon Bamboo have reached the level of S? Cheng Yu frowned. This Fong Pingchuan is a bit strange. Yes. As for the mutant demon bamboo, it should have reached the peak of SS level and moved towards a more powerful stage, Wang Su said, opening his eyes. The opponent's strength is constantly moving towards an unknown and more terrifying height, and they are still stuck at the bottleneck of a level. Hesitating. Now, Wang Su feels that even if he is S level, he can't be compared with the panda that tied with him at the beginning. Not to mention the mutant bamboo. Wang Su even felt that the mutant panda might be able to destroy the world. At this moment, Fang Pingchuan was silent. He seemed to be deflated, and had completely lost his momentum. This made the 5 people feel very strange. No matter how they felt or looked at this Fang Pingchuan, he seemed like a fake. After all, the Fang Pingchuan they knew should not be like this. So that's it. Fang Pingchuan sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Then, the burial site of the 954 heavy weapons. What did the mutant bamboo say? He held it in for a long time and finally said this sentence. The 5 people looked at each other and were about to speak, when suddenly, in their consciousness, they heard the words of the mutant demon bamboo. All have been eliminated. They nodded to Fang Pingchuan. The mutant demon bamboo has just cleared all the heavy weapons buried by Allensmeister in the world, Wang Su said to Fang Pingchuan. He saw that the light in Fang Pingchuan's eyes seemed to be extinguished suddenly and lost its luster. What happened? Why did this person react like this? Wang Su felt that something was wrong. Not only him, but others also felt that Fang Pingchuan today was like a different person. However, it shouldn't be like this. The place they came to was indeed where the real Fang Pingchuan would be. The combat command room of the Brew Country. And here, except for Fang Pingchuan, it would be extremely difficult for irrelevant personnel to come in. Is the person in front of him really Fang Pingchuan himself? Ah, Lord Fang. Fei Jun's wrist is injured. Can you use your ability to heal him? At this time, Chung Yu suddenly said. Fei Jun was stunned. Huh? But he quickly reacted. He and the 4 people looked at Fang Pingchuan in front of him. However, something confusing happened. A ray of blue light appeared from Fang Pingchuan's hand and quickly enveloped Fei Jun. Although Fei Jun was indeed not injured, this blue light was the ability that the familiar Fang Pingchuan would have. I'm tired. You go down, Fang Pingchuan said, waving to the 5 people. After that, he sat on the swivel chair and turned his back to them. The 5 people left the room one by one with doubts and just closed the door. And it was at this moment, a sound like a computer mechanical sound spread in their consciousness. Your guess is correct. This is the mutant demon bamboo. The 5 people almost shouted out. But they all suppressed their shock and continued to listen. He is both the real Fang Pingchuan and the fake one. 2 Fang Pingchuans? They never existed from the beginning. We were just deceived. The voice of the mutant demon bamboo shocked the 5 people completely. Chapter 416, terrifying upon closer thought. Lin Ning had never expected that he would come to such a shocking conclusion in the end. But, after excluding all the impossible possibilities, what remains, no matter how absurd, is the truth. Thinking carefully, Fang Pingchuan is a very strange person. If we follow the previous idea, he is the real one, the light of mankind in the Bulu country, and the other one is the fake one. In Shangjing, he turned the whole world into a toy in his hands, playing with it at will, and completely led the entire human race, even all creatures, to the abyss of destruction. But these 2 people, who are obviously good and evil, have extremely suspicious similarities. They both appeared in the prison 100 meters deep underground in the 9 Heavens Tower, and they both have almost the same powerful intelligence. Think about it. When in Feilu, Lin Ning clearly felt that from then on, until he had gone through a big circle and finally rescued his subordinates at the critical moment, and fought with the Black Bug King. He was obviously being led by the nose by the fake Fang Pingchuan. All the routes and things to do were clearly arranged by this guy. In the deep poison ocean, wasn't it the same? The spiritual energy shielding device forced him to have only one way to choose, and there was no way to retreat. If it weren't for the powerful force of inertia that strengthened Lin Ning long-distance movement, he might not have been able to catch up and rescue his subordinates. Afterwards, although he killed the Blood Evil Lord and finally eliminated the Black Bug King, Lin Ning now felt that there seemed to be no threat to the fake Fang Pingchuan at all. It can even be said that the fake Fang Pingchuan was still exactly the same as before, shrinking in Shangjing City, and was not threatened by him at all. As for the so-called real Fang Pingchuan, It is actually more interesting. Originally, he had the ability to quickly analyze all the information and process it into the correct conclusion. But he had been in this brew country, as if he was afraid of something, and he did not take the initiative to attack. He just made some insignificant moves in brew country, like destroying the spiritual realm on the European continent. It was just a small fight, and the ability of the fake Fong Ping Chuan to lay out in advance, and the special ability of the real Fong Ping Chuan, in fact, now seems to be a kind of ability. By completely gathering all the information, and then summarizing it, the final conclusion is drawn. And then according to this conclusion, the most correct judgment is made quickly. There is one more thing. The fake Fong Ping Chuan likes to use nuclear bombs to quickly eliminate some abnormal things. Just like the nuclear bomb that destroyed the A and B mutant creatures in the Pacific Ocean that just destroyed the Labai and Fei countries. And the nuclear bombs released to divert attention and test the strength of the black insect mother body. The real Fong Ping Chuan also released the nuclear bomb to Feilu without any hesitation. The many similarities made Lin Ning feel that the strange relationship between them was so strange that no one could divert their attention. The idea that these two people were the same person had just occurred to Lin Ning. Until before, he was still looking for the fake Fong Ping Chuan in Shangjing and nearby. But not long after, when he sensed the conversation between the 5 extraordinary people and the real Fong Ping Chuan, he unexpectedly discovered something. Not to mention how different this Fong Ping Chuan performance was from usual. The fact that no spiritual energy could be sensed from this person was enough to explain the problem. And the most outrageous thing was that this person was able to use the ability to heal injuries in the end, which made Lin Ning have some confidence in his guess. He knew that the so-called real Fong Ping Chuan, whether it was the fake Fong Ping Chuan, seemed to be a cover. There was no fake Fong Ping Chuan at all. After all, there was only one real Fong Ping Chuan. It turns out that the one in Shangjing has never been sensed and has not emitted any spiritual energy, which is also because of this. The fake Fong Ping Chuan is a clone. Yes, a clone. Lin Ming doesn't know when this guy has this ability, but there is no doubt that this hypothesis can solve all the questions. In fact, from the beginning, things should be like this. At the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival, Fong Ping Chuan became the first batch of humans with extraordinary powers. At the beginning, this person really had no ambition. But later, he found that as long as he made the whole world chaotic and completely divided human beings into extraordinary people and ordinary people, he could push them step by step towards the world he hoped for, which is the ideal pursued by the so-called Destiny Club, and build a world with only extraordinary people. It would gradually become a reality. The Fate Society, even the arrogant President Adenauer, might have been created by Fong Ping Chuan. It was just one of the boosters to help him realize the ideal of a world with only superhumans. From the beginning, Fong Ping Chuan was still Fong Ping Chuan, using the Fate Society to establish and support organizations like the Superhuman Association, and then quickly expand its influence, absorb more superhumans, and gather all the superhumans. After that, he used the Fate Society to extract blood or tissue samples from these superhumans, and captured a large number of mutant creatures, and used the same method to conduct experiments. At the same time, he commanded the Superhuman Association to go to the Wanzhu Sea Spirit Realm after collecting the Soul Pill, and urged Xia Yu to use the Soul Pill to create a large number of strange beasts mutated from superhumans and obtain a large amount of data. And then, he continued to use the Soul Pill and mutant creatures to create a large number of strange beasts. In these actions, Lin Ming knew that he, a mutant creature, had been monitored by them from the beginning. And even, he had never been lost from beginning to end. Thinking about the battle in Qincheng City, Lin Ming now realized that it was not the fake Fong Ping Chuan mistake, but that he wanted to use this battle to test the strength of artificial extraordinary people and strange beasts, as well as the effectiveness of the spiritual energy shielding device and the new high-tech weapons such as the 6 gold square array. It can be said that Lin Ning was a test subject from the beginning to the end. After all, no mutant creature could have such a terrifying state of improvement as him. The so-called rescue by Wang Su from 100 meters underground. In fact, think about it. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. How did Wang Su know that there was a real Fong Ping Chuan 100 meters underground? And where did the concept of the so-called fake Fong Ping Chuan and the real Fong Ping Chuan come from? It's terrifying to think about it. Chapter 417, The Final Battle. Lin Ning felt that nothing was more terrifying than what he had discovered now. The concept of the real Fong Pingchuan and the fake Fong Pingchuan did not exist at all. Fong Pingchuan, from the beginning, there was only one. This person, for his own benefit, did not hesitate to play such a big drama. It was really unique. All the doubts that Lin Ming had about Fong Pingchuan in his heart were completely explained and judged after this speculation was verified one by one. This human being is not simple. Lin Ming believed that he was actually an ordinary person before he became a mutant demon bamboo. Wisdom and ideas, as well as the so-called overall view, or all kinds of judgments, are always at the level of an ordinary person. At most, he can summarize all the information he has obtained in his own ability of reconstructing the aura of all things, and then analyze them one by one. That's all. But Fong Pingchuan is different. This person has been playing chess crazily from the beginning, playing a huge chess game. From the beginning, until the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm was triggered by the incendiary bomb that now seemed to have a deep intention. And he used his subordinates to attack the major cities of the Tang Kingdom. Fong Pingchuan's first plan was quite successful. During this stage, Fong Pingchuan created the Destiny Society, studied the Soul Pill, and the experiments of creating strange beasts, and strange beasts were gradually getting better. At the same time, it also greatly deepened the sharp contradictions between ordinary people and extraordinary people, and thus made the Destiny Society stronger. At the same time, after supporting organizations such as the Extraordinary Association in the early stage, all its utilization value was squeezed out, and an elite organization of extraordinary people similar to the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower was created. But whether it is the Extraordinary Association or the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower, from the beginning, they were all experimental products of Fong Pingchuan. In order to test the strength and power of the strange beasts, and in order to test the adaptability of the entire human race to this era of spiritual energy revival, this Fong Pingchuan did everything he could. After dropping the incendiary bomb in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm, Fong Pingchuan actually wanted to tell all humans that the most important thing in this world is his mutant demon bamboo. This bamboo, which grew from a small bamboo to an A-level demon king in a short period of time, is the enemy that all humans should pay the most attention to. After completing this task, Fong Pingchuan immediately started the next task. First, make this identity disappear from now on. Then, let someone find his clone from the underground of the Nine-Layered Sky Tower headquarters, and then take charge of the overall situation and command the battle in Qingcheng. The other one, that is, his original body, release the news, let Wang Su rescue him, and then send him to the Bulu country. The purpose is very simple. Or, this person wanted to do this from the beginning. The clone is in Shangjing, Tang State, responsible for guiding the destruction of the entire human race and making all contradictions extremely sharp. It is for darkness. The main body appears in the Bulu country with the wise image of the past, commanding Wang Su, strategizing, and appearing as the light of mankind. It is for the light. The light and darkness created a huge contradiction, and at the same time, it also made the extraordinary people gather on the side of the light, making the so-called human light more dazzling. Naturally, it also made the 5 most powerful extraordinary people in the world gather around him. After that, he used a strategy to alienate these 5 extraordinary people from the Nine Heavens Tower and split them apart. So far, the clone has created countless chaos and tragedies, extremely intensified the contradictions between ordinary people and extraordinary people, and at the same time, it has conducted various experiments and arranged various opponents for a long time on the most powerful mutant creature in the world, the mutant demon bamboo, and chased and intercepted it, running around. It can be said that Fong Pingchuan has used all the chess pieces and gradually realized his imagined grand plan. Create a world with only extraordinary people? No. What he wants to create is a world with only one extraordinary person. Since the appearance and application of the aura shielding device and the anti-aura shielding device, Fong Pingchuan finally came up with such a plan. Fong Pingchuan is really amazing. Lin Ming really has to admire Fong Pingchuan's wisdom. After all, he was an ordinary guy in his previous life. Now that he has become a bamboo, he has no so-called rest time and constantly improves his realm. Only then can he guess the final conclusion now. It can be said that Fong Pingchuan has used his own ability to draw the final blueprint in his mind. Indeed, now Lin Ming looks at the overall situation and sees that Fong Pingchuan actually has not much to do next. Use the nuclear bombs of Allensmeister. specifically the nuclear bomb cluster on the island, to restrain his mutant bamboo. After all, no one wants to fight to the death and destroy the planet. Then, in this stalemate, gradually place the aura shielding device on the entire planet, so that all the extraordinary people and all the mutant creatures will become ordinary things that are no different from the original. And he is almost the only piece of anti-aura shielding device in the world, becoming the only extraordinary person in this new world, and the only god. The abacus is crackling. If the aura shielding device covers the entire blue star, indeed, even if Lin Ning raises his level to the 7th and 8th levels, it will be useless. The bug level of that thing is really unimaginable. But what Fong Pingchuan never thought of, that is, Lin Ning actually found the most secret place where Allensmeister buried nuclear bombs in the center of the Pacific Ocean. That is, he found the existence of a cluster nuclear bomb that could destroy the entire blue planet, and commanded the 5 extraordinary people who Fong Pingchuan thought were completely blindly following him to kill Allensmeister. There is another thing that Fong Pingchuan may not know yet. That is, his mutant demon bamboo is holding something that can ignore the aura shielding device. Even if this guy spreads the aura shielding device all over the blue planet, it will be useless. He, Lin Ming, is holding a trump card that can deal with all his efforts. So, how will it develop next? Lin Ming sensed the blue country, and at the same time, he also moved towards there again from the 7 Peaks mountain spirit realm of the Tang country. The decisive battle seems to be about to begin. No, it should be before the battle with the system. The last battle on the blue planet is about to start. Lin Ming, at this moment, has made all preparations. Chapter 418 Dead End. Lin Ming didn't know what Fong Pingchuan was, but there was no doubt that he was like a spider monster that wove a huge web in the night sky and squatted in the center of the web. He could instantly know any noise in any place on the web. Moreover, he could attack or defend at the fastest speed. The so-called clone ability of Fong Pingchuan was actually different from the clone ability of Adenauer, the former president of the Destiny Society. In other words, Adenauer's clone ability was actually quite low-end. Adenauer's clone ability was to separate his own individual, and at the same time have a certain amount of spiritual energy. But he could not use any ability, and he had to be controlled remotely. And Fong Pingchuan, to put it bluntly, was just like the black insect mother body, a ball of energy, or a collection of spiritual energy. Although it was a collection, it could not detect the existence of any spiritual energy, and could take the initiative to do some extremely complicated things according to Fong Pingchuan will. Just like the black insect mother, after absorbing various energies, it evolved into the black insect king, and then continued to attack him. It can be said that Fong Pingchuan did a very good job. This energy body did not have any spiritual energy, but it had the same intelligence analysis ability as the original owner, and the control over everything. This also made everything develop smoothly like Fong Pingchuan. Whether it was the fake Fong Pingchuan, darkness, or the real Fong Pingchuan, light, it was the same. When everyone, including the extraordinary people, hated and even stayed away from the fake Fong Pingchuan, they were getting closer to the real Fong Pingchuan. This is what Fong Pingchuan expected and wanted. Use the 5 strongest superhumans in the world to do things for him, and do all the things he cannot do. Then, use the aura shielding device to completely cover the whole world. Fong Pingchuan himself will take the anti-aura shielding device and become the king of superhumans and the king of aura. What a big chess game. It can be said that he has considered all aspects. If everything goes well, Fong Pingchuan will be able to make the aura revival era completely his own. It can also make all things in the world submit to his existence. However, Fong Pingchuan forgot the only variable in the world. That is, the most powerful mutant creature in the world, the mutant bamboo. At this moment, Lin Ming was heading towards the direction of the Brew Country without stopping. Just now, he told the 5 superhumans about his reasoning. Judging from their feedback, they seemed to have accepted this statement after being enlightened. However, when they went to confront Fong Pingchuan, they found that they could not use any spiritual energy, and even became weak ordinary people who could not even open the door. Wang Su and others also understood that this also confirmed that Fong Pingchuan was a complete conspirator, as the mutant demon bamboo said. But at this time, they had no power to resist, and no trump card. Having lost their extraordinary power, they were just a group of simple ordinary people. However, for Lin Ming, these spiritual energy shielding devices were simply a pile of scrap metal, and had no constraints or restrictions on him. The remaining tissues of the two mutant parasites in his hand were the anti-spiritual energy shielding device in his hand. Lin Ming also suspected that this thing was the raw material of the anti-spiritual energy shielding device in Fang Pingchuan's hand. Although it was indeed a bit of luck to kill the two parasites, it was indeed true that if there was no strength, there would be no such gain. At this moment, Lin Ming was getting closer and closer to the Brew Country, and he also sensed that countless missiles flew into the sky in the Brew Country, as well as other places in Europe and Yalu. He knew that these things were the existence of the spiritual energy shielding device, and these things would turn all the spiritual energy creatures and extraordinary people in the world into ordinary things. However, these things were of no use to Lin Ming at all, but it was not the case for his subordinates. After the subordinates lost their power, it was not an important issue whether their bodies, which were too large, could still move normally. At that time, if they died because of this, it would not be fun. After Lin Ming confirmed that all the missiles in the world had been launched, he decided to show his true ability at this time. In an instant, the spiritual bamboo clones that had already wrapped all parts of the entire blue star and completely connected into a huge hole, while connecting to Lin Ming's main body, instantly grew into a giant and terrifying plant with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a height of nearly 1,000 meters. At the same time, these blood bamboos, which exceeded everyone's expectations, branched out at a very fast speed, growing a lot of bamboo branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun. At this time, the entire blue planet was completely turned into darkness by this terrifying giant blood bamboo. However, Lin Ming did not think it was over. Among all the spiritual bamboo clones on the entire blue planet, countless bamboo branches grew wantonly, constantly connected together, and completely linked into a whole piece in a very short time. On this whole piece of bamboo branches, there were countless nearly closed small holes, turning the entire blue planet into a giant net. The function of this unparalleled giant net is naturally to catch the more numerous fragments of the spiritual energy shielding device released by the countless missile groups that almost exploded in the air. A few minutes later, as the last piece of spiritual energy shielding device fragment was caught by the bamboo branches, Lin Ming also controlled all the bamboo branches to gather a huge number of spiritual energy shielding devices at his main body. As the black dark element attacks devoured them, the fragments finally disappeared. Afterwards, Lin Ming did not stop. At the same time, he used his bamboo roots to drag all the extra branches and leaves on the spiritual bamboo clones all over the world, and then used dark element attacks to completely destroy them. Now, except for the tens of thousands of spiritual bamboo clones with a height of nearly 1,000 meters on the entire blue star, the original scene of covering the sky and the sun no longer exists, and his main body began to move again at this time. And soon after, it reached the border area of the Brew Country. Lin Ming did not really just keep the maximum distance, because the bamboo roots could stretch for thousands of kilometers. He sensed Fang Pingchuan, who had completely fallen into a sluggish state in the Brew Country, and let his bamboo roots completely control the area within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. His spiritual language was also easily connected to Fang Pingchuan consciousness. General. Chapter 419 Finale. The Sea of Stars. At this moment, Fang Pingchuan has been checked by Lin Ming. At the same time, the prelude to the final battle begins. Lin Ming has already made a move, and he is now waiting for Fang Pingchuan to take it. You. Fang Pingchuan quickly adapted to the spiritual language communication in Lin Ming consciousness field. He took a deep breath, and suddenly his spiritual energy began to expand violently. You bastard plant that always disturbs my plans. How dare you be so rampant? Although I don't know how you get rid of the influence of the spiritual energy shielding device. This moment will be your doomsday. Boom. At this time, Lin Ming's spreading bamboo roots broke through layers of blockades and obstacles, and easily destroyed the entire Bruce country's impregnable combat command room. And the bamboo roots, like dragons, also grabbed this arrogant human, pulled it out of the building, and sent it to nearly 2 kilometers in front of Lin Ming at a very fast speed. Stupid and arrogant, aloof and humble human. Lin Ming didn't know why, but suddenly wanted to use such language to communicate with the most powerful person among humans at present. He just knew that at this moment, the conflict between him, a mutant creature, and humans was at its peak. But, strangely, Lin Ming always felt that there was a sense of déjà vu in this matter. as if he had experienced these things. Hee ha ha. Fong Pingchuan's legs and feet were completely caught by the extremely strong bamboo roots, and he couldn't move at all. At this moment, what he wanted to do was wishful thinking. But he was laughing. Laughing wildly. It seemed that he was laughing at the blood-colored demon bamboo in front of him, which was not too far away, but could be seen clearly. Doomsday? Are you talking about your own doomsday? Lin Ning wanted to figure out something. At this moment, he was extremely confused and puzzled that Fong Pingchuan, who had no advantage at all, could still say that this was his doomsday. After all, the other party was in an absolute disadvantage. Even if Lin Ning just used a little force, he could turn this arrogant human into a ball of meat. Ha ha ha. Inferior race. Inferior knowledge. What you have is only the wisdom that we noble humans have eliminated, abandoned and despised. In front of God, what you should do is kneel down. Wait for my judgment. Suddenly, Fong Pingchuan's location erupted violently, forming an extremely terrifying explosion. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion easily dispersed Lin Ming's branches and turned them into ashes. Even this huge explosion broke through and destroyed the dozens of layers of protection that Lin Ning had created in an instant. Even Lin Ming's main body on the ground was completely burned to ashes, with Fong Pingchuan as the center. The area within nearly 100 kilometers was completely destroyed and turned into a death zone of ashes. Everything was like being burned, causing the entire area to evaporate, leaving only black scorched earth like a hell of death. This is the power of God. A tiny race, a humble creature, a very black mass of something like a huge sphere suddenly appeared at Fong Pingchuan's location. As time went by, this extremely black thing grew limbs and a head. On the head, there grew blood-red eyes like cracks. Under the eyes, a huge horizontal blood-red giant mouth also split open, emitting a deafening and violent roar. In less than half a minute, this huge black humanoid, at this time, grew two sharp horns on the head, growing opposite to each other on both sides of the head, curved like a black moon. It was nearly 1,000 meters high, with blood-red eyes and a huge mouth, like a giant monster in mythology, looking down on the world. Stupid and lowly thing. A mere blow will make you turn into ashes? The monster roared loudly, and the sound waves reached thousands of meters. My name is God. What I look at is my territory. What I feel is my realm. My enemies are all worthless things, and what I hate must be turned into dust. The voice of the giant monster-like black monster roared violently in the air, as if to tear apart this time and space, so that its inviolable majesty would spread all over the planet. 2,000 kilometers away, in the Great North Ocean, Lin Ning sensed everything about the monster that the seemingly insignificant Fong Pingchuan had transformed into. Indeed, he had never imagined that Fong Pingchuan could become such a thing. A terrifying energy body full of violent power. He originally thought that Fong Pingchuan was struggling to death just now, and was crazy when he said something like God. But now, Lin Ning did not think so. Indeed, a monster with a spiritual energy concentration of the 6th level is indeed a God on this planet. The same existence, let alone anything else. He, who is almost at the 6th level at the 5th level, has already swept across the blue star. However, Lin Ning still saw why Fong Pingchuan became like this. The black insect mother body. This guy instantly spread the huge black insect mother body hidden in the Bruce country all over his body and swallowed it. After that, Fong Pingchuan, who had completely merged with the black insect mother body, also grew to the 6th level after that. The 6th level can be said to be the most powerful existence on this planet. At least, in Lin Ming's opinion, there is no such guy among the mutant creatures he has sensed. But this Fong Pingchuan actually called himself God. What's going on? Lin Ning felt that he had to test it. The powerful and sudden attack just now killed his main body. There is no doubt about it. However, Lin Ning also discovered that the red diamond heart was actually transferred to the Lingzhu clone in the Great North Ocean at that moment. And his consciousness was also transferred at the same time. When the main body was completely destroyed, his consciousness would be transferred to his Lingzhu clone. This is also the meaning of the existence of the Lingzhu clone. However, Lin Ning felt a little strange that he always felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. It seemed that he had been destroyed in this way a long time ago. And the other party was also this guy who called himself a god. Could it be that? Lin Ning suddenly had a wonderful idea. The bamboo branches rippled in the seawater, and then each released the dark element and light element at a very short distance. The total amount of dark elements and light elements was equal. And in front of Lin Ming's eyes, the picture composed of the two began to distort. A huge whirlpool appeared in the seabed. However, Lin Ming was not satisfied. He waved the bamboo branches and simply turned the whirlpool into nothingness. Then, he released the dark element and light element again. However, this time, Lin Ming doubled the amount of dark elements. Then, on the combined picture, Lin Ming saw what he wanted to see. A vortex appeared in the picture, and the vortex was easily destroyed by a bamboo root in the picture. Is this time going backwards? Lin Ming had observed this extremely wonderful thing in the battle with the two mutant parasites. Releasing the dark element and light element again, Lin Ming inserted his own bamboo root into it at the same time. Then, his twisted bamboo root released energy at the same time in the picture. The picture disappeared in a very short time. And then Lin Ming sensed his side. Boom! A muffled sound. A spiritual bamboo clone suddenly appeared in the seawater. Did this change history? Or did it change the future? Lin Ming didn't know what this was. But he seemed to have some understanding of his previous weird sense of déjà vu. Maybe all this had happened before. It's terrifying to think about it, Lin Ming thought. If the dark element is expanded to hundreds or thousands of times the light element, will it be possible to go back in time and come to half a month, a year, or even 2 years ago, and so on? If this is really the case, if I really fought with Fong Pingchuan once and was almost destroyed because of it, then is it possible that in another time and space, I once put my remaining hope into the past because of this? For example, in the Wantuhai spiritual realm 2 years ago? Lin Ming suddenly realized. Maybe it is really so? If the original self was just a mutant demon bamboo without the ability to clone, it would have been completely reduced to ashes in the huge explosion just now. But at the last moment, if the dark element and light element were released and part of itself was successfully put back into the past, Lin Ming sensed the glowing red diamond heart in the bamboo body. Will this red diamond heart be his real main body? And is the spiritual bamboo clone something that the former self did not have? Even including the system. Is it the same system? The existence of this thing is extremely abnormal in itself. Now, if we think about it this way, could it be that the system is not a backstage mastermind, but a kind of insurance given to the current self by the original self? However, after many speculations, Lin Ming paused. No matter what, Fong Pingchuan, who has become the so-called god, must be killed. Otherwise, all the so-called speculations, so-called ideas, and even the time-space shuttle that is so wild and unrestrained, are all empty talk. In an instant, Lin Ming released the bamboo root from the bottom of the sea again, and immediately jumped out of the water. One blow can break up my main body. If I have thousands of backups, how many times can you destroy it? Lin Ming released tens of thousands of spiritual bamboo clones at the same time, and he also flew back to the sky of the European continent. As expected, the black energy aggregate of Fong Pingchuan, who called himself God, came to meet him. Not destroyed yet, a mere lowly creature. I am the god of the world. This world was created by me, and it is performed by me. You mutant creatures are just chess pieces. Just ants. Blue Star is just a toy in my hands. The rules and cause and effect are all controlled by me. Fong Pingchuan is just a shell created by me. You are so annoying. Lin Ming suddenly burst out with extremely powerful power, interrupting the self-talk of this stupid thing who called himself God. The bamboo roots that covered the sky and the sun completely wrapped it and itself into a huge sphere. Stupid. Lin Ming certainly knew what the power of this guy was. In a moment, the bamboo root ball can be blasted into pieces with an extremely violent explosion. However, Lin Ming did not want to sit and wait for death. Ordinary attack? Elemental attack? Whichever works. Use it. Under Lin Ming consciousness, the bamboo root ball was quickly entangled and condensed by hundreds of millions of bamboo roots, completely imprisoning Fong Pingchuan. At the same time, a large number of dark element attacks were released. At this moment, the shadow space spread to the sky of the entire European continent, completely immersing it. After the violent explosion, the huge bamboo root ball that just covered the sky also disappeared completely. For a long time, The blue star was calm, still revolving around the sun. On the land, the 5 extraordinary people who came out of the ruins had no idea what had happened. The sky was very blue. It seems that something happened at a place we don't know. Wang Su brought 4 people to a huge open area. It was as if a meteorite had hit there, and a very terrifying meteorite crater appeared. And in the center of this crater, a small bamboo with blood-colored leaves was growing vigorously. Could it be that? The mutant demon bamboo. Cheng Yu was inexplicably excited. The mutant demon bamboo also died along with Fang Pingchuan? The hearts of the 5 people began to beat violently. A scum among humans. A mutant creature that threatens the entire human race. If they are all finished, then this blue planet. However, their dream ended as soon as it began. It was just because the trembling voice in their minds told them that everything was not over yet. Master, we seem to have no threatening existence on this planet. Panda stood beside a huge blood bamboo that was nearly a kilometer long and said alone. Humans have completely surrendered and have become an existence that cannot resist them. Humans have also been forced to abandon the land that has always been suitable for survival, turning this vast blue planet into a paradise for mutant creatures again. Green has revitalized the planet, and the spiritual energy has become more and more abundant on this planet. Countless leaves of the mutant demon bamboo flutter in the wind, and around it are countless mutant creatures of all sizes. They all look up at the mutant demon bamboo, which is regarded as their master, and are eager to get new answers. My subordinates, the future is in the sea of stars. The bamboo branches have evolved again, reaching space, and blooming green on the distant moon. This is the first step.